But we are officially... Well, now it looks like we're live. It looks like it's connected properly.
Alright, sup, everybody? I've just been running around while I wait for us to get set up.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling pretty lightheaded, so I'm hoping that aspirin kicks in soon.
How long ago did you take it?
Probably like 5 minutes, so...
Okay, so
it'll start.
Give it another 10 minutes or so, and it should probably start kicking in. I find it normally takes around 15 minutes.
So, yeah. Hello everybody, and welcome back to The Balancing Act, episode 128. Despair Girls, episode 7 or 8 or something. I think we're like just we just started like the final chapter, and we did this 4-floor office build. No, wait, it's like 2-floor office building.
Yeah.
Thing. We're basically trying to preempt a giant robot from destroying a building and killing a child.
Yep.
So, things are happening. That character I can't remember of, I'm just gonna call him Mr. Uncomfortable, is leading the charge, of marauding adults who are pretty, high G. He looked like he was gonna be an awesome character, and then he just kinda completely fell apart.
And then he made a weird comment about, liking young girls, and then now I look at his character sheet here, and it says he likes young girls and dislikes old girls.
I love how everything on his character sheet is his sexual preferences. Like,
yeah,
he doesn't have any character beyond that.
He likes quiet young girls and hates noisy old girls.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was stated that our high school aged protagonist was too old to him. That was a thing that got said, which makes him really creepy.
Wasn't it the opposite? Like, he's told us that he liked girls younger, but he said that comment to us, who is like 15 or 16.
Yeah, we're like some middle of high school.
I was like, my issue with it is, like, I don't know if it was just badly written or badly conceived, because, like, I could imagine that could have been a joke, but the way he said it didn't make it sound like it was supposed to be funny, like, at all.
Right.
It was like something that he actually believed.
I think it's gonna tie into Monaca, because,
she does have that ability to mind control the social studies kid.
Right, so I think it might tie into Monaca, because what we know about Monaca, she's clearly also been traumatized, just like all the other kids. Also, they make a point of not showing or giving her a last name.
Yes. And it could make perfect sense that she's part of the Toa group.
Yeah, she might be a Toa family member, which would also explain how she got all the evil Monokuma robots to work for her, because we learned that the Monokuma robots we've been fighting this entire game were built by Toa to like protect against the actual Monokumas. I don't understand why you would build them to look like Monokumas, but maybe we'll find out the person who helped cause them to make them look like Monokumas was... I mean,
considering that somehow, like, the robot designers have somehow been, like, subverting their boss's decision-making, just doing whatever the fuck they want, it might just come off as a joke reason. Because that's what they talked about with the mech, is like, why the fuck did you build a giant Monokuma? It's like, I don't know.
Well, so, the thing with this specifically is, you gotta remember, Haiji wasn't, at least recently, wasn't the guy in charge of his company. It was his father. So, the son of Tokichi Toya at the bottom here of his thing.
Tokuichi.
That guy was the guy in charge of the company. So it's that guy presumably made the decision to build them like a Monokuma.
Okay, so the thing I did want to get back to, just for posterity, if anyone out there is listening to this and is confused, I am just coming off of like a fucking flu I've had like literally all week. Like, I got this shit back on Tuesday, and I was gonna go in for my first COVID test because I thought that, considering it lasted literally all day, that might be it, but it, like, broke during that day, and I was like, I'm not gonna go in. Like, I'd imagine if COVID was such a big deal, it wouldn't have broken in a day. So,
Yeah,
I didn't bother even going to the doctor as per man rules.
You might be able to just get an at-home test too.
I do have an at-home test from ages ago because that was still when my mom was at daycare, and like she got like, I don't know, 2 boxes a day from the government for them.
Gotcha. Yeah, my company, I don't remember how, but we ended up with a surplus of boxes from. We had to go clean up the site, and I don't know, whoever's site it was before ended up like having them and then abandoned them there. So my company like called the manufacturer of the test and was like, "Hey, we recovered these from a job site. Like, is there a special way we need to dispose of them, or like, what do we need to do?" And looks like I can't go in there yet. So
if to the viewer I sound hoarse, that's the reason why. Is that like my fucked throat is like the last thing my body's decided is important to fix.
Gotcha. But I would just take that at-home test and see what that says, because it's probably still good. Okay, so the game won't let me go to these side rooms yet. Because there's 2 side rooms here.
You gotta follow the flag. That's how you get to level 100. And it's ridiculous that you're almost up to level 75. How the fuck did that happen? So yeah, I'm gonna be coughing over this whole fucking stream, so if you're offended by that, maybe be quick on the old 10-second fast forward finger. Because, unfortunately, I can't get to the fucking mute button in time, and I don't really believe in push to talk.
Push to talk is just, I don't know, not very convenient most of the time.
I don't think it would really work for this format. If we had like a 5-person group, then maybe, but...
Yeah.
So we don't have the correct eyeballs to use this elevator.
We have to work with this one. Wait a minute. Would Hygie maybe have a card key?
This isn't a card key, though. It's clearly a retinal scan.
Even if he did, that coward mole is in the middle of a fight with his big bang.
Why are you calling him a coward if he's on the front lines?
That wouldn't be me, would it?
Well, you're used to her insulting you. I mean,
Hygie!
shouldn't you be
How
on the...
did he fucking get in here? He was
Yeah.
inside a giant mech last weekend.
Wait, he was in the mech? Well, clearly I shot myself out of a cannon to get here faster. Because I'm a badass. And also I'm anime, which means I totally survived that shit.
There were too many. So the plan's changed. Destroy the controller first. Make the enemy lose their edge. After the Monokumas are out of
I mean, if you destroy something that's like centrally controlling all the Monokuma droids, that might also disable the Monokuma kids, and then there's only 2 people that you have to deal with, and one of them's still probably currently disabled, considering I can't imagine Servant's gonna move very fast.
Right.
With his cut-up leg. Because here's the thing, Servant's really mentally fucked up, but he's not superhuman.
who were already here.
Right.
He doesn't have any, like, powers.
Too many of them.
Anyways, good timing. Do you have a card key for this elevator?
Again, that's a retinal scan.
No.
No, I think it's the thing you hold a card up to.
This elevator.
I don't know why you design it at an angle, then.
Never mind, you're correct, Jeff. This
If that wasn't that'd be one of the stupidest coincidences ever.
because he literally just said, no,
Yes.
you don't need a card, yeah.
Retinal? Is that an animal?
I get that you're 15, but Jesus Christ, lady. You read manga for a living. Like, come on. How have you never heard of a retinal scan?
Unless it's been manually sent. Last time I saw it was...
Why is he so pissed off about it?
Don't tell me. Is this also her doing?
Wait, does he know about Monaca?
No, not that we know of. Presumably, he's talking about some her that we don't know about. But it's likely, I'm gonna guess that her is Monaca, because I'm going back to the connection of he's the abuser of Monaca.
Oh, that's gonna be too fucked up, but... Then again, I guess we don't know what the abuse of her is at this point.
You know, she's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, if you throw a kid
we
out...
don't know how.
If you
We
throw
don't know how she ended up in that.
If you throw a kid out a window, Game of Thrones style, I mean, that'll probably do that.
True. So we need the eyes of Toa Group's chairman, which is her dad.
We're gonna have to go dig up a corpse.
You said he was missing.
No, he's dead.
Right.
That I'm secretly my own father.
To admit it.
Somehow.
The kids killed him.
Why are you so... Why would that need to be a secret?
Then retinal scanning isn't even gonna work anymore.
I don't know. Cut it apart,
As long as
Jack.
he has eyes, the scanner should still work. So all we gotta do is bring the old man's body back.
Genocide, Jack. My brain was saying it was homicide, Jack, for some reason.
Yeah. I think that's what whoever locked this door wanted me to do. After all, his body is on this floor.
How do you know that?
Yeah, on this floor for sure.
Okay, fine, fine.
The old man was killed in the chairman's office on this floor.
He was somehow clawed apart, yet there's no wounds on his body. They cut him completely on the front.
I ran away, but I'm sure his body is still in the office.
And yet I managed to get out. I managed to get away long enough to grab my jacket before I left. I needed this jacket, goddammit. It makes me look cooler.
If I have to go along with their sick little games, I'd rather give up entirely. Besides,
How do we even know this is still a game? Why would she... Is she gonna just like, hey, I'm gonna mind control the giant robot because fuck you?
This building.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Hi, G. He's acting.
He's not very good at the whole sarcasm bit.
Who's the her he mentioned?
I don't know, there's a few female characters in this game. It could be like
I'm excited.
3 people.
I was gonna say, how many characters out of this file are female characters? 1, 2.
We got 5,
2 and a half,
period.
I guess.
We got 5.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, only 5. Interesting. Even though the game's called Ultra Just Miracles, I was expecting there to be like a lot more in memory.
Well, you know, if they did that, it'd be it wouldn't be cheesy.
Time
It
to
would
go in
be,
here and see what's.
I guess cliche might be a good word for it.
There's kids hiding in here. It looks like again.
I mean, yeah, their whole plan is falling apart right before their eyes.
We also have an assumption that they might be the ones in the helmet might be being mind controlled.
Sure, that could be a book. Wait, what? Oh, it's a book on marriage. I thought it... Yeah, it's a book on marriage. I thought they meant, like, the marriage, and that's it. Not, like, the whole relationship.
No, I guess it's a book on how to get.
Oh, no, it'd
find a
be...
man and get married.
It'd be a book called Wedding Prep, if that was it. See, this is why I thought I had COVID in the first place, because my brain has been forgetting more stuff usually this week.
Don't mess with me.
You'll never do that, Toko, especially since we're never going to see this character again. You guys are just going to get shoved into a trash can. Squish. Raising your death flag.
So I'll actually explain that one quick. So in visual novel games, there's like when certain things happen,
that's what they're
it's known as
talking
a
about?
Flag, and a death flag specifically is when you make a choice and something gets said that flags that oh shit I got the bad ending.
Yeah.
Which in a lot of games can be you literally die. Oh, she's about to explain it anyway.
I don't know if you would say that about a book. That seems like a pretty odd term for a book.
I mean, it's just another way of saying like foreshadowing. So it's that moment where like a character, you know, in a movie or book or something does something, and you're like, oh, this character's gonna die.
Jeez. What's going on? All right. Huh? You see. Well,
Anything else in this room of note? Oh, shit. I was like, why are the kids not, Alright, screw this.
Visit the website for more info.
Alright, now the kids are back to huddling in the corner. Okay. I don't see anything else in this room. Take a look over here. See if we can't find anything good.
We're finished. You might say it's game over.
Okay.
Enemies popping up at a time like this? Did they really have to make this level harder?
Who's they?
Breaking. Fourth wall. Anyway, that kills all three of those. Yeah, they acted like this is hard. Like, oh my gosh, could they make this really difficult? It's like, no, it's not really all that difficult. Super rays. What is super rays? Alright, we just need a level up and then I can equip it. Or I can just, you know, unequip something that only costs like 1. Jeff, did you mute yourself again by chance? You just haven't said anything in a while. I don't know if it's just because cold or if it's because
Yeah, you're right. I probably
you're
have been
muted.
That entire thing I said about the topics probably isn't even on the record then.
You are correct. I have not heard anything about a topic. The last time I think we were talking about stuff, we were talking about the Death Plague thing.
Well, this is definitely a kill box. Bitch, there's been blood on this entire goddamn city you've been walking around at. I'm kind of surprised considering how much blood there's here, that this doesn't look like the murder classroom.
I did, but what should I do? It's laying on the floor. It's looking at me.
I really wish they had the animation to match that, because that was probably one of the best voice acted things she's done in this whole game.
But if we give up now, we won't be able to get through. And then all the people of the town might end up like this. I'll do it.
Again, I'm surprised that she's acting like this, considering she's seen many fucking corpses. This is like the 40th dead person you've seen. What? Wait, what did you do?
Get the eyeballs.
What, you? Seriously?
I don't want to know.
Yeah, probably better if you don't.
Shouldn't it be, like,
let's
bleeding?
get back to-
Yeah.
Why did you... Okay, how about this? I know it'd be really stupid, but if Coco is gonna be a giant baby about it, why don't you take your second person you have and drag the whole body there with you?
No, you're not.
Because it doesn't matter if you have, like, you can take the head or you can take the body. It'd be really annoying, but I think two girls could haul a body with them.
My thought is maybe the head's in there. That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, it has to be, because it has to either be the eyeballs or the head. Because there's no other way to really hack it apart to get what you need if you need the eyeballs.
Right.
But seriously, if she's gonna be like, oh my god, I have to cut this man's head off, it's like, yeah, or you could just, you know, be a baby and do it the hard way. Oh, there's also a collectible over there.
Where?
It's behind the waterfall, apparently.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That's
I'm surprised you didn't see it.
That's one of these. The ones that I'm super always trying to hunt for.
Okay, so since we're just walking back, again, I don't think we're gonna get a lot of mileage out of this, but my first topic was that I noticed a couple weeks ago that Jim Sterling released a video where someone's shooting you with a meteor gun. He released an under-subscriber special again to celebrate him falling under 800,000 subs.
Who is this?
This is Jim Sterling. He used to be a very well-respected pundit of the gaming space. Like, I mean, he's been in the industry probably over a decade at this point. But I wanted to bring this up just because of my honestly just pure disappointment in him producing that special, not just the one time. This is the second time he's done this. And
so what did he do that caused his fall? Because I don't know what this is.
Well, his fall has been one of those weird ones because he's been losing about 1,000 or so subs a week for like the last year and a half.
Gotcha.
Like it's been a very, very slow but steady decline. And like, personally, as someone who's unsubscribed from his channel, I would say that probably the large amount of his base is just that his content has been getting worse. It's been getting a lot thinner on the ground because back in the day, I think he used to be more of a workaholic. I think he was working on like 5 series of video game stuff simultaneously. And he used to be very good on keeping up on the news and producing unique perspectives and unique points on gaming topics. And
what's his name again?
Is Jim Sterling.
Thank you.
And just like Sterling Silver, it won't be hard to find. What initially caused his fall is that he came out as a trans person, and I would agree with him that the first like 15 to 20,000 people he lost were probably bigots who hated him for being trans, or people who just didn't like his brand changing, because, you know, people just generally don't like that when he massively changes up his brand. But steadily, like, his content has just been getting worse, and the thing that really annoys me about his perspective on his own failure is that I think that he's trying to write off all of his lost subscribers as bigots, and I think that's completely bullshit, because honestly, I believe it's his content has just been getting more and more terrible. And the other addition is that, as I'm sure that he's been losing Patreon money because of his continued failure as a content creator, he's been getting into pro wrestling. And that's completely fair if he wants to get into pro wrestling, but the problem is that he's putting his pro wrestling content into his gaming content. He didn't split them apart. And I'm just gonna tell you that, like, I'm gonna imagine that 95% of his audience do not give a shit about his pro wrestling stuff. But apparently he's good enough at it to be making money at it. So, I would recommend spinning it off into a second channel if he wants to keep talking about it, because literally I would imagine no one in his audience gives a shit. Like, this is clearly, like, niche, doubly niche all the way down. And, like, I just don't respect him anymore as a content creator, and that was kind of my ultimate point about this, is that if anybody out there is gonna go through the trouble of making a special episode where they celebrate the fact that they've lost substantial amount of subscribers, I'm just gonna recommend anybody who's a fan of that person, just just get away from that person. Because that is a content creator who, at that point, has no plans to reinvest in themselves, to improve their content, or to do anything better. At this point, he's just reveling in his own failure, and I am just completely disappointed in him. Because, like, it's been getting worse, he has no plans to improve it, and, like, it's what happens. He's continued to lose viewership, and he just doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about this person. I just went and quickly looked them up on Wikipedia. Just looks like, yeah, they're just a YouTuber, and I don't know the full story, so I really can't do anything. I'm curious, what pronouns is it they them? It looks from the article it might be they them pronouns. Is that what they use?
I don't think he personally gives a shit, because
So it might be like he they.
The thing is, he changed his name to James Stephanie Sterling, so he still goes by Jim. It's still on his channel, because obviously, why would he get rid? He wouldn't completely change the name of his channel, because, like, he would have to completely rebuild his subscriber base, so he kind of forced himself to stick with his own name just to keep himself on brand.
I think you can change your YouTube channel's name without making a new channel. I'm pretty sure a YouTuber I follow did that.
I mean, if that's possible, he still hasn't done that.
Okay.
Either way, it's still labeled as Jim Sterling.
Gotcha. I just noticed the Wikipedia article seemed to use they a lot, and I didn't see any other gendered pronouns, so I was just like, all right, I'll just make sure I'll just use they is my thought. But yeah, I don't know too much about it, but if it's what you claim is true, that kind of it just sucks. I mean, I definitely don't think celebrating your down celebrating downward spiral, I don't think that's healthy. Would be a thing I come from, and if they truly are losing large amounts of if they truly are losing a large amount of followers due to just bigotry, I feel like there would be also another wave of people to like bolster that, so there would be like a gain, because there'd be people coming in to support them, like people from the trans community who maybe never heard of them, coming in and supporting them, or like looking into them and being like, yeah, they're pretty cool. And so like I feel like, I don't know for sure, because my point is there's other YouTubers that I know of who came out as trans. Philosophy Tube did, and ContraPoints at one point in time did. I didn't know ContraPoints before she came out as trans. I did kind of know of Philosophy Tube before she did. Well,
there's multiple factors that could play into that, because like I've said, it's been around 1,000 people lost around a week, maybe even 2 weeks. It fluctuates.
Right.
It could be the go woke, go broke thing. I don't know if that would apply to this, because that seems kind of ridiculous. But
I don't think it's that either.
Well, what I'm trying to get to with this is that the amount of people who left him because of his brand change is probably still bigger than the people who would hypothetically come in to support him for supporting a non-binary content creator, would probably be the way to put it.
Yeah.
And then
the idea is that they would check them out for that support, and then if they liked what they saw, they'd stay. Is kind of what I would do, because in my brain is that there's probably a large group of people who, like, upon hearing this news of this person, like, oh, let me look into who this person is, and then if they like it, then they're gonna subscribe.
And then there's the other thing of that the people that are probably annoyed that he keeps going on about his pro wrestling career that they don't care about is also probably bigger than the people coming in because they like him for his pro wrestling stick. And the other thing is that since he doesn't produce any content that's specifically about pro wrestling in of itself, he's not producing content that they would be interested in watching and subscribing to, because literally right now is just mentions on his gaming show, which, if they're in about him on his pro wrestling, I can't imagine they'd be interested in watching that to get updates about that either. So, like, he's not producing enough content to match any part of his audience anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah, that might be that. I think the fact that you seem to state that he's steadily losing they're steadily losing followers over a large period of time. I think that might show that what they're losing isn't bigotry. Because if in my brain, if they were losing people due to bigotry, it would have been like all at once, right? That's when it would have been. It would have been, hey, I'm trans, and then like the bigots come and all the bigots leave all at that one moment. Because like, why would the bigots stick around for like 5 more weeks and then decide to leave, and then like the next week another set decide to leave? So my guess is there is probably a drop in quality of content for this person.
Well, that
I am curious. So what exactly is it with the pro wrestling in the videos then? So they're not making videos on pro wrestling, like they're not talking about the WWE or anything like that. It sounds like you're saying. So, but is it just like they're making jokes that involve pro wrestling, like a reference or something in their video, or like what is it? Because like Matt McMuscles, for example, I'm just gonna bring in an example. Matt McMuscles, I know he likes pro wrestling, and we've talked about him before. He's one of my personal favorite YouTubers. He'll sometimes make reference to a wrestler or something. Typically when he does like a really big named one, so like ones that like just about everybody would know anyway. Like everybody kind of has heard of the Undertaker, even if they're not a really big wrestling fan. Like that's a pretty big name, so a lot of times they'll use those ones. Every now and again he'll use other ones that are a little lesser known, but like it's not like a main shtick. It's not going to show up every single time. I know he uses a lot of Simpsons memes instead. Those are way more prevalent in his work. But
well, to get on the first thing you were talking about, that is what happened when he did come out to his audience and changed his brand and changed his picture to either his new hair, or at that point he just had a wig put on. He did lose around like 20 to 40K people all at once. And then it just started trickling down from there.
Yeah, so that moment was probably bigots then, but I don't know if the people leaving much later after that, I don't know if they would constitute bigots or not. I guess I'd have to see like what the comments look like or things like that, and it's really hard to tell.
But to get to the other thing is that it's not about Jim being a fan. Several years ago, Jim decided just out of nowhere to develop a new persona called Stardust. He became an indie wrestler, and apparently he's gotten enough of a career on it to start making money on it and go into like some big-ish name events. So he has a wrestling career that he works
Nothing
with.
I've seen. Let the record show, me, the person who watches pro wrestling, does not know this person. So
well, it's indie wrestling. It's not pro. Indie wrestling.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, then I have no idea, because the only thing I can think of is AEW, All Elite Wrestling, which was started by Cody Rhodes, who I think the Stardust might be like referencing his family, because I don't remember if he wrestled under the name Stardust or if his brother wrestled under the name Stardust, but there might be a connection there with Stardust because there's a Stardust. Anyway, that aside, I know a while back Cody Rhodes left and this is like I think almost a decade ago probably now. Cody Rhodes, he's the son of a really big named older wrestler back in the day. Cody Rhodes left the WWE, and I believe him alongside some other people that weren't tied to the WWE went and created a new wrestling show called All Elite Wrestling, and All Elite Wrestling has now grown to be a competitor to WWE. So like for the first time in a very long time, WWE actually has like a competitor in the form of All Elite Wrestling. So maybe they wrestle under there, because I do know I haven't watched anything really of All Elite Wrestling, but I do know All Elite Wrestling does have a couple non-binary wrestlers. I want to say maybe they have one. But I don't think, because I think Cody Rhodes wrestled them, but I don't think it was this person. I think they were another person. But yeah, So they're like promoting their wrestling in their video game videos. Is that what it is then?
Essentially, yeah. Like just
Okay.
updating on the schedule of his events and doing some highlights and things like that. It's like it's in there to remind everybody.
It's not
but
it's not a separate video. It's
No,
part of
no.
like, so the video will be like, hey, I'm gonna talk about Ultra Despair Girls today, and also while I'm talking about Ultra Despair Girls, let me promote my pro wrestling stuff.
yeah,
Indie
it's
wrestling
just
stuff.
it's just shoved in there.
That just sounds kind of weird, because like what I would do is like, you don't necessarily need a whole new channel, but you could start like a side program on your channel where, like, you know, on Tuesdays I put out a video that's
Yeah,
about my video
exactly.
game stuff, and on Thursdays I put out a video on my wrestling stuff, right? You know, things like that. And just kind of have like two shows, like, you know, for example, your channel, you know, I know you're putting out other random stuff that's you playing stuff, and then like every week we have a scheduled thing that's the balancing act. So like, you know, they could have this person, they could have Stardust Power Hour or whatever they want to call it on like Thursdays, and that could be like a video. And then they could have on, you know, Tuesdays they could have their video game stuff, or like, you know, I don't know how many videos they put out a week, but you know, or it could alternate weeks, like whatever they want to do. But
Well, that's
yeah, in my mind it would make sense to keep them separate. Just to either have a video fully dedicated to the wrestling stuff, and then have another video that's fully dedicated to the sports stuff.
Well, that's the thing, and this is why I've lost respect, is that right now he's down to essentially just producing the big show. It's down to just one video a week, and it's not good enough. Like, he's not first to getting the news out. He's falling behind the other pundits, and like there's just no point in keeping up with the show, because even the perspectives you get on those episodes aren't good enough. And honestly, a lot of them just devolve into very stupid capitalism is bad things over and over again. Like, you can have that opinion, definitely, but the thing is, it doesn't get varied enough to be interesting.
Right.
If you're just saying the same thing over and over again, you sound like a bad leftist. And that's what I think it is. It's just like the very dumb preaching to the choir shit. It's not going to convince anybody. It doesn't sound well researched or anything like that. It just sounds fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're just ranting every day. Yeah, that kind of sucks if that's what they're doing. As I said, I don't know. And you know, you and I a couple times now, I think on this show even, and typically it's a different topic or a different segment or like a different focus on a different area of capitalism. But I know we talked about capitalism a couple times, because I know the last time we played Ultra Despair Girls, I think we talked about
that was finally
unions.
That's when I finally broke the emergency glass and wanted to talk about the 4-day work week in detail, because I've been jonesing for that one for a while.
Right, and I mean, so like, I don't know. I guess I don't know what they're doing, but like, you know, I'm just trying to point out there to our audience that, like, one, if you haven't figured it out, I'm incredibly liberal. Jeff, on the other hand, is from what I know, I'd consider Jeff liberal, or at least left leaning. You can tell me yourself what you want to classify yourself as. But I know we have talked about.
I probably wouldn't want to declare myself like a complete leftist, but I'd say I'm left leaning.
Sure.
I don't know why. I mean, I could think of a bunch of reasons, but I don't know why people would be right leaning, just because it just sounds so self-defeating and nihilistic. But to kind of finish up the topic I wanted to talk about was
Sure.
Was to basically be like, okay, at this point, since Jim is just going to revel in his failure, I would recommend anyone who's just disillusioned with Jim's content, go switch over to Young, Yongyea, if you've never heard of him, because he's actually a pundit who gives a shit, and he's actually on time with video game news. So if you're tired of Jim just not giving a shit, go switch over to him, because he actually does care. And he's actually a creator who managed to get over the 1 million mark. Jim never did, which was kind of hilarious. So, yeah, that's all I really wanted to talk about with that. But we probably should get to, at some point, getting this head out of this bag. Getting back to it.
Yeah, sounds good. I quickly went and looked up this Wong Yeah guy, and I'm scrolling through his Twitter, and I just got a kick out of this because Kiami was shown off at the state of play for Street Fighter 6, and he wrote, respectively, Cammy can use me and abuse me. I'll bonk myself to horny jail.
Oh my god.
I'm like, that's fair. Cammy does look really good in that game, and she was the best part of that reveal from the characters that were revealed at
But yeah, the second topic that we'll eventually get to is gonna be fun, because the second topic is gonna be a blast from my childhood. I don't know if you remember it, but I think it's gonna be fun to talk about. Because it's gonna be a real blast from the past. They didn't animate any of this, did they?
No.
We don't need it anymore, right?
Throw it off the escalator. How big is that head? I mean, no, that's probably head sized. Now that I'm looking at it again.
If you compare the bag to their heads.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Togo doesn't believe in God. Although, the Japanese are pretty secular in general, aren't they?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, they have a lot of spiritual stuff and like spirits.
So
I don't know too much of it, but it, I think it ties to
so this makes perfect sense.
What's the name of the Japanese religion?
Shintoism?
Yes, Shinto. I want to say it ties to Shintoism because I think like just about everything has like a soul or a spirit in Shintoism, I think. Don't quote me. I'm not an expert on Shintoism at all. So yeah, but I think that might be part of it because yeah, I think like everything coming, every object, every basically thing as a spirit. Because I know that's why there's like yokai that look like everyday objects. It's because they're like I think tied to that. I know there's like a famous yokai that's like an umbrella, for example.
And that explains all of Pokemon. All of it.
I was just telling you to stop with that stuff.
Are we getting rid of the bag or not?
I remember being talked to by a ghost.
How can Toko not hear it? What? Who the fuck drew that picture of Komaru? That had to have been a joke, right? Because that drawing looked fucking terrible.
The ghost of a severed head! I told you, now's not the time for fooling around. I'm serious.
What the fuck's going on? Danganronpa, we don't have time for this shit.
I was surprised. I dropped it on accident. I didn't mean to. Huh?
Well, I guess it sounds fucking with her, but I have no idea who.
I'm really sorry. I apologize. Please, don't curse me.
Curse you? There's no way I'd do something so lonely. I just want you to listen.
Listen.
Oh, is he gonna tell us what Monica's master plan is? Is he gonna explain what those carvings on her leg mean?
I was the chairman of Toa Group in the past.
Is she actually making that face, or is this something she's just hearing in her head?
So, if you look at the voice lines and listen to the voice that's talking, it's her voice and
Oh, he
the
just
guy's
confirmed
voice.
the thing that we were talking about. Way to bury the lead, headless man.
Monica?
Monica is a mage.
What? What does this have to do with what we're dealing with now? Why are we flashbacking to this?
We're flashbacking to this because it's the first time she met Monica. And, like, the only time she met Monica. So, that's why. Because the ghost just told her that Monica's the little sister, and so Komaru's thinking about when she first met Monica.
Then that kid and Mr. Haiji are siblings?
We had no way of putting this in the story, so we just invented a ghost.
In that case, I can get right to the point. I beg you, no matter what, you
Well, we were gonna do that anyway, so why are you telling us this, Ghost?
If you let her do this, the name of Toa...
I get this is a Japanese world, but does that really matter?
Bad. Komaru's chatting up an illusion. Gotta bring her back to her senses.
The ungrateful child.
Well, Toko actually cares. I'm wondering what she's gonna do.
And revolts against me.
Taking her in.
That whelp's mother was my mistress.
Okay.
But that bitch abandoned her responsibility and forced Monaca on me when she was a baby.
That's kind of fair.
Father expected to raise his own child?
If her mother wasn't going to raise her, I wouldn't have tolerated the pregnancy at all.
And I would have dumped her ass on the street.
I even let her stay in our home and raised her.
Wait, what?
Easily left her in an orphanage.
Okay, he's talking about Monaca, right? Not his mistress.
No, he's talking about Monaca.
Because it was like, that's a weird thing to mention, hey, I raised my mistress.
Made Monaca insane.
Wait, what?
Something was wrong the moment I noticed Monaca growing more rebellious.
She got in contact with that mother who I told her never to talk to, and that made me insane. So I
guess
abused
it's
my
that
child.
woman.
And what are you gonna do? Punch us?
No, she's doing like a prayer thing. Like, did you see how her hands were?
I guess that might be a hand seal, but
Christ compels you.
Like, my guess is in the Japanese, she's saying something more Japanese and Shinto related than Christianity related.
well, either that or this is
Which
just
would
an
make
exorcist.
more sense with what her hand is doing. But yeah, but my guess is there's some sort of Shinto exorcism thing, right?
No,
And I'm
this is-
guessing the hand sign in the drawing.
This is totally just an exorcist reference.
I beg you, please.
Why would we want to avenge a guy we've never met? Why does this guy think he's so important all the time?
I was just about to hear something important. Looks like you're back to your senses. There's no way that stupid chant would work on a real ghost. You were
What the fuck just happened?
but
Why did they put that in at all?
About the Toa family.
Oh, it was all just a delusion.
Really? A delusion?
Look, you're tired. Dream about stuff.
I mean, you guys-
bad after this is all
Wait, no, I think they've slept a couple of times.
Still don't get it.
They have, yeah. Because there was the one night they spent the bed together at the like adult base, like shared a bed, and then there was the night, I think the night that they were put into the cells at the adult base, like when they were captured and put into the cells. I think they slept a bit there too. So
Yeah.
I think what that scene was it's, you know, the player's interpretation can be whether or not the ghost is real, but the idea is that it, you know, we as our character now have information, and either our character put two and two together in her head via this illusion from partially from tiredness, partially from, you know, just fear about the head, and like the stress from carrying a dead man's head caused that illusion, and that, or it was real and there's ghosts. Danganronpa as a series, I will state, does not confirm one way or another whether or not ghosts are real. You can debate it, because we do have, you know, there is the
Yeah.
ultimate like fortune teller guy from the first game, and I think there might be some stuff with ghosts in V3 again, but I don't remember.
Because the thing I'm getting out of this was just a really cheap way to just crowbar in this plot point into the story, and apparently they just couldn't think of a better way of doing it.
I mean, it was a plot point that it was, I wouldn't say it was a way of shoehorning a plot point into the story so much. It was a way of shoehorning exposition into the story. So, because like we already know, like you and I basically already figured out that Monaca is the adopted child or a child of and the sibling of Hyde, right? You and I already figured that out. So like that plot point has already been being built this entire story. So this wasn't shooing that plot point in. It was just like confirming that detail in kind of an odd way. So, you know, the game finally gave us the exposition, finally like said it, you know, they played the card, they fully revealed it, and they fully revealed it in a weird way. but as stated, it could be seen as the stress of all of this on our character, causing her like brain, as she puts two and two together about that, to also just kind of have this illusion or hallucination.
Sure.
Which is what Genocide was implying, that maybe this was a hallucination, which that's up.
We just need to imprison our employees. Don't ask. You're gonna be stuck in jail until 4 p.m., folks. Don't even think about leaving. We got machine guns all over the doors. Here's your classic puzzle section before the final boss. Also, someone broke open the prison.
Artificial tooth on a broken Monokuma?
Okay.
What the hell is going on here?
I'm guessing the faction of the kids who have been on our side have decided to revolt. And apparently somehow are making it work. Maybe we should ask this stupid kid what's going on. Okay, shoot him.
I cannot interact with the kid.
Shoot that child. Or at least kick him in the balls. That kid deserves it for singing that terrible song.
I want to make sure I don't miss any doors.
I mean, there's 3 doors.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was looking at the map to figure out how many doors there were.
This is kind of reminding me of Fear a little bit. Oh wow, that thing was a lot faster than I thought. Really? It's that weak? I thought you would have had to hit it like 16 times. Yeah, the tricky one, I had to hit it 5 times. And you know how hard that is to do a combo with Genocide Jack. You gotta hit A, B, X, you have to pause for 3 seconds, and then you have to hit X 3 times, pause for another 5 seconds. It's really crazy. I'm pretty sure I've told you before that I definitely hated Devil May Cry when they decided to add pausing into their fucking combos.
That was in the base game.
How the fuck am I supposed to wrap my head around that?
You just take a slight. It's not as difficult as it might sound. But that would have been that's in the first game. Like pausing between button presses to get different combos. That's in the very first game still. Okay, I can't get to that save point.
Why do we have to be renditioned by this fucking ditty the whole time?
I don't know why the whole time, but it was definitely implying that I was gonna fight the beast. Because this is the song that you remember those like puzzle rooms where I have to like find the singing child.
Oh,
like, get the,
that's what they were singing?
This is the song that they play in that, but, there's no child to find.
Well, I mean, you fought 2 of them. And one of them you haven't fought because the other one was fought by Jack. Thank fucking Christ, I hated that so much.
Yeah, we'll have to go back out to it in a second, but...
Okay, let's pick up some, flavor text. Who's Momoyo?
I mean, it's just the name of this book, Those Who Dream Momoya's Throat.
I'm wondering if this is supposed to be a story about something that makes sense. Because if that's the back of the book, that sounds pretty terrible. You want to read a book about depression?
The
Here you
characters
go.
are gonna talk about it now.
How does this book remind you of anything? Oh, because of the hopes and dreams of friendship?
Well, the book reminded Toko that she wants to talk about, I don't know, how friends talk about hopes and dreams.
Hey, Komaru, you remember hopes and dreams? Let's talk about it.
It was more like, friends talk about hopes and dreams, right? So, I guess as Toko's gonna confide in us her hope or dream, or both.
Her hope is, Byakuya, which she'll never get, so she'll just be, for the next few years, until
she wants to know our dream.
She doesn't have any dreams. Komaru's too boring to have dreams. Komaru, come on. You can think, like, hypothetically, think of, like, 6 months from now or something. Well, yes.
No.
Komaru, just dream a little bit.
But
You want to become a manga artist, don't you? You want to be underpaid for the rest of your life.
Wow, you called that shit.
Well, it's because that's the only thing she has. That's all she's got.
no.
I mean, people write doujinshi on the side all the time. They can do that. You could just start doing that now.
Well, you won't change my opinion that manga is trash. But I told you I won't make fun of you.
I won't say that your manga is trash, just all manga is trash.
I would never make fun of that.
I mean, yeah, she's basically saying, like, you're not gonna change my opinion that, you're not gonna make me like manga, but, like, I'm not gonna make fun of you or laugh at you for wanting to do what you do.
What?
It's nothing.
I'm hoping we get an epilogue to this game and that some of these, like, plot points go somewhere.
I want you to be the first.
Because otherwise, these plot points don't really matter.
I can't
It's just characterization.
read a manga.
So, like, here what we're seeing is there's a slight change in Toko, because normally Toko would laugh about that, and in the beginning of the game, she definitely would have laughed about that, right?
She might have just completely ignored it and called us an
Or
idiot.
she would have called, or she would have flat out just told, her that your dream's garbage, like, because manga's garbage, thus your dream's garbage. But here she said, while I don't like manga, go for it, right?
Did she even tell us to go for it?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Stop forcing me to have emotions. Let's get out of here. I'm sorry I did any of that. Komaru, you're the only person I've ever been nice to, and I'm not comfortable with that yet.
Basically. But she's growing, and that's what matters.
It's been a wild 3 days. Okay, this will be the key. We'll get into that room, and then final treasure chest. It's another sock thing.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't know if it spawned. It might have just come down the hallway. I have summoned the power of 150 scissors.
Give me a round of applause. Oh, demo ready.
Congratulations, you hit the X button 6 times, and then the Y button.
There, I just hit the left trigger and the A button.
What the hell are you talking about? It was just on patrol.
Minds of homicidal bears.
They're not even bears, they're robots.
Yeah, but they're shaped like bears.
Stereotypical bears. Got a whole 2
Anyway.
batteries?
I got all of my batteries back.
Okay, so what's down this corner? Because it's the last
Probably
corner
more
we've
enemies.
got.
Right. Is there a door down here? There's a door down here.
And it will contain more socks. The power of socks. Hello, we're just having a meeting about how depressed we are. And how we also failed to help you achieve victory.
Killing urge.
Here's the anti-masturbation book.
Gives me another battery.
Might be worth getting rid of those additional coins to get the points. I'm kind of surprised considering this game you haven't leveled up yet.
Oh, we leveled up at least once since we started. Because we started at level 73, I think? What level
Yeah,
are we
when
at
did
now?
that happen?
Or 74. It was, remember the room where like all the bomb Monokumas were throwing bombs at us while I had to like walk across that thing?
Did that happen when you were genocide jacking everything?
No. So we walked into that room.
Oh, the 6
And
bomb
there's, like,
Monokumas.
6 bomb guys came out and started throwing bombs, and like I could have walked across this pit like on some fallen debris, but instead I just stood and I shot like the middle bomb guys of the 2 groups and just killed all the bomb guys that way. I got a level up when I did that.
Huh. I don't know, it feels like we're about ready for the final boss here.
Now that the
Oh no, there's another floor.
What?
I'm scared of the dark.
The chairman's head. We left it. Now he's gonna curse me again.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm leaving.
He's not gonna curse you a second time just because you got into the 4th floor.
Right.
Oh wait, no, 4 in Japanese is unlucky, so if this is the 4th floor, you are fucked.
I don't know, is it labeled? Let's find out. It is not labeled, so we don't really know.
It kind of looks like we're on the 2nd-ish, 3rd-ish level, so probably not there yet. Okay, so, who's the guy throwing teeth at everything?
Right?
Well, there are beast Monokumas here, definitely. Because nothing else would make those claw marks. Okay, so, the mystery of the office puzzle. How are we gonna solve this?
Oh, hold on. Oh, I can't go back.
No, you must solve the
yeah.
riddle. The riddle is the most important thing right now. We're gonna lock you in here to make sure that you do the puzzle. Otherwise, you can't go home.
Where? Someone's hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, it's Fiad Girl. Okay, so we got 2,
So this is,
4 kid
this
boxes.
We have 4 boxes. The problem is the front of the boxes, if we look at them, are facing the Monokumas.
You just have to do it, but you just have to move when
No.
they're not patrolling. And I think you should
when
be
they're in
fine.
an X.
No, this is a
fine.
simple puzzle. You just need to do the timing. How did this happen? How are you here?
My guess is Monica's, throwing her to the wolves.
So what? How did Monica get her on the ceiling?
No, she probably climbed up there somehow to get away from the Monokumas.
This is the one time that she's managed to use her abilities to do something really stupid. Somehow she had the skills to get on the ceiling, but not able to climb up a pole.
There's no way I can do that.
I mean, to be fair, she did try to kill us.
She's that perverted girl who took
That
your
did happen.
That kinda happened. She's like half right.
I struggled to even give her half credit.
You heard her. I'm not going to kill
We have to kill them using the power of singing terribly.
Yeah, I have to.
Kumas are focused on her. That's your chance.
Oh my, it's not even that hard of a puzzle. You don't have to literally give us the answer. Okay, go.
Okay, not that one.
Did her abuser just teach her every single type of porn in the book?
Not that one.
Because
Not that one.
honestly, this is getting kind of ridiculous.
Bullshit!
You just stuck your head out a little too much, and you got. That was classic.
These Monokumas are focused on her. That's your chance.
Well, of course, it's the one in the back corner.
Yeah, I mean, this time I can just go the opposite.
Well, yeah, but it's the same distance.
Okay, so it's that one right there.
Yeah, you might have taken 2. Oh, I'm surprised you got away with that.
They had to.
I'm gonna go shred them into scrap.
No, you're not, because that cost my battery.
Yeah, but you got 4 of them. Hey, you leveled
Yeah,
up again.
No, I want to pick up the coins!
They should still be there after the cutscene.
The worthy Homer sometimes not.
How do you even know what Homer is? You're like 7.
I almost never say stuff like that, so I'm not sure.
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
But just because you're not used to it doesn't mean you should give up. Like those tentacles.
No, we're not going back to that.
Well, tentacles don't exist.
Getting attacked.
Or
I guess
I-
it was robot hands, but I'm pretty sure that's what she's referring to.
It is highly unfortunate.
you know what? I'm not even gonna say it.
For being so unfortunate, you sure seem nonchalant about it.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Oh, that explains all the broken Monokumas in the teeth on the ground.
Oh
Remember
yeah,
when
she uses a teeth cannon.
She had a teeth gun earlier.
I forgot about the teeth gun. Mostly because that's like the fourth most important thing about her.
to put this much effort into betraying me, I'm boiling with anger.
You're
So Monaca is trying to kill her.
right?
Yes, she said it herself. She doesn't care about paradise and never has.
Oh yeah, she's trying to become like Junko. I keep forgetting Junko's name. Junko Jr.
Junko and Ashima.
She even took advantage of the hope Big Sis Junko gave us.
Junko is literally the antagonist of the whole franchise, and I keep forgetting she exists.
More than that.
It's kind of like Kingdom Hearts. The entire franchise is just being terrorized by aspects of Junko.
I think that was her doing. Masaru and Jotaro probably ended up the same way. She didn't just
Yeah, it's almost like you guys were the perfect fucking pawns.
She didn't believe in friendship or effort or victory.
Yes. Okay. So presumably the first two kids are dead then, because when the other kids grabbed them, likely
This
we know
happened to
those
them?
kids now were working for Servant, but we found out later that what Servant's been doing was with Monica's Monica was telling Servant what to do. So at one point in the game, we found out the kids who, like when the kids grabbed the first few kids, that that they were working for Servant. We later found out that everything Servant's been doing, he's been doing for Monica because he wants to help Monica become the next Junko because to create more
ultimate hope.
despair, blah blah. Yeah, because of his whole weird hope despair.
Well,
thing.
if I create literally the ultimate despair, that'll force the ultimate hope to come out of hiding, and then I will have created God.
The children's
Basically.
paradise we possess, it was
It's all very stupid, but sure. We accept it because it's Nagito's whole shtick, and it's
Yeah.
kind of funny to watch.
I'm not sure, but she said something about the successor to Junko Enoshima or something.
A successor?
She's
Well, yeah, because she's dead.
to make a
Did you kill her?
not a paradise for all, and as queen of her little kingdom, she
No, technically Junko killed herself.
successor. She seriously believes
She did blast herself into space.
she'll go with pill and die.
She took all of the punishments from the first game back to back to back to back.
Hey, Toko. What do you think?
She went to the Death Carnival and loved it.
Well, first off, I still don't think we can trust her.
And the last one was the big squisher machine, so she squished herself.
Saying things like I was betrayed. She probably just wants us to let her go.
I mean, does she even have any power? What?
Really unarmed. See?
Don't do that.
Hey, stop!
If you still don't trust me, I'll let you in on a little secret. The whereabouts of that big fat liar
Isn't she on the top floor?
Excalibur, anchored at the rooftop helicopter port.
Okay, so she's in the Excalibur. Exactly where I figured we'd end up going.
Well, I thought she'd be on the
Excalibur
top
is the
floor,
name of-
not on the roof.
Well, no, so the Excalibur is their airship that they were flying around in.
That's what it
So
was
the
called?
airship is currently docked. Yeah, they called it the Excalibur.
That must have
um,
happened ages ago. I did not
it
remember
did.
that.
It did. But I'm pretty sure it was like session 1. But yeah, so my guess is once we're done with this building, we're gonna get on the Excalibur, but then the Excalibur is gonna take off.
It's that big airship thingy you so courageously jumped
Well, the only hope we have is that somehow, against all logic, there's gonna be an undestroyed helicopter on the top of this building.
got jumped by these Monokumas.
The device that
And yet somehow I killed 50 of them.
in this Excalibur thing too?
I'm guessing that liar poophead Monica is holding on to it. She's controlling the Monokumas. Jeez, her stupid magic. Hitting all characters.
That's not magic, that's the opposite of magic.
You should snatch it from her. Then you can give it to me for safety.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely get on that.
Safekeeping? You're just as bad as mine.
You're also a terrible liar.
Yeah, she's like a step below Monica.
And more importantly, Where's the hostage from?
I wonder what her ultimate... Well, no, we know what her ultimate goal would be.
Guy who looks like he has really pretty nipples?
Huh? Okay.
Wait, where's the hostage for Future Foundation? This is critical. You mean the blonde guy that looks like he has really pretty nipples?
Yeah, that's him. No doubt about it.
Uh,
Monster has to have beautiful nipples.
this isn't...
Wait, you haven't seen his nipples? I'm almost positive you would have seen him at a swimming pool by now.
The mask
Wouldn't we have seen them on that beach photo from the first game?
Oh yeah. She would have seen it in the photo of. There's one
The
at
fake
the beach
photo?
day, I think, and then there's also no, they're not fake photos.
They're doctored photos of Doom. Very
No, they're
badly
they're
doctored
photos.
photos.
They're photos from the first year of their school at Hope's Peak that they forgot about. And in all the photos, Junko's face is obscured.
Very, very obviously obscured, which is like the one plot point I was
Yeah,
able to
'cause
figure
there's-
out.
There's one beach one. There's one beach one where like you have the splash in front of there's the pool one where the flash. There's a track and field one, a pool one.
There was just like a problem.
I want to say there might be a beach one. I don't remember.
There was definitely, well, if it wasn't a beach one, it was definitely the pool one.
There is a
There's
pool
probably-
one. I know there's a pool.
There was probably just a generic like homeroom or lunchroom one. No wait, there was
Yeah, I
no,
think-
there was one in the classroom.
Yeah, I think there's like an actual class photo, like where they're all like just standing still and looking nice for a photo. But then I forget what's happening, like someone tripped or something, and so like their hand is in front of Junko's face.
But the key to that room is in that liar poophead bitch Monica's pocket.
All I gotta do is strip that brat down and snag that key.
Can't you just pickpocket her like a normal person?
Your legs and let starving dogs come eat her.
Okay.
Don't have
But she's handicapped. That doesn't even make sense.
to make her give us the key.
You could
Yeah, you
just
wouldn't
throw
have
her
to
out.
bury her. You could just leave her on the ground.
Yes.
So kind, miss. But remember, the device that controls the Monokuma
It's implanted in her head.
to me. You can trust me with it.
No, we can't.
After all,
Why? Who put the camera on the floor?
demons to me.
I don't know,
Not one bit.
weirdos.
Now then, good day.
Anyway, she's claiming adults aren't demons suddenly.
This is some
Really?
supreme bullshit.
Good day? Where's she going? She doesn't hate the adults anymore, huh? Don't make me laugh.
That was the worst. That was the worst attempt at manipulation ever.
Right now, we know where we need
That's exactly what a 10-year-old would try to pull to get something that they want.
There are more victims. We have to stop the kids and adults from fighting.
I wonder if we're gonna find the other kids, or if like the first two are like Turbo just dead.
Komaru.
If they are going to be confirmed to be dead, they're definitely going to be off-screen, because I don't think this game is ballsy enough to kill children.
I told you before.
Right. So what it would be is when the kids got grabbed by the other kids there, that was them getting dragged off to their deaths.
But got it. Got it.
Because back at the beginning, I was certain that the kids that were grabbing them were good kids that were saving them, but in reality, it's almost definitely bad kids.
Well,
Coins.
I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. It'd just be kind of a cool
We can go
detail
to
if
the-
they did confirm it.
Right.
Because, like, I don't need to give a shit about what happened to the monk guy because I don't care.
Okay. So I thought maybe there's something in this corner, but nope. It just tells you that there's something in that corner, so that when you get to the other side to walk around.
Yep. Get to it, Mr. Monkey.
Am I a monkey?
Because you are going through the rat race the game designed for you. Which means you are the monkey at the typewriter.
Hmm.
Come on, let's go get that item. It'll be another sock message that we can read, and it'll be perverted for no reason. That's kind of an interesting way to draw the children circles. They're just across from a jail cell. Who would design that vase?
Give me 1 second here.
Well, that is kind of true. Actually, no, this is probably some fortune cookie bullshit. Yeah, I kind of doubt that any sort of cleaning that you could drum up that could be done in 5 minutes probably is not going to help that much. You still can't clean after reading this. You should just give up. Oh, God. Yes, you are, Toko.
Toko!
Yeah, it's almost like Byakuya has told me that multiple times. What does this have to do with the cleaning book you picked up?
Amazing!
I don't know.
This is gotta be some social media bullshit she's about to say. Okay. No, this is BuzzFeed bullshit.
This does sound BuzzFeed bullshit. Actually, you know what this sounds like? Not BuzzFeed. What's the magazine that like would always try to give women advice like back when magazines were more
I don't know,
prevalent?
Teen Watch, Vogue, it could be a whole bunch of stupid things. Cosmo.
Cosmo. This sounds like a Cosmo thing. Cause like, if I would expect a magazine that would tell women to act
You
a certain
just
way
said that,
as a man,
Komaru. You
it would be
literally-
Cosmo.
No, that's people. That's all people.
Amazing!
Don't last long? What?
Oh, okay, I kind of get it.
What's going on?
Well, it's just like every bit of dating advice. It's just made up. Well, don't get love advice from fucking 16-year-old then, you ding-dong. What do you think?
I'll say basically the only important thing when it comes to relationship is to have a bit confidence in yourself and, you know, just be yourself. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's about it.
There's no big answer to it. It's just,
Right.
you just have to try.
Yep.
How much longer until we get to the
It's not that big of a building. It's probably like another 3 floors at most. Yeah, it'd probably be like, I don't know, another 6-ish.
Right.
Well, no. Oh, wait, we're halfway through according to that line right next to it.
Alright, now we're full.
Just seems to give you a full line, no matter how much you get from those batteries.
Oh,
Can you even reach that from there?
well, it's a group of sparkles, so it's the ones I have to scan.
Welp. The Beast Monokumas are doing a number up here. Here's a door made out of steel because we had a jail in our office.
What should we do? What should we do?
Try to open it,
Planning to open
you
this
dolt.
creepy-looking door?
Yeah, because the loot.
I mean, there might be something important.
Yeah, there might be, you know, a key or a password
Not gonna help you
or
out.
video game bullshit behind this door.
Don't say that. It's scary.
Well, considering you saw a ghost literally a half hour ago, lady. Of course you'd be scared by a door.
What is this?
Wait, the office has a torture room.
That's why I warned you. God, jeez. Let's get outside.
Oh yeah, remember the Monica came to this room and said something about mom and dad, remember?
Oh yeah. Oh
And
cool, we get
then-
to see something cool.
And then also talk to another person. So there was 3 people because she said mom and dad. She opened that she was in this room to start, and then she opened that door that we're looking at right now, and there was someone in there, presumably Byakuya is my guess, and she told them to come along, and then she also told mom and dad, which is now there's an interesting thing to that because now there's an interesting thing to that mom and dad thing because her supposed dad was the guy whose head we used, so that whoever she said when she said mom and dad might not have been someone else, or we'll find out.
It's Komaru's name in blood.
What is this?
It's also written in kanji.
Blood. Letters, right?
I mean, I know they're written in blood, but you don't know what a kanji looks like? Also, how are you here? How'd you get past all the robots?
Well, because he's been slowly following us. So
Oh
we've been
yeah,
getting
because they're
past the
definitely not
robots.
gonna respawn in behind us. Also, why is Haiji our shadow? Also pissed off.
It was here.
It was here that
What
they
was here?
broke my arm.
Mr. Haiji?
You have no idea what this room is, huh?
As long as it's dried blood, we're not gonna
It's a
draw it
torture
pink.
room.
This is a torture room.
Yeah.
No, I thought this was a museum.
Loved ones in here.
The tiniest museum ever.
You
What's
guys
with all the
have
black
problems, too.
oil on the floor?
I don't know.
Someone help! That's my wife!
Wait, they broadcasted this room to you?
Oh yeah, that's right, they did.
Us out from the base, those brats made us watch our loved ones get chopped up.
Why did you watch
It had
then?
The opposite effect, though. We were all too afraid to come out.
What? Such a despair-inducing idea.
I don't know why anyone would want to watch that. It sounds like the most fucked up thing you could watch. I'd probably just go to the other room.
This room, it represents all the despair we were forced to feel.
I know this is your stick, Danganronpa. Why do you boil everything down to hope and despair? There's other emotions.
Because that's
Not
its
an
shtick.
exaggeration. Every single one of us had loved ones killed in this room.
How the fuck did they have the time to kill that many people?
Did somehow discover
Hasn't this incident only been lasting like 2 weeks?
Yeah, so? Well, doesn't that sound strange to you? Do you really think those brats...
I mean, considering the
I
freaking
agree.
considering the children are acting more like robots, I would say, but yeah.
Well, capable or not, that's what happened. And that's why we can't show any mercy. Not anymore. I'll never forget.
Oh, that's why he showed up. He has to show us more character development about why he's going unhinged on us. Are we ever going to address why our name was written on the floor?
Bodies.
I think we're about to.
They threw them away like broken.
That's probably an incinerator because they're just going to turn this into the Holocaust bullshit.
When you do, I'm sure
If you want to be really fucked up, you have to have a body incinerator. That's just a rule.
Taking their side, it seems like something's off to
Which reminds me, I should probably put some time aside to watch Schindler's List. It's probably a good movie.
stay here a little longer. I have to.
I haven't seen it.
I have to tell the others about this place.
Mr. Haiji, I understand how you feel, but those kids didn't do it of their own free will.
Maybe, maybe not. It's not
Let's
fully
just
clear.
go.
I would imagine they're definitely influenced on some level.
Oh, see what's in the other door!
No, we're too freaked out to go look at it.
Toko, shouldn't we explain the brainwashing to Haiji?
Is anyone going to explain how this room got into the
Okay,
office?
she's talking about the kids in the helmets didn't have a choice yet, which is true. We do know for a fact the kids in the helmets were being brainwashed.
But I wanted to ask
Did they ever confirm how they're being brainwashed?
You heard about that from your
That something with the helmets brainwash people.
That is fact.
Eh.
So the computer stuff in the helmets.
And not just that, but a lot of things seem off.
How the fuck this room is in an office building of a building that already existed before the apocalypse?
Doesn't that seem strange? No matter how smart those brats might be, how could they possibly learn who they all were?
Well, they have a connection to Junko already established. I would imagine they have the information from Junko too.
far.
No, not based on the story we got. I don't think I'd believe that. Cause Junko found them and met them, and they like followed Junko around and were like, but they were never really like. It never made them sound like they were much more than grunts. Like as far as her whole despair organization and like end of the world bullshit came, it never really sounded like she was much more like the kids were much more than grunts to Junko. Just kind of a little side project of despair where it was just like, hey, let's see if I can make despair kids. And it's like, cool, I did it. Now I'm just going to go about doing what else I'm going to do. And the kids can just be part of my despair.
And now I need to go develop AI so that I can fuck over people forever.
You and me, we can do this.
I mean, at this point, like, the dungeon room shouldn't be, like, enough to shake you guys from your ultimate goal. Like, you've gone way too far to let this stop you in your tracks. I don't know, you could check again. Hey, do you want to fight, Abomination?
There's one behind me too, isn't there? Yup.
Oh my god, they fell for our obvious ploy. How could he have figured it out so easily? At least you have the longest hallway ever to fight them in.
Right.
And also, they're so slow, you can just run around them. Well, your back's against the wall, so you should probably think of a Resident Evil 4 style plan to get out of this. Do you ever spend any more time getting through Resident Evil 4?
I have not.
Well, you haven't saved Afterly yet. The most annoying character. Or like the fourth most annoying character.
Yeah, I started playing it again the other day when I was streaming with you, and then I don't know, I just kind of got. I was busy this week, so I don't even think I played much of anything this week.
I was trying to plow through RuneScape because I wanted to clean some, like, quests I had the requisites for to kind of get back into the point where I could just mindlessly grind and work on something else. But I didn't really make it, so that was kind of unfortunate. Because
Byakuya's nearby.
My plan for today was, because I thought that I was, like, really close to the end of Radiant Dawn, I thought I could plow through the rest of the game all in one shot, but I still didn't make it.
Stronger. You mean his Theo is getting stronger? Don't say it like that.
Well, I'm gonna imagine after he's been tortured or imprisoned for 3 days, he's probably not gonna smell all that great.
Again. The smelly master is good too. That itself is a reward for us. Us? You're including me in this?
No, she's including genocide.
Hey, there's no mistaking it. He's close.
Is he, like, strung up on the roof
Hey,
of this?
I know
Well, the ceiling, not the
what
roof.
called Monaca has, but before we go, let me nourish myself.
Gross. Don't word it that way.
But we don't have any food.
No, she's just inhaling the smell in the air that she claims she can smell.
This room kind of reminds me of, Third Birthday, a little bit. And I don't really want to be reminded of that game.
Okay, so I can't go up the stairs
But
yet.
you can't get this item, and I know that infuriates you, game player. That's what I put a fence in front of it. Welcome to the movie theater that we built on the top floor of our office building. I don't know what we're doing either. I'm Mr. Toa, and I'm insane!
Well, I guess we can only go through this door.
Well, yeah, that's your only option there, buddy. Welcome to the throne room of that terrible black bear. They still haven't picked up that kid's picture.
I guess they use this room as a war room.
I mean, if it was gonna be a war room, there should be at least, like, a table.
But I guess you can't expect.
I mean, it was where they had meetings, though, so in a way it was a war room.
War rooms usually, like, involve plan making.
You're mean. I'm glad you're on my side.
She wasn't on your side for, like, half the game. She was constantly insulting you. Also, that's not much of an insult.
Candid compliment.
You deserve that, Toko. That's like the most you deserve. You're not exactly a good person.
Behind the throne, everyone. So it really wasn't.
Really? All they had you do was shoot one guy.
Exactly the kind of room where he'd be hit. Yeah.
What the fuck is this room made out of? Lego?
Togo, what?
Huh?
Oh, she said something about this would be the room where they'd want to keep.
But she's right there! That didn't even make any sense!
Hold on, I have a thing that I think.
Okay, so I guess you could just start throwing bombs everywhere, Isaac style.
I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll toss one.
Well,
So
the
my
bombs
plan-
have physics, which is the problem. Oh
My
no, you were
plan is-
moving them.
I was moving them over there.
Hey, it
That was my-
worked.
There was a hidden passageway too.
Seriously.
Okay, I got all the sock things in the game.
You picked up the achievement?
Yeah, I got the achievement for finding all the sock things in the game after that book.
Well, they didn't show up on the stream, so never
That's
have
because
proof
I'm
of
only
it.
sharing the game window. I'm not, and that's part of the Steam overlay. So
You'll never have the cred for your gamerness now. This is a bug. Okay.
I really want to know whose fucking bug this is, because we know all of these hit list things are related to a character from the games.
Well, I guess we'll never be able to figure it out unless we New Game Plus this shit.
Or if there's another spot where we can run into the lady where we hand them in
That
case
lady
that
is
happens again.
The lady is such a badass. She might have actually got on the roof somehow.
Rain says there should be something like up on the throne, but
I don't know if you can.
Is it?
Oh, that's surprising. Well, you blew up the other guy, so now you don't have a chance to figure that out.
Well, so my guess is that was the only secret, is that, and that's why the game gave me a second bomb guy.
No, it doesn't. It looks exactly the same as the other hallway.
Pretty suspicious. But
It's not that suspicious. Not even that tall.
the storage room would be up a ladder. Well, let's just check.
This hallway doesn't make any sense to begin with,
Oh my
Coco.
god, oh my god, stop!
What?
Because there was a left-hand turn there. I don't want to go up the thing. I want to go
Well, the story says this door is more important.
right.
Here's a hit list room, or a
No,
Junko shrine
here's a
room.
room of photos of Junko literally everywhere.
Well, apparently not literally, because the kids were too short to get up the walls.
Fair enough.
That's kind of a cute...
However, they weren't able to get the one on the big one on the ceiling.
Photos of Junko and Ashina.
They're not even good ones. Like, she used to be a model, and, like, these are all of her, like, after she went crazy.
And Oshima?
A lot of
Also,
them,
somehow
yeah.
they got
Yeah,
photos... They got photos of her in the school incident place.
I mean,
How?
She was broadcasting that. Remember?
Trendy teenage
Yeah, this still seems kind of absurd.
What are you saying? Do you know how many people have died because of her? Sorry.
Yeah, she did cause the
Komaru
global
does this,
disaster.
actually.
And more importantly, this creepy room. It's like a cult headquarters.
Nah, it's just like an obsessed fans room.
Yeah, this isn't a cult's room.
What happened?
Cult, that it would have to be bigger. Especially since there's one chair in it.
Oh, hey, yeah, there's one picture with a lot of space around it.
That is weird.
Photo with Junko. It's Monaca. I see.
I just had to show off my cleavage in this picture for some reason.
Really? Looks like a normal smile to me. That just makes it creepier. Posing with Junko and Ashima and smiling like this. The way this photo was placed here, I guess this is Monica's room. No wonder she wants to be the successor. She worships Junko from the bottom of her heart.
Well, didn't they all do?
Basically.
I think it's a little strange.
I mean, what else could be strange about it?
Don't tell me you're still on.
I don't know what other implication there could be for this.
Curious, you can question her yourself. I thought Master would be here, since this is a hidden room and all. But I guess not.
Wait, how the fuck would she even get up here? You have to take a ladder to get up here.
That is an excellent question. How did she fucking get up here?
There has to be a secret door somewhere. Let's get looking.
Anyway, there's
Come on, secret door.
There's some model magazines of Junko. I'm trying to see if there's any pictures of Junko or she's not. Most of these are the evil Junko, and you can tell because the things in her hair are the Monokuma like faces. You know, she's not pretending to be a good
Yeah, I'm
person.
kind of
Hey, look at
surprised
that.
there's not more, like, considering she was famous, there should be a lot more magazine
A
covers.
famous model.
There should be a lot more magazine covers, and there's not. Monica is depressed too. Everyone is just sad. Was your father, like, shitty? Because I don't know if that's been totally established yet. Yeah, your mother was kinda terrible. We get it. Okay, so, like, her father didn't like her and her mother abandoned her.
Her adopted family apparently didn't like her.
Okay, so she was abandoned by both of them.
Well, no. Her adopted family didn't like her. I don't know if they abandoned her, but they were neglectful in a way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, my guess is this.
I don't think so. I'm not seeing any.
Nope.
Maybe they're on, like, the top ceiling. If they would be in here.
Well, because they mentioned something with this photo, so I thought maybe I had to do something, but.
Well, there's also a bed here that she put pictures on.
Yeah.
Well, that was useful. The Junko-obsessed person is definitely a Junko-obsessed person.
Checks out.
Here's your secret door you were looking for.
My intuition says we're almost at the highest level.
Now you can open that door and achieve your great loot.
That spiral staircase must be connected to
My intuition tells me we're almost at the highest level. You mean the fact that you can see the sky?
Well, if you turn around, then there's gonna be a Devil May Cry tower behind you. You just haven't seen it yet because you haven't turned around.
Anyway, we have to find the staircases and head down the staircase, because if we head down the staircase, there's an item.
It's not gonna be an item, it's gonna be another book that makes no sense.
It's everybody's notebook.
I mean, did Makoto single-handedly kill Junko?
No.
I don't think he did.
Technically, Junko killed herself. However, she killed herself in agreement to a battle with hope, like the ultimate battle of hopes versus despair with the people of the first, murder game. And she would have won if it wasn't for Makoto being able to rally everybody and become the ultimate hope. So it from a perspective, I could say, yeah, sure, I guess Makoto killed her, but in reality, I would argue that she killed herself.
I think that's giving Makoto way too much credit.
But Makoto beat her. That's what it is. Makoto beat her
because everyone else was too incompetent to do it.
Right, and then by Makoto beating her, she kept to her word of the loser gets punished. And punished herself and killed herself. Like, she didn't necessarily have to kill herself.
Well, if Kyoko had a bit more can-do attitude, she probably could have single-handedly do it, too.
That's true.
But she didn't. She was like, hey, Makoto, you do it. I'll give you the information and you put it together. 'Cause I'm that good of a detective. Okay, to the roof! Oh wait, no, there's a second page to this book. They're calling Makoto selfish. Oh, that's cute. Makoto, the incredibly selfish man.
Right?
He took candy from a baby! And gave it to a CEO man.
This door is locked.
We have to go find the key on the roof.
Master has to be on the other side of this door.
And to do that, we have to go defeat a robot dinosaur.
You're not gonna lose your composure this time? You're not
Well, I've
gonna
done that too many times, and now I have no energy.
And make ugly faces? Well, it's true that I might do that, but it's weird hearing it from someone else.
It's not weird when you do it.
Just fucking cut it. With your fucking scissors.
No, the door is too strong for that. The lock is made of too much titanium. I'm wondering how much Byakuya is gonna shove her into the corner when he sees her.
Are you sure he'd be okay with that?
I am genuinely getting kind of excited to see what exactly they do when she sees Byakuya for the first time again.
He's gonna say thank ... you. And that's it.
My guess is she's gonna be like, we're gonna get like a Toko fantasy, and then it's gonna cut out of the Toko fantasy. She's gonna run at Byakuya to like jump into his arms, and he's gonna walk past her. She's gonna jump and then fall into the ground, and he's gonna walk past her and thank us, as in Komaru.
Yeah, because seriously, we've done almost
The
everything.
most beautiful woman of all.
You are not in love. That is not what's happening.
Is there anything down this staircase?
No, there wasn't. There's not even secret loot. This isn't even a spiral staircase, it's just a ramp.
It is indeed just a ramp.
Who builds this long of a ramp and not stairs? Or, you know, an elevator? It's not... You've got up like 1.5 floors at most. Guys, you've been on this ramp for like 3 minutes.
I don't know, I can get dizzy from ramps like this.
Yeah, but this big of one? It's barely turning.
Maybe, but...
And now
it's hard
here's
to
the
say.
elevator. What the fuck? You put a giant ramp up here to an elevator.
Right?
Why? Was
To build tension.
was Toa Group like making massive amounts of drugs and they just had to launder a whole ton of money? Why are there buses on the roof? What?
This huge airship is the Excalibur.
Is there like a freight elevator on the back of the building we don't know about?
Oh,
This isn't the blimp. This is way too big. This thing's like 5 times as big as the blimp we were on. This is a fucking sky yacht.
whoa, that's a lot of them.
Oh, that's why there are buses on the roof. to be completely inconceivable enemy boxes. Well, you've killed 5 of them.
Give me a round of Don't get in my way.
Buses on the roof. Well, that was a lot of kills at least.
It's like right in front of me.
Now here's some balls. Next, you're gonna get some Monokuma ghouls, and then you'll get the beast ones, and then maybe you'll just get a pack of all of them at once.
Oh, I see the puzzle. I screwed it up.
Is there a puzzle to this?
Yeah, there's one of the dancing ones so that if I make it dance, they all go to it. So I could have got like all of them in like a one easy go with that, probably.
Oh yeah, there is an alarm one running around.
Done already.
We can't go anywhere, so I'm just gonna keep doing these tight circles. Huh, you almost killed all of them. Oh, now here's a second lot of them, and here's an explodey man. Okay, well that's an obvious puzzle at least. It's not even a puzzle. It's like, here's a bomb. Use the bomb to kill everything. You hit Toko in the head.
Oh, what? There's another one?
Well, either that or just someone from off screen hit you in the head.
Well, yeah. So the ones that throw food are the ball ones. Oh,
There
he's
you
too
go.
far away.
Yeah, just roll him off the roof.
Right?
He had 1 HP, and you took it away from him. You monster, Komaru. Now here's round 3.
So damn annoying. Enough already.
You know, it's the final kill box before the end of the game, so you're
Right.
just gonna have to deal with it.
Hold on.
And we hid a collectible up here just to fuck with you even harder. Well, that's the second to last one at least. Oh, and here's a Beasto. No, wait, that's a... I forget what the official name for those ones were. The junk ones.
The junk ones are the like hodgepodge body ones.
You can't kill me, I'm a spaceman. If you do this, you're gonna ruin the moon landing. Look at what you've done. You've turned me into anime. You've turned me into a meme, Jack. There's a bomb one for no reason. Why is there a junk Monokuma and a bomb one in the corner? This is just all burn boys. You didn't even split him in half completely, Jack. Oh, thank Christ. If there was any more, you probably would have been fucked. You would have been out of battery, at least.
Free of interruptions. All we gotta do now is get in the airship. Then let's hurry and end
It's time to get our pilot's license. What?
Hey, Toko.
Yeah, just put the camera 2 miles away from the action. That'll work.
A lot of terrible things happen to me in this city. And I have a lot of bad memories. But I am so happy that I was able to meet you.
Why? Toko's not that positive of an influence.
Say that stuff after everything's over. You're right.
Can't we just take this ship and fly away from the situation?
I mean, yeah, but the whole point is we want to stop the Monokumas and stop the adults from killing all the kids in the helmets.
This is what happens when you got idealistically involved. Now you're putting your neck on the line for your beliefs. And you're gonna regret it, Komaru.
I'm sure that girl Monica is in that huge hall all the way in the back.
How do you know she's here? She's on another boat. Okay, time to Metal Gear Solid our way there. Get in the air vents.
Oh, cool. Map is just unknown now.
Well, yeah, it's probably just gonna be a long hallway. You know, we need to rip the door open. We can't just squeeze through the hole in it. What? Monica killed herself already, somehow. Monica is dead. So is Monica just gonna be every child abuse rolled into one person?
That's gonna be my guess.
Monica is the ultimate depression. It's already in despair. The apocalypse is currently happening. You don't need to do that. It's already happening. Here's another 2 batteries. Those aren't batteries. Also, they're not even useful. Can I buy a battery from you? Well, there goes all your money. Why is Feebly on this list?
I can buy here.
I hope you enjoy those 2,000 fake coins.
My guess is we have to go up to that.
There's apparently a church on this
side
boat.
Areas. Let's explore the side areas.
I mean, it's supposed to be a big old boat, so here we are.
This is it's kind of like a maze. We're gonna have to just run everywhere.
Yeah, because
we don't have a map.
Okay. I definitely love...
Is hippo skin really 4 centimeters thick? That's surprising to me. That's crazy.
Jotaro's flavor text is the best. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Can I go through any of these doors?
that's the
No, I
hoops his
can't.
brain had to jump through. The person who built this stupid thing doesn't know what the hell a
Hey.
hallway is meant to be.
Alright, so we found that. We found the thing. We can't go into any of the doors, it seems.
And you'll never get the final achievement
went
for the
that
collectibles.
way.
You
That
missed
way is
one.
where we came
Haha.
from. We'll go here. No, I'm
We're just
probably
gonna-
already missed one.
We're just gonna build a bunch of hallways that don't go anywhere because we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Well, they lead to doors. It's just the doors don't. I can't. The game doesn't let me go through the doors.
It's my fault that I exist. I don't think that's true.
My guess is there's one for each of those kids.
Well, let's
On this
get
floor.
let's go rip off the band-aid then. We gotta get the pink one.
Right.
Cause it's not gonna be pretty.
No, the pink one's gonna be really disturbing.
No, they've all been
So-
disturbing.
That's fair. But it's gonna be extra disturbing, probably.
Yep, it is gonna be the last one. I got an A, just an A. You didn't get more than 100 out of 100? You fucking idiot! Get out of my face! You don't have the time? Literally, school is the only thing in kids' lives.
Oh, he wasn't even like at school. He was like drugged, sitting at a table, being homeschooled.
Welp, here it is. This isn't it.
Family from the day before yesterday, by Toko.
Fukawa.
Oh, interesting. We don't even get to read this book.
Don't you want to open it? Yeah, that is weird. How the hell do you sell a book that has no synopsis on it? What the fuck is a pure novel? That doesn't even make sense. I mean, sure. Why don't you read the first 5 pages? That'll give you something.
Yeah, but sadly it won't give you a synopsis. Like, let's say the book has some crazy, like, you know, like Harry Potter. I'm pretty sure if you read the first 5 pages of, like, Harry Potter, you might not even know it's about wizards yet.
You'll know it's about a child, and that's all you need, stupid book
Right.
readers. All you need is a subtitle and a child.
Never really liked Harry Potter.
Well, I've never bothered with it.
I tried back in high school, I think, and then it just wasn't for me.
Someone tried showing me one of the movies at a birthday party ages ago, and did not give a single shit.
Right? Yeah, that's kind of my opinion too.
This is
Don't mess with me.
just very boring.
I remember in elementary school though, like everybody was reading the books.
Yeah, because that's when it was at its highest point.
Yeah.
And then the prequel series happened and kind of pissed away all that goodwill if the other thing hadn't done that already.
Right. If the writer being just a kind of not a good person for a couple different things.
Because while that stuff isn't important, as long as the quality's good, once you make a bad movie, you're out of this town, bitch. Get out of our face. You may have another 7-movie deal, but no one's gonna care.
Is there really that many more movies they're supposed to make?
I would
didn't know.
imagine whatever studio could be dumb enough to get suckered into that, but maybe they just signed up for a trilogy, because I think they've already done 3 movies.
Obvious.
But then again, like, all I heard was that apparently the first couple movies kind of disappointed people.
You're right.
It would be impossible to write a novel about Komaru, the most boring person imaginable. We would have to completely develop her personality from the ground up, despite her being 20 years old.
It's not just your memory. It's both our memories together.
What? Why is she being smug
Well-
about this?
Okay, so Toko went and said if I wrote that, or like if I had that story, I wouldn't want, I'd keep it as a memory just for myself. And and then Komaru's being sentimental by being like, nah, because this happened to both of us and we're both in this together. It's not a memory of just you. It's a memory for both of us. Like what happened in this town, the two of us bonding, that is something both of us will cherish, right?
It seems kind of weird to be sentimental about this in the middle of it.
Your hairstyle's weird.
Yeah, it's almost like your fucking hairstyle has a mind of its own.
My antenna is charming and really pretty.
No, it's
She is
not.
right. She does have an antenna.
It's just odd. It makes no sense.
You made me happy.
We did?
Apparently.
But we did.
Don't mess with me.
She admitted it. That's amazing. Okay, let's go get the facepalm book.
Right.
We gotta see this through. It's gotta be full circle.
Alright, there we go.
Hey, it's a tongue twister.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. There's a ton of reasons tongue twisters are hard to say.
Beware of wearing bear undies, the undies I wear all the time. Okay. Where is she going with this?
I also like how this one so far is the most pages.
Why is it 5 pages long?
I don't know.
Well, now we're getting into it. Oh yeah, she was triggered by the word gentle.
Right?
Fantastic. Okay, let's go shoot a child in the face.
Right.
Not only a child, but the handicapped child, too. It's gonna make us feel really bad when we have to curb stomp her head in.
Jeez. The atmosphere.
Oh hey, we're getting the ending music already.
Final boss fight.
It also could mean that they just built a church on this giant boat, because, like, a boat this big, I would very easily assume is a cruise liner. Because why else would you build a boat this fucking big?
Yeah, I guess you're right. After all, we're a powerful team.
Yeah, I have infinite ammo and you have infinite health.
Cooler name than that.
Well, then you think of one. You're the ultimate writing prodigy after all.
Are they gonna roll credits on this? Is this gonna
Oh,
be
no.
we're
No,
gonna call
no.
ourselves the Ultra Despair Girls?
Oh my
And then,
god.
like, is that what they're lining up to do?
No, that's too stupid.
The ending.
Yeah.
Why would they call themselves the Ultra Despair Girls?
I don't know why they'd call themselves that either, but we'll see.
They're gonna
No,
co-
it doesn't look like. So
Oh,
it was just like a powerful
Toko.
team, and then Coco is like, you can't think of something better, and then they just kind of went with it. All right, so cool. They're not doing their role. I think that's better than trying to call themselves the Ultra Despair Girls.
I thought they would have come up with something.
Hey, so you finally decide to show up, huh?
Why do we have to even talk to you?
Oh, this isn't a manga. It shouldn't take a whole year for a day to pass.
What?
Black Monokuma?
What?
What does the color have to do with anything?
Vulgar.
That's just because he's covered in gold chains and random silver bullshit. Like, look at him. Also, he's constantly spitting up spit on everything.
No respect. Yo, I'm so baller. If a professional musician ever came to my concert, they'd retire the next day. I'd make them choke on the haterade. And
The haterade.
when I'm done with
That expression's not unique to this game.
I know, but God, it feels like that's from ages past.
I mean, this game is over a decade old.
Really? This is like 2014?
This is a.
so you know.
Let me pull it when this game came out.
I thought it would have been around like at least 2016-ish. Little brother is dead.
The game came out in North America September 1st, 2015, but it came out in Japan
In 2007.
September 25th, 2014. So we got it a year later.
Hey, at least they're on
Roughly.
the ball.
Well, he's like a brother. We bad folks stick together, you know.
Hey, well, who's like a brother?
He was talking about
Oh.
Shirakuma.
Hirakuma.
That bear that I didn't like.
But that ain't
I don't even know why. I can't even remember why I didn't like that character.
Kid. I'm talking about why Monica ain't here. To tell you the truth, it's nap time for little Monica.
Okay.
Time.
Oh yeah, she's still a kid after all. She wore herself out being all hyped up.
So now you're gonna be fighting me instead.
What is this?
Or he's gonna give us some weird puzzle.
It's probably just bedrooms.
Brave enough chicks to disturb her nap. You could always try opening the door.
Which one? There's 3 of them.
Well, if I know.
What?
I made this little trap to keep out fucks like me.
She made trap bedrooms.
Lamo, instant death. Hello?
Are you serious?
But if you leave her be, she'll sleep for like 3 years. Now what you gonna do? Huh?
What?
Shoot. Damn it, you're making me impatient.
But this sounds like bullshit. That doesn't even make sense.
What do you think? Any idea which door she would choose? Rather than choose, it's more.
Oh.
Which would she
Wait, don't they all have ramps?
But it can't be that simple.
But also, it doesn't even answer the question. Does it?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, let's look at the puzzle again.
If you solve this quiz, you
She
won't
can
get
access 2 of them.
work done.
She can access 2 of them.
Well,
But
go
remember
up.
how the secret room was up a ladder?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense in context.
My brain says just like how her her room with the pictures of Junko. Out of curiosity, can I kill you?
No, he's
What happens if I
he's
just-
probably just a background object.
Yep.
Also, he's a fairy.
Okay.
Also, he's a ghost.
So, what's this door?
That's the secret 4th instant
I
kill
can't,
door.
I can't even pick that. So my thought is this one has a ramp and this one's just on ground levels, but we know the secret Junko room is up a ladder. So up a ladder, right? We go up the ladder because that's the only one she.
Title of Voice of a Generation hasn't been taken yet, so
Right? We just.
stop taking this so seriously and help me come up with ways we can.
Well, I mean, if we die, I'll probably just get like a fucking. Wait, what? We actually
She can
got
walk.
it?
Also, she can walk.
Oh, that too.
Good morning.
I want to know what happens if I pick the other 2 doors now, though.
Yeah.
She stood up. Monica is standing.
She's also doing a pole vault, or just a pole jump.
Haiji's lying. I knew it.
Also, Haiji's not here.
You can stand. Your legs aren't paralyzed.
Okay. We already know she's a bad person.
Would you look at that? You're totally right.
That's not much of a twist game.
Right? You just
Yeah, but why? It didn't do anything.
Don't tell me. You saw my secret room, didn't you?
The torture room? Or the
No,
picture
the
room?
Junko room that was up the ladder. Because remember, that's why I picked the door that was up the ladder. It's because the Junko room had to be hers, and it was up a ladder.
I saw the photo of you and Junko, so I figured that was your room.
Excuse me.
But something didn't add up. To even get to that room, you have to climb up a ladder.
Which you pointed out.
There's no way
Yeah,
you
they
could
didn't
use
pick
that
it
room
up on.
if your legs were disabled.
I see. So that's how you figured it out.
It was more just a lucky guess.
You might have a stupid-looking face, but you sure are pretty smart.
But why pretend that you're disabled?
Because pitiful children are the most powerful, don't you think?
Huh?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Her life was terrible. She didn't feel like she belonged there. But Monica was more brilliant than her brother or her father. And they hated her for it. Then
I don't know. Like, do we even have evidence that she's smart?
all I had to do was become a pitiful figure. Then I would have the whole world's sympathy. The wheelchair was inconvenient, of course, but thanks to the act, I acquired much. I even acquired the Warriors of Hope.
I don't know if that would have affected any that much.
Me too. They thought they were the reason I ended up in a wheelchair, so they really pitied
I mean, I guess at one point if you just randomly started pretending you were disabled, that would kind of make sense because then no one would know why that happened. And apparently,
All the other kids.
I mean, considering your family, they definitely wouldn't take you to a hospital for that because
Yeah,
then
especially
they
if
would
think it's
figure it
because of
out.
child abuse. Yeah, especially if they think it's because of child abuse. Because I was gonna say an X-ray would just prove she's doesn't have a broken spine.
Which she never got for obvious reasons.
When Monica talks, everyone freezes. When Monica smiles, everyone stops smiling. For Monica, the outsider, the eyesore, to survive in that house, she did what she had to do.
I want to ask you. The Papa and Big Brother you mentioned.
Yeah, as the ghost and Haiji.
Toa family?
Oh, so you know that much too.
See,
So what, Haiji just didn't like you? I don't know why he doesn't like you.
It's a coincidence. Delusion and fantasy with a little coincidence mixed in.
But that just makes it too big of a coincidence. It's totally real.
I'm so desperate to make my fantasies real. That's why whenever I think about the girl I like, I strip her naked in my mind and pose her.
Okay, now's not the time for that talk. Silent mode.
So you're the one who made Komaru come here by using that skinny white-haired boy, right?
Yes.
Skinny white-haired boy.
Oh, Nagito.
Okay.
Nagito has white hair, right?
I always thought it was brown, but I guess it could be white.
My plan? Oh, you mean the children's paradise? Well, personally, I don't really care about that.
I have to become queen of the universe.
Does it have something to do with the successor?
Yep, that's right. The successor is the most important thing to Monica. And
Can't we just, like,
I want
pick
you
up
to be
Monica
satisfied.
and take her away or something?
Well, you are essential for the success.
Or can we not catch her because she jumps too high?
Just what I'd expect from the little sister of the ultimate hope. You're so impressive, Meow. Completely different than when I first met you. Now, you have the face of a savior.
Savior?
What is Monica's plan here? She's in front of, like, two people who are, like, 10 years older than her.
But who cares about any of this? Hurry up and hand over the key to Master's room.
Key? Monica doesn't have anything like that.
I threw it out a window.
Like dumb. Hand it over.
Like I said, I don't have it. You want to strip search me to make sure? Monica doesn't mind. But weren't you guys in a hurry?
Yeah, but we're in a hurry to stop you, and you're right in front of us. And now
Yeah,
I
there's
will
the
play
controller we
DS
need.
games at you.
Right? You want to stop Mr. Monokuma, right?
And I'm gonna break this in half.
Monica Toa, Chief Executive of Toa Group Robotics Branch.
Sure, why not?
This is the magic that Monica invented.
I invented the power of robots.
As Monaca has her magic, Monaca can control the Monokumas and the Monokuma kids.
So apparently she's a roboticist genius who was able to build, who, you know, the
I have
company
invented
used
the
to build
Game
the
Boy.
robotic decisions. And she was able to build the Monokuma robots as well as she's the person who apparently built the devices used to brainwash the kids.
Brainwashing them too?
Huh? You didn't know that?
I didn't bother thinking about it.
This idiot rat slipped up. In that case, I'll make you hand over the controller by force. And after that, I'm going to make you hand over the key to Master's room with even more.
I'm gonna drop kick you down this window.
I don't think that's possible. After all, I have a trump card.
My throne.
A super big, awesome battle robot the Toa Group Robotics branch created. That is Monica's masterpiece. It's so much better than the
Well,
other
considering the other robots were pretty shitty, I mean, that's not a huge bar to leap.
to you.
What's Kurakuma gonna do? Is he gonna transform?
Apparently.
Why did they put Monaca sideways for a second? And also, it was on the ceiling. We had a curtain put on the ceiling for some reason. It's got 6 arms?
It's got the parts of all the other ones, I guess.
And Kurakuma's gonna drive. I mean, this is just completely ridiculous. Why are you on the staff? Wouldn't you want to be in some ways more
And she's
stable?
broadcasting it to the adults. Okay.
Why?
Don't know. My guess is if we beat her.
White bear? Hell no.
Okay, so definitely got blinkers on the arms, so that's probably a first place to start.
Oh, fuck. I forgot how, like, wonky this shit can be to.
Okay, you're gonna have to... God, what is it? You're gonna have to quadraxis this.
I am feeling pretty fired up. The blinking part looks suspicious.
Come on, get your Metroid Prime training on.
End this. The vulgar one came out.
Can I shoot him?
Gotta aim
Yeah,
for
just
him.
shoot him.
You called for me.
Or beat him up, why not?
You sure tried hard.
Oh, shit.
You really want to save the adults?
Here's the pointless panty shot. Because you're not gonna do any damage. Well, you just cut off her legs.
I was just about to go donate to charity. 1 day is 24 hours? Ah, too damn short. I need some insomnia, cause sleep is the cousin of death. Who's a bad boy?
Oh, fuck.
Who's a good boy?
Yeah, you don't have a dodge roll in this game, do you? You should probably
Nope,
go pick up the
not
battery,
really.
too.
Oh, there's ones on the back, too, I have to shoot.
Shoot? I was just about to go donate to charity.
I mean, if you're gonna use them, you really gotta do your combos, like, a lot faster.
Nobel Prize for Monokumas. I got it in the bag.
Ow, fuck.
Did he just,
Did I
like...
get HP?
Did he do
He
drop...
dropped these.
Did he do drop
on.
bomb? Oh, no,
Oh,
even
no.
Genocide Jack couldn't handle it. I mean, I know her gimmick are knives, but how the fuck are knives gonna take out this thing?
Her gimmick are scissors.
Scissor knives.
About to lose?
I mean, is the bot down?
Yep.
Wait, that was it?
We took it down.
How? Now get ready for the real final boss,
Hey, I'm
because
making
that
a
was
third
really
save
stupid.
because I want to go back and go through the wrong doors.
Did you just blow up a child?
I don't know. We'll find out here in a second.
Oh,
so
that-
Karakuma's head went out the window.
Thank Christ, I hated that guy. God, what a
But-
shitty character.
But just like Shirakuma, he can talk as a severed head.
We did it! Yay. I feel underwhelmed from this.
Well, it feels like we were meant to beat her again. Like, why is she showing it to the adults?
You're kidding me. Monica lost?
Like, I think this is part of her plan.
That's right.
You know what? I think this is part of Servant's plan. Like, he's gonna pop up and be like, "Hi,
It's part of
bitches! I got
someone's
you!"
plan.
No. Is Monica gonna be killed? I don't wanna die.
I don't think Komaru has the balls to kill a child.
But if you don't hand over that controller, it will not be pleasant.
No, that's no good. If this controller is destroyed, Monica's plan will fail.
Just shoot it with a code gun. It's made of technology.
Successor.
That's enough. Just hurry up and hand it over, or I swear I will spank you good.
Oh. Fine.
Yeah, I feel like this was too easy, so there's a trick to this.
She had an ultimate trump card, which was the actual controller.
If I break this, the Monokumas stop, and the brainwashing helmets.
It's
will
gotta be a fake. Or something.
Uprising will be over. But that was, well,
Yeah,
jo-
okay, so even Komaru is mentioning that it was kind of easy.
okay?
Yeah, but why would you build a giant spider robot just as a decoy plan?
For an ending that has us getting beaten up and thrown from one despair to another, just like
You've already been doing that, though.
I don't want that, but
Just break the stupid thing, then. Or take the cartridge out, at least.
hurry up and end this. It's
Yes,
really
obviously.
It's obviously okay. You can stop the Monokumas and the brainwash gets lifted.
Is this the trick? Is this gonna be a controller to something important that we shouldn't have broken? Yeah, don't
Alright, what do
break
we
it.
do? Oh, okay, so my guess is we aren't supposed to break it, but let's break it and see what happens. Let's get the bad ending and see what happens. My guess is all the kids with the helmets on are gonna die.
Saw after that was fireworks.
What, the entire city explode?
As a savior.
Hold on, let's see.
Yeah. A savior.
You blew up the city
Oh yeah, the city is blowing up.
Savior of Toa City.
by leveling it to the ground.
I became hope.
Komaru, what are you talking about?
Adults who were treated so
You killed all the adults.
blessing me. It's all thanks to me.
So Komaru died. Because did the blimp even take off?
Game clear. Alright.
We did it.
And the game put this back. Okay,
But
so
what the fuck
if we
just
break-
happened?
If we break the controller, apparently the city's gonna blow up and everybody's gonna die.
But why did the game just come back to this then?
Because it's just like what happened when we did the wrong choice in the first game, where we like saw the bad ending where they grew up, and then all of a sudden it was like a, hey, Makoto, snap to it. Like,
Well-
come on, what do you want to do? And then like the game made us choose again, remember?
Yeah, because it made canonical sense, because it was just like a flashback or like a delusion, like he was just thinking that might happen, but then it was like
Concerning you?
they didn't do that here, so I don't even know what just happened.
Concerning or
Just like now we're just spliced into a different timeline.
that maybe you want to be Monica's ally at the last minute? So you're
No need to hesitate. Just break the controller. End this already. You're right.
Reminder, we're on television to the adults.
Yes.
Please wait!
Oh, it's Miss Fayed lady.
She's acting.
You? Why are you here?
Fayed was the red-haired boy.
Oh yeah,
She's
you're home.
theater.
Who are you?
She's theater.
Theater.
Yeah, she's like acting.
Don't break the controller! Yay! Kotuko, you came to save me!
With your own battle robot. Boom.
Hell would want to save you! Huh? I didn't know breaking the controller would also end the brainwashing. That would be bad. If it's just the Monokumas, that's fine. But the kids, we lose all the friends we made. If that happens, I'm gonna be all alone.
What
friends.
That's the reason she wants us to not break the controller? I thought she might actually know why we're not supposed to break the controller.
Well, I mean, if that's what happens, then why does this also control, like, bombs placed all over the city?
Yeah, we'll have to find out here in a second. Hopefully it gets brought up.
Don't break that controller. If you don't, I promise, I'll kill all of the adults and build paradise. Shut your mouth, traitor! Otoko, why are you saying such mean things? We're friends. No, we're not! You're just a traitor who killed your own friends! Oh, please. Please forgive me. It's just forgive me.
Please forgive the fact that I killed the only two people who were your actual friends.
Never again. Shut up! Be quiet! Die!
What's going on? Just let those idiots fight. Hurry up and break the controller.
No! Stop! Please! Leave me just some hope! I'll even settle for just a little!
What hope? You really think there's hope for you guys?
Miss Komaru Naeki, please let
They probably have some hope, like, they're like 11. They'll live for a long time.
make the right choice. If you don't choose right, you're gonna replay this moment.
That still doesn't canonically make sense.
So make
We're not in
the
a time machine.
properly.
What choice?
Here's a second choice. Now pick from these three options.
You're right.
Okay, let's don't break it again.
Now I'm gonna break it again.
Why are you constantly contradicting my don't breaks? Now we're just gonna get the same ending again.
I'm assuming it's gonna be the same ending.
After that,
Yeah, okay, it was.
yeah, the city.
Why do you keep blowing up the city?
Europe gets
Look at what you've done. You've also probably killed yourself because the building
Actually,
probably
the tower,
collapsed.
aren't we in that tower, that one tower off to the side that isn't blowing up? There's like one building that's not blowing up in that picture, and I assume that's the building we're in?
Again, this doesn't canonically make sense. Here's a game clear. That definitely happened, but now we're back.
Well, so I think the game is just showing us the alternate timeline, and then it just brings us back to the moment.
Komaru, stop killing yourself.
What happened?
This isn't helping.
Huh? You're not gonna break it? Didn't you want to stop those crazy kids? Didn't you want to be the heroine of this dirty, lame penal colony? Didn't you want to be everyone's hope? Just like your brother? Are you sure?
Maybe this has something to do with her poisoning herself all the time.
Over and over.
Hold on a second. This is backwards.
What do you mean backwards?
Want her to destroy the controller.
But
Okay.
she suddenly told us to break the controller.
Because this is a magic scene! A happy ending scene! With all the Monokumas and Monokuma kids! God for that! Right! Ignore her! It's okay! You didn't make a mistake at all!
Well, clearly we didn't because the game's still going.
Watch the controller get destroyed. Shut up! You be quiet!
Toko, what should I do?
So, if I don't break the controller, the game moves forward, but it, like, eventually loops back around to make the fucking choice. But if I make the one, I get the same ending.
Well, we
But
haven't
I do
established
find it
that for
kind
a
of-
third time. We might get a completely different ending the third time.
I will share the responsibility as well. So, just
I'll take the responsibility for dying.
Alright, third time.
Okay, break the controller this time. It'll definitely work. Break the controller.
Do we get a different time?
Let's get another ending.
It's gonna be the same, I already can tell.
I saw after
Yeah.
Ah, why? Fuck you,
This
game.
is me playing video games, though. I will pick the bad ending option 3 times if offered it at 3 different points to see if it's different at any of those points. Sadly, it's not.
So we've now established there are 3 timelines where Komaru dies. Killed herself accidentally. Because if the boat hasn't taken off, that means that the building it's on is going to collapse, and she's probably going to be flattened by dropping 10 floors into the ground.
That's right. Good. Thank you, Big Sis. Thank you so much for not breaking Monica's special.
But now
controller.
what?
She
Well,
Side are you on?
now the adults who have been watching this on TV think that,
We're on their
So-
side.
yeah, so I think Monica's got us in a catch-22. So because if we break the controller, she wins because the bombs go off and everybody dies. If we don't break the controller, the adults who are witnessing this will believe that we switched to the kids' side, and they'll rush the building and start attacking the kids and shit, which Monica wants to happen anyway. So
And that's
my
how we
guess
have
is-
it.
my guess is this is a catch-22.
And this is how we have the actual final boss against the giant Monokuma Mech.
He'll be here soon. Probably running down the hallway right
But
now.
Servant doesn't have the ability to run legs. Oh,
How did you
Haiji.
know his hand was on the door?
Because he's just a very coincidental fellow.
See? Just like Monica said. Bullseye. We do have a sibling connection.
Well,
after all.
yeah, but he hates you.
Why are you here?
I just had to see it with my own eyes. I had to
You're gonna
strangle
kick-
her myself.
Came to save Monica,
He's just gonna kick her upside the head, right?
I don't know if he'd be that edgy, but I could sort of see it.
I could see it.
Picked on by the kids and the adults. Isn't that awful? Big brother, save Monica.
Don't tell me that's what you're actually here for.
Oh,
Yeah, now
he's
he
also
is
insane.
Don't be an idiot. Who the hell's gonna save you?
Big brother.
Stop calling me that. You're not my sister. You're
Oh,
just
I get
another
what the
man's
hell's been
sister.
going on.
I didn't want you around. I never thought of you as family.
Why? Why are you being so mean? Monica's just a child.
You're no child. You're a brat who never learned her place. And now it's biting you in the ass. It's over.
Well, that's pretty unfair to say to a
I'm
10-year-old.
finishing this now.
Please, stop, big brother.
I mean, if they felt this way about her, why didn't they just, like, force her into, like, some sort of orphanage/learning school?
Controller for the Monokuma. What are you doing? Hurry up and destroy it! End this nightmare already!
And now here's the fourth same choice.
Controller, all of Monica's hard work will be wasted.
You're probably right. It is probably gonna give you the option again.
I won't be able to inflict despair on the world.
How crazy are you?
He hasn't kicked her yet.
Now hurry! Hurry and
I think he's too busy maniacally laughing and yelling at Komaru.
Destroy it. This is some kind of trap.
destroy it! Destroy it, Komaru!
I mean, I know Haiji only has one arm, but at this point, I'm sure he'd probably rip it out of her arms and just do it himself.
Right? Start stomping on it or some shit. Alright.
Don't break it. Why? Why are we here again? No.
It is 100% the same cutscene every single time.
Why are you doing this? You've destroyed yourself 4 times. And also everyone else. The only one who deserved it was Haiji, and, like, I don't think that was good enough. You've been
Alright,
wasting
place your
the...
bet.
you've
Will
been-
there be a 5th time we're asked to break the controller?
You've been wasting too much time on the Animus machine, Komaru. Stop it. We're running out of money.
What is this? Why are you siding with those brats?
I'm not siding with them or
I just don't know.
Hit what they did? If that's the case, then shut up and listen.
I'm going to describe all the tortures that I saw in that room. But she can't hear that.
Amazing. A big chorus of destroyed.
We're like 12 floors up. How the fuck can we hear them?
All this time, the people outside were watching. They saw you defeat
I don't care about them.
Okay, but did
At
they
least,
see that Monica
sort of.
can stand? I'm actually curious about that because Monica's sitting on the floor in a way where she's not moving her lower body at all, and so I want to know if she's pretending to be paralyzed again now that her brother's here, or whether her that's that got witnessed by the people outside. Because depending on when they started to get broadcasted,
you? You're filming all of this.
I mean, on the robot, she was in a chair, so she
Yeah,
could still
'cause my
get away
point is-
with it.
Yeah, my point is, if the filming started once she was already on the robot, then no one knows she's not paralyzed other than us.
They're waiting for you to destroy them.
Otherwise,
Everyone expects it from you.
Haiji is an unhinged
Wake
monster.
them up from this
You
nightmare.
probably shouldn't listen to him.
You showed us hope. We were able to finally stand up to those brats because of your speech.
Your terrible, god-awful speech.
That's why I'm not afraid of these kids anymore. It's all thanks to you. You are hope itself to us.
I love how her legs are trembling
But if you
in front of because of Haiji.
I just have to help you.
I'm afraid of the guy with one arm.
Oh,
What are you doing?
What you've done.
Pulling her
pulling her
forehead
hair,
hair?
I think. He's pulling on her hair.
Then there's no way they'd side with you.
everything?
The reason why you want a successor.
Yeah, he's just like clumping her hair in in his fist.
I'll make sure you.
I think he's just pulling her hair right now.
Fine, I'll talk.
Now we're gonna get her
Alright.
entire backstory all at once.
I mean, we haven't gotten her backstory yet.
Attending the Hopes Peak Academy Elementary School.
Oh yeah, we saw this when they all tried to commit suicide or something.
The Warriors of Hope to commit suicide.
That's not a prank though.
It is in her mind.
Wait, what? That was a prank? Oh, of course. Monica didn't intend to end her own life at all.
How are you gonna get out of this though?
So seriously.
Right? How would she have gotten out of this? She just rolled off the edge the second they pulled with her.
And around then, Monica met Big
Oh yeah, and then Junko like found them that instant.
But apparently Monica never was planning to commit suicide. Meaning Monica's kind of like Junko in that regard.
Junko is light itself that will shine down on Monica's boring little world.
I wouldn't call your life boring, little lady.
Thank you, God! At least, at the time I thought it was a miracle. But later I learned it was
That was not inevitable. That's probably the opposite of inevitable.
advantage of me.
Take advantage?
By then, Monica was already a chief executive at Toa Group's robotics branch. Oh, Big Brother.
Thank you, nepotism.
Wasn't it painful?
It allowed you to employ an 11-year-old as an executive producer.
You didn't want to hear that little truth, did you? Big Sis Junko only cared about Monica. The other Warriors of Hope were just bonuses.
She saw something in your banana hair.
Look us all!
So Junko came to find Monica because she knew Monica was a robotics expert.
Love? What are you talking about?
Love doesn't
Nobody
exist.
would love you. Your own parents didn't even love you.
Enough. Just keep talking.
I'm sorry.
While my hand, like, phases through your head.
At first, Big Sis Junko was looking for a corporation that could mass-produce machines.
Based on her one Monokuma,
Tragedy.
well, no, the 1,000 Monokuma robots she had in
To meet
the
her
back.
expectations, Monica started making all the Mr. Monokumas, concentrating all of the resources of Toa Group's robotics branch.
And just what was everyone else at Toa doing? Why did no one stop you?
Because I was the boss's daughter, obviously.
Brother, I told him I was building robots that could be domestic helpers and emergency aid workers.
And the adults actually bought that story?
No, it's more like we turned a blind eye. She was the outsider in our family, but she's tenacious. With a
So
genius.
we didn't respect her, but we also respected her.
No, we didn't respect her, but we thought we could profit off of her, is how I read that.
As long as she kept earning Toa Group money, we let her do whatever she
Okay, fair enough.
This brat took advantage of her position and started mass producing these monsters on her own. I didn't know what the machines were even for, so as usual, I let her be. But I did think they had a weird design.
And thanks to that, Monica made Big Sis Junko so happy. She started using them for the incident. That's what helped the incident get bigger and bigger.
That's when the old man finally realized what was up.
The old man finally realized it after the apocalypse started.
It's a little too late to stop producing the Monokumas anyway, right? If we stopped, Big Sis Junko would reveal the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that the apocalypse started from his company because he was too stupid to realize it.
Toa Group's finished.
Monaca, are you threatening me?
More like blackmailing.
Please, Bob.
I mean, like, there's nothing he can do about it, so it doesn't matter what he calls it.
This opportunity.
But Junko's not gonna pay you.
Using a weapon to fight the Monokumas.
Once she has the Monokumas, at that point, she's just, the payment's gonna be, I don't destroy you.
The more out of hand the situation got, the more profitable Toa became.
Just what a filthy demon would do.
We didn't have a choice. We were in too deep. If we went against the Despair Group, they'd reveal what Monaca did under Toa's name. Then Toa makes enemies with both forces. We'd be shunned.
You realize you were gonna die either way, right?
Anyways, Toa Group did the right thing and chose to coexist with the Despair. And to the public, they looked like heroes fighting against the incident.
How?
Well, because remember that this city was like the one safe haven in all the world, basically, or like one of the few safe havens in all the world.
I mean,
At the start of this game, it was like the one safe haven because the Toa company like built the city to be a safe, like was able to make this city a safe haven.
I struggle to... I don't know if I would call that working against the apocalypse, that they were just building one city.
That's why the incident didn't hit them as hard. Those idiot adults didn't know that, so they worshipped Toa Group like they were.
Well, they look like saviors in the sense that now the survivors have a place they can flock to and survive, right? There's like a utopia, if you will, or like one spot where like you can get to be safe, and that looks like saviors because this one place can protect you.
But you better not blame this all on me. By the end, even Papa was into it. He supported the incident for money and honor. He ended up being a patron of Big Sis Junko.
I don't know, like... I don't know if Junko would, like, pay them actual money. Because...
No, patron's the other way around. They would have paid Junko money. A patron pays an artist to do art. So that would mean that Toa Foundation would have been funding Junko, which they kind of did already by building the weapons, but...
I want to protect it.
Yeah, because Junko's the one who has all the power in this one.
Just when things were gonna get much more fun, Big Sis Junko died.
I mean, the apocalypse is still happening, so, you know, it's not all that bad for her.
Since then, Future Foundation gained power, and Big Sis's influence got weaker and
Do they have all that much power? I mean, they got, like, what, 12 agents that are actually good at things?
Gained power and have complete power are two different things. So they gained power, meaning they got stronger. doesn't mean they're like fully in charge of everything.
Yeah, which is why even bring it up? It's like, if they're insignificant, then who cares?
Well, they're not insignificant. Like slowly over time, they're gonna win. It's just over time.
Papa betrayed Big Sis. No matter what Monaca said, Papa just wouldn't listen anymore.
And that's why I killed him. With robots.
Why you targeted this.
For the ultimate irony.
Right? All we gotta do is fulfill the hopeful dream Big Sis Junko gave us. We shouldn't give up. We can't abandon hope. We need to build a paradise and take revenge against the adults who betrayed us. Monaca is so grateful to the warriors of hope.
They were all the most useful idiots I could find.
You guys killed them off so well for me. I was so happy. It was just as I thought. Kids are so simple-minded. The truth is, Monaca didn't really care about things like revenge and paradise. Succeeding Big Sis's will was far more important. Monaca doesn't want Junko and Ashima's legacy to end.
So what kind of trump card does Monaca have to get out of this?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out eventually.
Become the
I mean, I know she's doing all this exposition because Haiji keeps yanking her head around.
That, and I don't think she cares if this information comes out now. Because remember, the controller's a catch-22. She both wants us to destroy the controller, but also wants us to not to destroy the controller. Meaning she's presumably got something.
She used to say all the time that she wanted to paint the world with despair. If someone could do that, don't you think they would make the best successor ever?
I mean, if they were able to do that, they'd be even more famous than Junko, so then everyone would forget that she existed.
Causing war. If a war breaks out, the world topples back into despair, right?
I mean, who are you causing a war with? Like, is it a war between children and adults?
You're trying to trick us again, aren't you? You've got some ulterior motive.
What kind of ulterior motive would you have for starting a war?
Miss Komaru has. Break the controller and start a war.
Wait, why would a war break out if this...
Because if you cause enough war crimes, then war will happen. That's just the fact.
Just using reverse psychology.
Oh, hey, don't call Monaca a liar. You told me to talk.
I told you to tell the truth, not spew more of your lies. Enough of this. No more talk. Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me you seriously trust what this kid said.
It's more just the fact that I don't have a good option.
Alright. 5th time's the charm.
Don't do it. It's a lie. Don't break it.
Well, maybe on the final time, Jeff, they will show a new...
But if it's a catch-22, this choice doesn't matter.
I mean, it's a catch-22, but it's a catch-22, but it's a catch-22 in the sense that whatever happens with the don't break the controller, in Monica's mind, she thinks she can win. But
Wait.
in the don't break the controller timeline, we can probably beat
if
her.
we pick as many options as we can all the time, maybe a third option will appear.
Maybe if we just keep picking break the controller, eventually a third option will appear.
We'll have to do it all over again 30
Alright,
times.
let's pick the controller again.
Yes, now we'll get another option from a different timeline. No! Damn it, we got stuck in the alternate timeline again. Fuck. This is why time travel is bullshit. We keep clearing the game, but then the game just keeps going. It's the bullshit. Okay, third option. Damn you, game. You didn't give us a third option.
Wait, no! I can't break it yet!
So,
Why, do you want to wait until you're
word of
20?
mine?
It's not like that!
But please wait! I remember!
Remember...
I remember my birthday.
Monaca and Kurokuma were having a secret talk. I was listening in.
What are you talking about? Get to the point.
At the time, I thought they were kidding. But maybe they
I said get to the point.
This is
What are you talking
the Monokuma heads the kids are wearing. They're linked to the Monokuma's power source. If that power source is cut off, the helmets explode.
So the bombs are the kids hiding around the city now.
That's pretty ingenious, though.
If you destroy the controller, the Monokuma stop. But all the Monokuma heads will blow up. And then
They animated all the children dying. They actually drew that.
Helmet?
They drew a bunch of
Expect
dying
us to
children.
believe that made up bullshit?
But I'm serious. I heard them say it. You know Monaca would totally pull something like that. She betrayed the Warriors of Hope.
She's also smart enough to do it.
Feeling guilty about it.
Right?
So mean, Kotoko. Making me out to be the bad guy.
You are the villain.
Monaca doesn't want the
Fuck
controller
off.
destroyed. Bitch.
A rift in the group now, huh? Well, if you're
Didn't you notice that like a while ago, Haiji?
No, I
You've been here for like 15 minutes.
That's enough. Destroy that thing already.
No, never ever destroy that controller.
But I believe Kotoko. Don't
Alright,
break
6
it.
times to try.
No, don't break it. Kotoko is right. Don't believe him. It's some bullshit.
But Jeff, maybe if we break it this time.
No, it's a lie. You idiot. You should have listened. Why?
Cutscene.
God damn it. I told you that it was a lie.
It's all I.
You just killed 100 children. Maybe 500 children. Why did you do that? It was clear that he was bullshitting.
Wow, I'm surprised this game makes you make this choice 6 times.
I mean, this is a joke. This is absolutely a joke that's going nowhere.
What are you doing? Why aren't you?
Okay,
sure?
put it in your bra. He'll never go for it there.
The children might die if I do.
They're bluffing. I've been trying to tell you.
I've also been screaming it at you.
Even if there's a small chance they're not. I can't do it. The kids wearing those.
We're almost getting a panty shot of her right now.
Brainwashed. None of this is their fault. Not everyone involved was doing this of their own will.
Brainwashing? Are you serious? Who the hell cares about that?
Okay.
After all this, that excuse is not gonna fly. Even if they all died, they had it coming. You've seen what they did to us. They deserve it.
You can't be serious.
That's pretty callous.
Blinded by revenge.
He's blinded by a lot of things.
But how can
He's
I
just
not be-
completely off his nuts.
Not even the harshest revenge is enough to make me forget what I've been through.
My arm got broken.
Listen outside.
That's the worst thing ever.
Adults, the ones who lost
Me, the man who saw the torture room and also the torture itself. Why are we seeing this again?
No idea.
Our loved ones were butchered by those little brats.
It's a little thing that we call pacing.
But you were the one who told us to stay
Except that we pace the story so that it goes nowhere very slowly.
here right now. If you really are our ally, then finish. You are hope. Destroy.
Now he's begging us to do it. Like, literally.
Are you gonna have to do it an 8th time?
It would be the 7th time.
This would be the 7th time?
Yes.
Can't fool me.
Me?
No, idiot. You. I'm talking to you.
I'm also not pointing at you because I'm pointing at something that's about 3 feet higher than you.
She's pointing in your direction.
What you meant by war. You're trying to start a war between Toa City and Future Foundation.
This isn't the fucking medieval times. You can't start a war with a town.
I mean,
It's a town.
well, remember the world's mostly destroyed, and this is like a beacon of This was like a beacon of hope where a bunch of people flocked to. So presumably, as far as as organizations of the world go, Toa City is probably roughly the same size as the Future Foundation, and there probably isn't very many other groups around anymore, other than pieces of Despair still up and about. Because we know Despair is still up and about, because we have the remnants of Despair still being the remnants of Despair. So the events of the second game haven't happened yet. So at the very least, there is still some element of the Despair team, Despair group, running around too.
The children are killed. What would Future Foundation do when they found out? They'd think the adults who survived were behind it. And then they'd find out Toa Group was involved with manufacturing the Monokumas. From that evidence...
I don't know if that was the case, I don't know if the Future Foundation would go militarily against the city. They'd probably just send in another investigation force.
Crush this town immediately.
Well, she's saying once they think the adults are remnants of Despair, then they'd send their team to stop it.
No, that's not
Because if the Future Foundation is more like the CIA, I don't think the CIA would send in the army. Okay, she's actually going somewhere with this.
He says it's not quite right.
Future Foundation isn't the only one who'd see the adults as remnants of despair.
Oh, that's what they're getting at.
Spread all over the world, they'd learn about the war in Toa City, and they'd come charging.
Okay, so we'd have a 3-way war.
Toa City would become the heart of a resurgence of the despair that Big Sis Junko left us. Worthy of the name.
Oh, it's a gathering call for the despair that's kind of spread around because apparently they're not good at planning.
I mean, we already know they're not good at planning. It's kind of part of the whole shtick, is that they just kind of cause mass despair, and without any sort of direct plan, which is why you have different leaders and different people doing this. And with Junko gone, they don't really have much of a rally point, which is why they can be defeated now. And so she wants to make the destruction of the city the rally point.
They're not really humans, they're just mobs. They just go to wherever bad things are happening and make them worse.
Yeah, in a way it would work. I kind of get where Monica's coming from. I think it would work.
Because the city shares
Well, it kind of has to work, otherwise, the story isn't going to go anywhere.
Right, because the insane despair people would flock to the war that's breaking out, the war that's breaking out between Toa City and Future Foundation, they'd flock to that war and like cause like third party mayhem to make the despair even greater.
The moment they see the headless bodies of children in the streets, it's over. They wouldn't even care about their hostage or Miss Toko's testimony, don't you think?
What?
I think you're overestimating a little bit.
Dumb people.
I mean, I think the
Maybe.
leaders of the Future Foundation might, because remember, the leaders of the Future Foundation.
They already hate Makoto's group at this point, don't they?
Well, not yet. They don't hate Makoto's group yet, but they're going to, because remember, Makoto's group literally protected the remnants of despair on the island where they had to but so it makes sense that the actual Future Foundation leaders that aren't the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, those ones would probably rush the city and actively attack it.
Yeah,
And not give a shit about Komaru's life or Byakuya's life, because in their minds losing those two would be worth the win of destroying the place, the people behind the building of the Monokumas and yada yada and all that stuff. Because we already know that they were gonna put the cast of the second game to death, and it was Makoto and team who whisked them away to that island and hid.
yeah, they were not happy about what Group 16 did because they went rogue on them real good.
Right.
Just like I said from the beginning, pitiful children are the most powerful.
That's not pitiful children, that's dead children.
You need the adults to take revenge, so they will cause more child victims. You chose adults with no children because you thought they'd kill the kids with no remorse.
I mean, adults with no children wouldn't have...
Did all of the NPCs not have kids?
Apparently, the survivors who saw their families being tortured on that screen, apparently none of them had kids.
Like them. We were sorted and kept.
I mean, yeah, this was all conducted by robots. Why would you think that's not possible?
Kids, didn't you?
We have the technology to do that now. Probably.
Which means that one chick we hand the cards to is just once again more badass because she does have a kid and she survived. So in other words, because it's
yeah,
being
because
revealed
she
here
was
that the
attacked by
survived-
robots
the
and managed to
surviving-
get away from them.
Yeah, because it's been revealed here that the survivors were actually hand-selected to survive anyway because they didn't have kids. But she has kids, meaning she was never hand-selected to survive. She was supposed to die, and she didn't.
Monica may have helped things along, but Miss Komaru's transformation was...
What does this have to do with anything?
That delicate little girl maturing, growing to open...
She wants us to become a symbol of hope for the childless adults, I guess.
Grew to care about this town, wanting to save it, becoming the hope for the adults.
Again, I don't know why you gave this much of a shit, but sure you did.
You know,
You're a good person.
at times, hope can be a terrible burden. It can be a drive to hurt others.
As long as they're the villains, it's okay. That's the protagonist
What would
rule.
happen if you gave people who watch their
Now we're gonna give you a swirly.
Did you think they'd all be positive, working together nice and peacefully? Of course.
How long has she had this face?
Turn into
It's been a while.
demons who live for revenge. You see? Just listen to them.
Oh,
That's just
now it's kill. Now it's kill. It's the same cutscene, but this time it's kill being chanted instead of destroy.
Why do you think? Are you serious?
Been waiting for you to destroy that controller for so long.
What do you mean so long? It's been like 20 minutes.
They care whether or not the heads of the children are...
They don't know that's gonna happen. Unless they somehow saw the alternate timeline we visited 6 times.
No, they know it's gonna happen because it's been said in this room now,
Oh.
and we're
And they're just assuming Monica's right.
yeah, well they're just so the last time we chose not to destroy the controller, what happened was we said, well, we have to take this threat at value, right? That's what Komaru said. She's like maybe she's lying, but we don't know for sure, and we can't risk that. And then fucking what's his face, the guy, was like, no, I don't give a shit. They can die. And the adults outside are of a similar mind. They don't give a shit. Destroy the controller. Kids die if they don't die, they don't die. If they die, they die. Who gives a shit?
Haiji is cool as a cucumber right there. He's perfectly confident.
And this is all your fault, big sis.
Me?
I'm not your sister.
Instead of the adults. It's your hope that turned them into demons, you know? So that makes it all your fault, Miss Komaru.
I mean, we know
Which is what
that.
we-
That's why we
which
came
is
here in
what
the
we-
first place.
We know it's all our fault because in the timeline we watched like 5-6 times, it always ends with us saying it's all our fault for it happening.
Talking about?
We demolished the city, and they just paraded us around like we saved everyone.
Listen, if what she said is true, then she should have...
Oh, that's why it's the bad ending, is because we justified everyone being an idiot.
Then she would have her war.
No, that wouldn't do. That would not be worthy of the successor, now would it?
She can stand?
She stood... Monaca...
Now I'm gonna slap her.
That's not important right now. Not just the city, but the whole world. How could this happen?
Whole world is a bit much.
What are you gonna do, How are you gonna end this?
But then again, if the remnants of despair actually consolidate together, that might actually
Are
happen.
you gonna spare the children's lives and let them keep slaughtering the adults? Who lives? Who dies? There's no way to save both.
Oh god, now it is literally a catch-22.
They are going to kill them. Now it's
Okay,
about time.
we're gonna have to find the third option, as per usual.
Choose one.
Hey, there's gonna be a third option this time, is my guess. There has to be this time. If I just like wait, we're gonna wait to see if a third option shows up.
I'll give it a minute. I'm feeling don't break this time. Seems like we shouldn't be doing the extreme thing. That's a bit drastic.
But does the cutscene change if I do this one?
There's no way
Does it
after
never
7
succeed?
times it is. There's
Do
no
I get
way
a
on the
different
7th.
cutscene?
There's no
Do I
fucking
get a
way.
different cutscene?
No.
Do I get a
Why
different
are you
cutscene?
doing this? No.
I have to know. I have to know if I get a different cutscene.
They would not give you one on the 7th shot. That's too many. Look at what you've done again. This is the 7th time that you've killed us. And you say I'm shit at games.
I have to see. That's the only thing.
You've
It's like
committed
the fact that I have
suicide
a save-
7 times.
It's like the fact that I kept the save so that we can go through those 2 doors on the side again.
You just want to see your head blow off.
No, you're gonna break it, alright.
We've done it many times.
You're gonna destroy the controller, and then the children's heads are gonna explode.
We've done that.
The war begins, and the successor, a new splendid symbol of despair, will be born.
You don't know that.
And there's no way I'd ever accept you as a successor in the first.
I don't know. The way Monica's talking, I don't actually think she's quote unquote.
Yeah,
the
I
successor.
think that
I
she's
think
gonna
the
say
city
something.
itself. I think like the city itself, or like a a metaphorical successor is
Well,
born.
let's let her get to that then.
You can be a vessel of Big Sis Juko. Kotoko, when did I ever say
Yep,
Monica
I knew she was gonna
is
say
the
that.
successor?
It was too obvious.
Monica's not the one who's going to be the successor.
It's Haiji.
It's gonna be Miss Komaru Naegi.
Oh, that's how she become. Oh my god, that would actually be a cool twist. The little sister of Makoto becomes the successor of the ultimate despair.
That actually makes sense because, from what we know in the show of how you get to the point of being like a despair, is you essentially something absolutely fucking traumatic happens, that like fucks your brain up so bad. And so, like, yeah, if she breaks the controller, if at any point she broke the controller and saw the repercussions of what did so, it would drive her insane, and thus she would end up
What could be
the
more
next despair.
interesting than having Makoto Naegi's sister be the successor?
She would have to deal with being the symbol of the person who killed all those children and made the people rise up around her, saying that it was a good thing.
What are you saying?
Yeah, and it
in
would
the
drive
ruins
her
of the city
insane.
that she
It
blew
would
up.
drive her insane, and likely she would become an ultimate despair, just like Junko.
All you have to do is destroy the controller. I've already prepared cameras so that the moment is recorded and sent to Future Foundation. With Monika's video message as
How did you get access to that?
declared that Miss Komaru Naegi will succeed the legacy of Big Sis Junko.
What do you mean?
So this was the ultimate plan.
Like I said, don't listen to her. She's just trying to keep
D-
you from
But if
destroying-
she's already this far gone, why didn't she just do it herself?
You've just been saying
Well, obviously people wouldn't accept me as the ultimate despair, so otherwise the plan wouldn't have worked.
I think if she broke it, blame could fall onto her and not onto Tora City. Because remember, her plan has to be that the deaths of the kids have to fall onto from an outsider perspective, has to fall on the people of the city, like the surviving adults, so that you end up with a war between this city, the Future Foundation, and then the remnants of despair kind of show up as a third group, right? That's like her plan.
This is a really long con sort of plan.
It is a long con plan, I agree.
Like, Komaru had to run through a lot of death traps, with people who didn't even know what the plan was at all, so she was just assuming that she would have been able to defeat those 3 battle bots by herself.
There was a gamble on the fact that she could make it this far, but I'm sure she had potential like backup candidates. Like
This-
I wouldn't be surprised to find out there was other candidates. Oh no, you know what? Remember how they're hunting like all of the family members
Sure.
of the cast of the first game? I bet all of those people were seen as potential candidates by Monaca,
Oh, but they all died because they were stupid.
but they all got killed one way or another. So Monaca was just betting on the fact that one of them will survive long enough and like succeed to get to the point to like stop her.
And then one of our candidates, we started running out of candidates, so that's why we picked up a cockroach
cockroach.
as one. As
What about
it didn't work out too well,
forget about them?
but we ran out of people.
Don't go dragging us into your revenge. Kamaru has nothing to do with this.
that's right.
I'm wondering if Toko was actually part of this plan, or was she just like a bonus good thing that happened?
I think she might be a bonus good thing that happened.
Because
I'm
it
sure,
seems like
one-
Komaru could have done this by herself.
Yeah, it's possible.
Big Brother and Miss Komaru. This isn't personal.
I don't remember a lot of aside from the parts where Komaru was captured, was there any like Toko required parts of anything that needed to happen?
I needed help from her parents.
Oh fuck.
What?
Remember there's the parents in the...
What?
Remember how she opens that door and she refers to them as parents, plural, but then her dad's dead, so like how can it be her parents?
Wait.
Remember?
What?
In the torture cutscene? So there's that cutscene, there was a cutscene at the beginning of this chapter where Monaca was in that torture room. Remember that torture room earlier?
Yeah, I remember that scene, but
And she opens the door and
seriously?
she says something about parents. She says something about parents, and I assumed it was her parents, but apparently it's Komaru's parents were in that on the other side of that door.
What are you getting at, Monica?
Come on over here. Let's open the gates of hell with Monica. You too, Mom and Dad.
Because she said, "You too, Mom and Dad," and I assumed that was Monica's parents she was
Yeah.
talking about, but it's not her parents she was talking about in this cutscene. It was Komaru's parents she was talking about.
This is gonna start.
Well, who is it, Monica?
Your child will be born again.
Okay,
as the
fair enough.
successor to Junko and Oshina.
And once again, I took that as Monica is gonna be reborn as the successor.
Oh yeah,
But
she did say
instead,
it that way.
Once again, it's Komaru.
Revenge.
Are you ready for this? Take a potty break. Get a list of insults ready for
I don't think
the
Komaru
Monica-
has. I don't think Komaru has the mental state to insult you for killing her parents.
Then I'll show you.
Here's a television.
TV.
I'm wondering what this is gonna be.
It's the torture room again.
In this torture room in perfect blackness. Oh, is it just a simple hanging, really? Wait, where were all the other corpses? Komaru Makoto? But who was everybody else in the closet?
What?
There was a stack of
Presumably the
bodies in
other,
there.
presumably the other people they tortured and murdered. Remember they tortured and murdered like the loved ones of the people outside, like the childrenless people.
See,
They,
this
like,
is what
rounded up
happens,
the
Junko,
children.
when you left them unsupervised. Look at what they did. They just murdered everyone you gave.
Terrible you are.
After all this, you're still showing off, killing adults? How crazy are you?
It's for a point, big brother.
Komaru.
Komaru just saw her mom and dad hanging.
On the floor with her dying breath.
Oh, it's in
Makoto.
Makoto. I didn't even get that.
It's the name of her.
Letters ended up on her skirt.
So what, you hung them in that room and then hung them up over there?
Well, they hung him up for a video somewhere, but they killed her in that room.
Did you notice? She wrote the names of her children before she died. You have such loving parents.
But they didn't even write a message. They just wrote their names.
I mean, she was dying. I don't think she had all that much energy.
My whole life.
Could you write something that was kind of messagey?
I mean, she probably didn't even know where her children were or whether or not they were even alive, so she might have just wrote her children's name as like a comfort.
Lies. It's just a lie.
Sure it is.
Bodies.
Pats her on the head.
No, it couldn't be. There's no way. Normally a dying message is something like writing the killer's name.
Oh, that's not a very convincing argument at all.
There's not a good argument for this either way.
You hate me, don't you? You hate me, right?
No, she's in shock.
Bodies of your family like toys. And now you
Did
wanna kill
you?
me, right?
It seriously
Apparently
looks like they
did.
were just hung, and that was it.
In that image, they were just hanging, but she's claiming she played with them like toys.
That's a lie!
Well, I'm not so sure about that. You said your parents are missing, right?
Hey, what are you?
Showing it to you right now, like this? That means it's gotta be true, without a doubt. Now, are you gonna just forget the fact that this bitch murdered your own parents? Shame on you.
And now I'm gonna break the controller over her face.
You can't think of them as children
Bang.
anymore. They're the ones who-
He's inherited her crazy eyes.
Finish it! Kill them off, not just for your sake, or your parents' sake, but for everyone who was murdered!
Hold on. We can't just do something like that.
Is the game gonna do it again?
Why does she have a blank expression?
Komaru? If you want me to destroy it that much, I'll do it. I said hold on. Calm down and think carefully. Shut up! Who cares anymore? No matter what happens to adults, no matter what happens to children, no matter what happens to this town, no matter what happens to the world, I don't give a damn anymore. I don't give a damn. Komaru? I'm sorry. It's impossible. I can't become like Makoto.
I don't know why Makoto would be an inspiration to you, considering you don't know his story.
The hope you
We kind of know it. We were kind of told it earlier in the game.
I knew from the beginning that you had fallen to despair.
I mean, you did kill her parents. Well, she's already in the position, so you might as well break it. Wait, this isn't a choice at all. Game. Let's break it on the black and white side. Wait, what? Okay,
playing
now we
as
have
Coco
to... Why are we going through his, like,
Alright, see you
psychokinesis
later.
mission?
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Can I do anything other than?
No, it's a straight line. Of course you can't do anything.
Yeah, the game won't let me move anywhere.
You
other
can't
than
even transform into
is the light fading, though? Is
genocide.
the light fading? I think the light's fading. Hold on.
What?
My brain wants to see if this times out. Like I actually want to see if I can get a bad end. I don't think it's fading. Okay. Cause like I was watching her arms from a distance to see if she was like slowly
No,
about
she's just
moving and I had
breathing.
like a time. but she's just standing there. And then I thought maybe the ground was fading, like the lights were fading, giving me less time to do it. But I don't think they're fading either. I just think it's these middle ones just aren't as bright as the early ones.
They're also not
like,
connected to each other.
They're also not connected. But yeah, so I guess we'll just go and... I guess we're gonna hug her or something.
You gotta do the power of friendship because it's an anime game.
It's true. We have to do power of friendship. You're correct.
It's It's also in 2D.
Yeah, it's also completely anime now.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, who's gonna grab it?
Well,
Okay.
considering that
keep
Komaru doesn't have the
that.
will to live.
Outsiders have
Wait,
no
why is she...
interrupting.
Why is she boiled over?
I'm not an
What?
outsider.
Oh, she threw herself over it, and she was like lying on top of it in a way so that you'd have to physically pick her body up to get it.
Oh, is she holding onto it?
I need to
Yeah,
get this
after she knocked the controller out of her hand, she ran over and like grenade jumped on it.
She was going to destroy it.
That's not how she really feels. I'm sure she's actually thinking that she does want to do it.
How the hell could you
I mean, Haiji or Komaru should go kick her in the face at least once.
Huh?
I've been told you weren't the type to interfere. That's why I chose you to take on the role of escort. But it appears that the information Mr. Servant provided was false. So, how about this?
What?
That's right. It's the key to the room where Mr. Byakuya Togami is locked inside. Say, you want to trade this key for that controller? If you do, you can go home with Mr. Byakuya Togami.
I don't know if Toko wants to leave.
Komaru and Master?
Toko even said when she was trying to do that she wanted to stay by Kuya the whole time. She was the one trying to convince Komaru to leave. She was gonna
I need
stay.
the Master's key.
I knew you'd do it. Now, why don't you just hand me that controller?
No, not gonna happen.
Huh?
Because I'm taking Komaru home with me as well.
What are you saying? You gotta make a choice, that's the rules.
Who cares about your damn rules? You want me to make a choice? There's no way I could ever make that choice. I wouldn't choose one and leave the other behind. Both are important to me. So I'll definitely protect both.
What the heck? That's just unreasonable.
Enough already. Just hand over that controller. I'll crush it.
I'll never hand it over.
You want me to hurt you even more?
Hurt, that means nothing to me. I'm sure you don't understand.
Haiji's gonna show exactly how ineffective he is at everything.
I finally made a friend in Komaru, and I'm not going to hurt my friend, so I'll never hand it over.
Shut up! In order to keep the kids under control and end this nightmare, this is the only way!
No! You're the ones who are out of control!
Why is Haiji like pretending that's doing anything at all? He's being strangled by a 10-year-old girl. Aw, damn, the robot finally caught up to us. We waited too long. Wait, it's 15 stories tall?
Yeah, it was super tall. Who's piloting it, though, is my question.
Why is it moving?
Well, Haiji left, so who did he leave behind?
The only ones who can control Big Bang Monokuma are you and Mama. You are the ones who programmed it that way.
How?
Yeah, I don't know who it could be unless it was a servant.
Well, but apparently, as they just reminded us, it can only be piloted by
Yeah, which means that someone...
his dad. It can be by Haiji's dad or Haiji.
Yeah, which means that someone's playing a trick. Because the dad's dead and Haiji's here.
This feeling. It's so familiar.
What? What would you compare this to, little lady? Could it be being crushed by the roof? Here's your final boss arena. You're gonna have to fight Big Bang Monokuma now. Well, yeah, she had to get slapped out of the shock.
You hit me!
My hand hurts.
She must have slapped her really hard.
The only thing that hurts. This is the first time I've ever slapped someone in the face. See what you've made me do? Now come on. Hit me back.
Why?
Why? Isn't it obvious? It makes us even. I've never had a friend, so I don't know what to do in situations like this.
You could start crying.
For now,
Oh.
if you hit me, we're square, right? So, hit me.
You can start crying. She is crying.
I mean,
Really?
pretty strong.
No, it wasn't. You can put a subtitle on it, but it doesn't make it hurt any worse.
That's not the only thing that hurt. Yeah. We're the same. If you can't do something,
I can't hug someone who's taller than me, so I'll just do this instead.
do something on my own.
I'm just gonna hold your head into my shoulder.
Helping each other.
You think heels would help this, but apparently not.
Yeah.
Now I gotta burp you like a baby.
And just so you know, I won't comfort you or pity you.
You just tried to do that.
And we still don't know if those were really your
Guys, denying it's not gonna help.
It can't be described.
At least
I
not
guess,
for
yeah,
the long term.
I guess the faces were obscured enough that it might not be,
What
but
do you want to do right now? Have you decided?
Well, I kind of agree with what Haiji was saying. Like, why the fuck would he show you that now? It's obviously gotta be true, otherwise it's, it's just a big coincidence.
right. No, I definitely agree. If I have to guess, it's that her parents are dead.
And the children.
Greedy girl. Can't say I don't approve.
Okay, now should we get back to the big problem? And now in classic video games, here's your giant boss fight that's gonna be really stupidly easy to do, because it's too damn big. Are we ever gonna learn who's driving this thing?
My guess is yes.
Looks like it's targeting us.
I
It
don't
looked
know
like Monica
why.
figured it out before she got crushed.
Maybe it's aiming for the controller.
What, did Monica have a backup plan?
Well, Monica got squished by the robot.
Yeah,
We don't know
Monica's
who's
also
in the
dead,
robot.
so I guess it doesn't matter.
Fight. I'll fight. I've decided.
It's literally all Komaru has left to do, considering she now doesn't really have a family anymore.
She has her brother and she has her friend Toko, and that's basically it.
That's
It's everybody
depressing.
she's got. It's everybody she's got. She's got Toko and she's got her brother.
That is very
And-
depressing that the
and
two
she'll-
people she has are Toko and Makoto.
It's normal for friends to help each other.
Hey,
She
Toko
couldn't even
did
get
a lot of-
Aoi or Kyoko.
I mean, she'll probably eventually be friends with those because one's his brother's girlfriend, basically, and the other one's his brother's like friend. So,
Do you really
like,
think Kyoko would fall for someone as boring as that Shrimpy?
yes,
Really?
I do. But I
God
also
damn.
have played more of these games and watched the anime, so I know some details.
That's what he's doing. He's covering his weak point with his hand.
Power of the ultra dangerous
Oh.
scissors.
What? 4 health? Fuck you, game.
Well, you told me to think about it, so I did.
How can
Need
you?
that.
You literally just got crushed.
Not good enough for you?
Okay, so the weak point is shielded for some reason.
How about we try to top that?
You're right.
Okay, he summoned a ball.
Do I shoot the eye?
I think there might be a weak point on the ball.
No use running.
You should
Oh,
probably
there
do
is.
something about that. Well, now you don't have the time.
The camera angle is wonky on it. Now what is he doing?
Jump back.
I'll gladly take this. 'cause
Charge
that makes me immune.
forward.
I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna do this.
Oh, his weak spot was ready to go, so. Okay, he's gonna do his electrical attack.
Oh, okay, so there's a safe circle when he does the electrical attack.
Okay, I would think it was the opposite. Because, I don't know, it just seems there's a fish on his staff. Well, at least he didn't take any damage.
Right.
You're not gonna do that forever. Well, you can't do that forever.
How many? Okay, there I landed a shot.
Is it like a color match thing?
I thought so, but when I shot him with the
Well,
paralysis...
shoot him now. That's...
Didn't see... This is wonky.
Well, you gotta, like...
Blue eye again, so shoot him with break, I guess.
Yeah, but this is happening.
What? I thought I was far enough away.
No, his staff is too big.
I guess he's gonna do the electric. So where's the... How do I know
over
where the
there.
safe spot is? Is it always in the same spot?
That would be stupid, but it might be.
And this... What
I
is
don't-
knockback? Oh. It's knockback. Hold on, can I... Oh yeah, I can knock the bomb. Okay, I used knockback.
Are you serious? That's ridiculous.
I'm full healed again.
Is it burn?
This is burn, I think, yeah.
Oh, I guess if you fire 100 bullets at him.
Komaru, leave it to me.
What? Now I'm using hypnosis. Oh, you stunned him. Is this gonna work?
I don't know, the game let me do it.
I don't know if 150 scissors are actually gonna do anything to that giant robot. Oh god, boss fights without health bars, they are pretty damn annoying. And now I will summon a meteor to hit you in the
What's
face.
this? This is a new one.
Well, yeah,
Ow! Fuck.
it didn't even hurt you that much.
Okay, paralysis. Is it always here then?
Nope.
No, it's over there now! This sounds dumb because I have no idea where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, that's why you gotta look around.
But I can't, the camera doesn't... Like, you don't understand. The camera, like, here, watch. Turn the camera this way, it auto-snaps back in.
Oh, okay, that's not helpful.
So it's hard to look around the arena.
Anyway, knockback. Here's
Yeah,
the
this one's
easy one,
easy.
apparently. I didn't think it would be that simple, but sure. Final boss fight.
It wasn't this.
Well, you don't have a gray ability, so I don't know what the fuck it's trying to do. Wait, did you parry it?
Yeah, Jack just parried it when I was playing as Jack.
Okay.
So I guess that works as a way to do it.
That's bizarre. I think you stunned him again?
Yeah.
I say as I'm playing as Genocide.
Well, this is the part where you're supposed to play as Genocide.
Yeah, but why is Komaru doing the inspiration and shit now?
No, that's wrong. Damn, Komaru. You go, girl.
Really?
Yeah, my brain thought it might be where the eye is, where the eye.
It might be
looks,
the
but it's not.
opposite.
No, because the last time I thought I tested if it was the opposite, and it wasn't. This is I have to be Genocide for this attack.
Somehow
She parries
parry it.
Yeah, because the game just auto does it if I'm playing as Genocide.
Okay, so there's no skill in it then.
Yeah. I just can't figure out how I'm supposed
Yeah,
to know where
I'm not sure why Chunsoft decided to make a third-person shooter, considering they're not that good at it.
I mean, the game's been like a puzzle shooter.
I don't even know what the fuck a puzzle shooter would even be.
Oh, huh. I have to do the
Okay, they
knockback
just-
thing now?
Well, now it's knockback because you got the balls again. Can you even hit them that far?
Yeah, we did it.
You're a serial killer with a splendid smile.
I wonder how many combo attacks this thing can frickin' withstand, considering you've been slicing him to ribbons multiple times.
I don't know, I gotta be getting close.
Yeah, because this boss fight doesn't have a lot of new tricks, so I don't know why it would be taking so long. I mean, it is
There's something
exploding.
There's something on the tip of the staff now.
There is.
I'm just gonna do that so
You
that I
got
don't take the
flattened.
damage.
No, that's always been
like
there.
There's a button. Oh, the button's always been there? Okay.
Okay, try. Okay, it's over there.
So this time it was opposite. I could.
Huh.
I don't know if I guess I wasn't hitting it properly.
Yeah.
Fine.
You know, you can get a couple of shots in at least.
Ammo, I want that.
To be honest, break is not helping you in this fight. It is the shittiest. I mean, it's getting there.
It's damage on the board. What is he doing now? Oh,
He's
it's
doing
a
your
5
parry
genocide.
attack. And Genocide's really into it. Well, get your burn out.
Burn again. But he might. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gonna-
he's turning into the knockback anyway. No, he's still got
but
the
he's-
burn running.
He's still burned. That's the trick, right? No, I guess not.
I don't know what the trick would have been there. It didn't help either way. Oh, you took some damage? I'll just give you a healing item then.
And now it's actually is burn.
No, it's not. It's blank.
Oh, what the
Now
fuck's
do
this?
your QT punch.
Komaru,
This is the first QT in the game. Why?
Choco.
It makes the final boss more epic? All you did was hit Y twice.
Komaru and I are not alone.
What's the
As
plan
long as
here?
there are friends who help each other,
I will throw Komaru at hit harder.
I found it. I finally found hope. A hope to call my own. Right, Komaru?
What?
Yeah, me too.
She's using her stunner on the gun to make it more powerful, I guess, somehow.
Sure.
Oh, and I got a new bullet! Hope!
Just pure hope bullet. Why haven't we been trying this the whole time, then? It's because we weren't anime strong enough.
We didn't power friendship our way through the game. Because we weren't friends until, like, the last chapter.
And the friendship fed itself through the code to destroy the robot. Because of science. But we still don't know who the hell was fucking us over there.
Yeah, but we're about to find out, is my guess.
Well, now we're not, because Mission Control just got shot into space.
Now it's coming back down.
What?
Just upside down.
Huh?
Excuse me, Shirakuma? What?
Does that mean that badass lady was trying to kill us?
No.
'Cause
Well,
wasn't
who knows?
Shirakuma with badass lady? Was that the trick? Shirakuma was programmed by the Toa Group executive, so he had the codes?
Is our hope.
I don't know, we'll find out in a second here.
Well, Taiji's completely fucked. Also, Monica's really dead.
Monica's actually paralyzed now.
Don't do that, that's too stupid, game. You just crushed a child with, like,
Finished yet.
a half-ton of rock.
Just delaying the inevitable.
The fact that she's alive at all is bullshit.
The adults still want revenge.
Like, here's the thing. Adults are gonna be completely incapacitated if a wood girder falls on them. All these rocks?
The ending or
Not even close.
This isn't hope or despair. Nothing has changed. So are you gonna kill Monica? Take a little revenge for yourself? It's just
No, I don't think Komaru has it in her.
killed by Makoto Naegi's sister. That should be enough to spare.
Give me the key to Byakuya's room.
You
But you
could literally
take
just...
it.
You could, like... Here's the thing, you could... I don't know if you can, but you could just take the rubble off of her and, like, get the key anyway. Like, she's completely incapacitated and obviously should have died.
Point, I suppose I have to compromise. With no more hostage. Future foundation will come, and the remnants of despair will follow. Maybe it's
I'm hoping we get a little bit more monologue than just saving Byakuya.
scale war's outcome.
We'll find out.
Monica has to be an adult sometimes, after all.
So I gotta be realistic about these sorts of things.
Does it? This town, this planet, they don't matter to you two.
They totally did. That's why I'm here at all.
Not even letting me have a small taste of despair.
Yak all you want. Let's go, Komaru.
I got what I needed.
Monica miscalculated.
You and your brother really deserve each other.
Estimated you. Well, I guess Monica was not the only one. You thought too highly of yourself as well. Monica tried to imitate Big Sis Junko. You tried to imitate your brother.
Did she?
And we both failed.
Not really.
Neither of us could live up to expectations.
Like, Komaru is her own
There's no way I
character.
could imitate him. And no way I'd want to. I am not my brother. Makoto is Makoto. And I am me.
I'm surprised the whole, like, seeing your parents die was the thing that gave her, like, personal strength.
Or despair, Monica will definitely.
Well, now you're really dead. Even though you should have died anyway. Because, like, if the building is collapsing, you're not gonna make it. Also, she's not gonna make it, which is kind of unfair.
Hey, Kotoko? I better not hear you beg for your life just because your plan.
No, she's begging for her life because she's actually dying.
You must have noticed by now. I was acting this whole time.
Well, of
But
course
even
you
though
were.
I love you lots. Even though you betrayed me, my feelings haven't changed.
But why?
So, it'd be great if you could die in a totally adorbs death.
What? And Haiji's leaving.
Don't you want to take your revenge on Monica? Don't you
Why do you want to die so much?
You aren't satisfied with this, right? You aren't just gonna walk away. I don't want it to end like this either. Big Sis Junko would hate me if I let it end like this.
Junko is also dead.
Despair. I don't care anymore.
Haiji has nothing to live for. He's just gonna walk into the sunset.
So this is what despair feels like.
Crushed by rocks in a building that's about to collapse. You know. Just one of those days. Seriously, Monica's gonna die horribly. Oh, why is the ship exploding? What the fuck is going on? Wait, it wasn't the sky?
Apparently.
But then how did the robot attack us? Couldn't we just move the ship somewhere else?
Wasn't that?
Whatever it is, there's really no point worrying about it now.
We gotta save Byakuya pretty fast, otherwise we're fucked. Because the ship is the ship is crashing.
We're not on the ship anymore. We're back on the tower.
Oh yeah, that's the stairs. I forgot that the stairs weren't connected to the ship. Oh yeah. It was really convenient that they didn't put the jail on the blimp. Because the Excalibur that we were on before had jails. It's a good thing that both buildings had them. Otherwise, you know, Byakuya would have died.
I'm staying in this town.
What? Why? What for? Do you think that's the game's way of slighting you for ending the world 7 times?
To achieve success, right to the very... What? What are you upset about?
You didn't even let the voice actor say he was sorry.
Nope.
Here's your epilogue about how Komaru's gonna make the stupidest life decision she could possibly think of. I want to become the new queen of Toa City. Komaru, this is a bad decision.
Well, I actually know what Tomaru's up to after the events of this game because she shows up in the anime that takes place after the events of the second game.
After she finished up with Toa City, she went to college.
So Monaca survived.
How?
Servant.
You awake?
Oh yeah,
Servant's
Servant's able to
somewhere.
just, you know, break into the crashing ship.
I wasn't there to
Well-
save you.
Hold on, I want to hear this.
I changed my mind and decided to stay in this town a while longer. And while I'm here, I figured I should see this through to the very end.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, you mean why I saved you? Because I'm the same as you. I'm disappointed with endings that waver between despair and hope. I wish a real war had started. If it did, I know a brilliant hope would have been born. That is why I allowed myself to be captured after all.
So you did it on purpose?
But you aren't finished yet, right? Nothing has really changed since you began. So, I need you to continue working hard, so that a splendid hope may be born. You have tasted the bitter despair of having your meticulous plan fall apart around you. So I know you can do
Lol.
Really? Which side are you on?
it. Does it even matter? Anyway, why don't you be the successor for now? If that is your intention, I will lend you a hand. If my schedule allows it, of course. There is somewhere I need to be later.
What do you mean?
I shall raise you to be her copy. One even more realistic. And the real one. Someone like me.
Huh?
Who hates and loves her more than anyone else. I should be able to make you more like her than even she herself was.
Gross.
That doesn't explain how you got her out in the first place.
Are they still at it with that successor or whatever?
You're talking too loud. They'll hear you.
They can hear all they fucking want. A bunch of chumps teaming up together makes them suck even more.
Well, when you think about it, the plan was flawed from the beginning. Trying to create a successor while the original still exists?
I know this was kinda my idea, but kids sure are stupid idiots.
Not just the kids. The adults are idiots too. Just by causing a little unrest, just pushing them a teeny bit, I had them spinning around in the palms of my hands.
Despite how you look, you sure are wicked inside. Even if the outside's white, the inside's pitch black. You a rice ball or something?
I may be wicked, but you are too. After all, we are.
No, not we. Maybe I, or maybe it's me.
Well, they're pretty much the same. White despair, black hope. In the end, neither one.
That's Junko's voice, by the way, if you don't remember.
I mean, I didn't really give a damn about this.
I mean, yeah, Junko is a computer program, so maybe this makes sense.
Place will yield a much more fruitful harvest. Hey, don't you think so? Personally, I think they did a pretty good job for a group of kids. Hey, don't you think so? Thanks to them, the preparations are nearly complete. Laying the foundations for the final match. It's so despairingly perfect. Hey, don't you... Oh, you're so forceful. What? Am I being too noisy for you? I see. I didn't
Oh, is it that guy?
such emotion.
Haji, man.
Or whatever his name is.
Forcing yourself to
Azuru.
something in a situation like this. Well, I'll let it
Why is Azuru here?
Anyway, I leave
Is
the
this
rest
what?
to you.
Is this where he was on the boat to go away from?
You'll be someone else entirely. Hoo-hoo.
Why is he in a suit?
I hope you can at least have a little fun. I hope the future's going to be one you can't predict.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think he could have seen that coming.
Because this ending's building to 2.
Yeah, otherwise I don't... It wouldn't make sense if it happened after 2.
Yeah. So
Izuru
still
picked
alive
up
is
their
referring to the
heads
computer
somehow, and then just
program.
broke them.
I was waiting to hear from you.
Wait, didn't someone break this? Where did this laptop go after we found it?
This is a different laptop.
Oh,
I
it's by
assume.
Ikuya. We didn't even see them rescue him?
You must be if this connection is secure.
Fuck off, we should have seen that.
The secret passageway under the shrine. The captives are safe thanks to the relative of that idiot we know so well. I'll introduce you to her later. She's much more talented and useful than he is.
That's referring to the
Who?
mom of the fortune teller.
Oh, okay.
Because he said the relative of the idiot we know so well. That would be
That could
Hero.
mean like 2 or 3 people.
Right. But then once it's a she, you have to figure out like who's related to who and who's a she and who's an idiot they both know. And it's like, okay.
What's your position? I'll send rescue right
Maybe
away.
stop being vague and just tell us things. This is the epilogue. You don't need to be mysterious.
Komaru, Naegi, and Toko Fukawa are not with me.
Not
I failed in my mission.
Why?
I'll let her explain.
What? What?
That I say
What?
it might be garbled a bit, but it'll.
Oh, okay.
Can you see me, Makoto? You're surprised that I'm not leaving, right? Sorry for making you worry. There's a lot I want to say, but first, let me explain why I'm not there.
Oh, we do get to see it. They gave me all these shipping documents?
All this time, you were bawling about how you wanted to go home.
Oh, come on! I was not bawling! Don't make things up! Jeez!
I wonder if he's thinking it was a really good thing I gave her that megaphone.
Why? Why are you bringing up something like that? Do you feel responsible for their revenge? But that wasn't your fault. You can't feel bad about that, not even a little. No, that's not it. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. This is my decision. Then why are you doing this? Didn't you want to get out of this place and live a normal, peaceful life? But now you want to stay here? That's like the complete opposite. You're right. It's not because...
It's a good time that Komaru is finally trying on her mature woman voice.
Of course not. I don't want to get slapped again. Then why? Even I'm not totally sure. But earlier, when I said how I want to save both, all the scary feelings and hesitation I felt were gone. Even though the odds were against us, for some reason, I felt courage. I think it's because I was confident that that was what I needed to do. But what would happen if I leave this town with you and Byakuya? What would happen if Future Foundation came here to suppress the riot and uncover the secret? And then what would happen if the remnants of hope were to find this place? It would turn into a war, just like Monaca said. So you're saying you're going to be this town's hostage in place of Master? Until now, I kept relying on you. And I never really got to make decisions on my own. But I was like that even before I met you. I used to give up all the time. But the decision to save everyone was one I made on my own. Of course, I'm scared. And I'm worried. But despite that, I've made up my mind. I won't give up until the very end. I'll make sure I protect both. Idiot. You're awfully optimistic after all this. Seriously, what are you thinking? You're just like your brother sometimes. I got it from you. Me? You were with me all this time. If I have changed, it's your influence, Toko. For now, I'm going to be fine. This is much better than imprisoned life regardless. So don't worry about me. Go back with Byakuya. You two are the only ones who can persuade Future Foundation not to interfere here. So please, don't be mad.
What? Of course I'm mad. Jeez, why do I have to stay behind in a town like this?
Oh, no, you misunderstood. I meant I'm the one who's gonna stay here.
If you're going to stay, there's no way I can leave. I decided to be with you too, remember?
Toko.
Do you really think some brother complex girl like you can be Master's substitute? In a hostage trade, you and I are barely enough for one Master.
This is some pretty crazy friendship stuff.
I'll stay with you. That's the decision.
Okay, we'll live together in Murder Town.
You said
Trying to constantly save the kids from the helmets, like finding a way to save the kids from the helmets and keeping the adults from murdering them.
You're concerned.
Oh god, I remember it. I'm trying to remember another story did this sort of thing too, but god, I can't remember it. Where it's like, hey, we're gonna stay behind and try to do the research on the impossible thing we can't do. Oh, you know, bizarrely, it kind of reminds me of Adventure Time.
I haven't finished that yet. I am now, though. I think I might be in season 6 or late season 5 now. Shit's getting kind of like there's interesting shit that's happening in that show because like I watched that episode that's like you remember the Graybles? There was like a Graybles episode, but it took place like significantly farther in the future again. So like,
oh yeah, those are like the freaking like synopses episode that have like a theme attached to everything.
Yeah, where there's like a bunch of mini episodes and there's a theme, and like the first one's like the 5 senses, and then the second one they want you to think it's the 5 digits of the fingers, but then instead it's the 5 tastes, is like the twist. But then the third one is a weird episode where it keeps jumping back and forth to like the guy who tells the Graybles, and he's like using the Graybles to figure out puzzles in a world that's like significantly future, like significantly past the point of like where Adventure Time normally takes place. So like Adventure Time normally takes place on a post-apocalyptic world 1,000 years after mankind like
Yep.
you know, after the apocalypse happened. So now we're like another 1,000 years in the future after like the events of Adventure Time, and there's like the Ice King was like a giant monster that was flying in the air when they went over when the guy went over the Ice Kingdom. Princess's Bubblegum's kingdom seemed to be destroyed, but like all of the candy people were in like suspended animation inside like a gumball machine, or like a, you know, the prize machines with like the toys and the capsules.
Yeah.
It was like one of those machines, and they were like in suspended animation inside of that. So like now I was expecting, like I had all these questions I want the show to answer about the past, but now there's questions about the future. Because like, why is the Ice King a giant monster? Why is what happened to the Candy Kingdom that it's like this? And that's like basically all you see, because like the world's basically just even more fucked than it was before. It's like it's more lifeless, at least I should say. Like it's not like fucked as in like the landscape isn't any more fucked, but like it's just lifeless. It looked like Marceline's still alive because the guy hides under Marceline's house at one point, and it looks like her house, but there's like new stuff there to see, so I'm assuming she might still be alive. So like I'm genuinely curious how we end up at that future. Then there was like another episode that I assume takes place in the distant past, because it's like the creation of Ice King's crown. That was an interesting episode too. There's like an episode that took place, I assume, in the distant past. Because some guy, I forget the name of the guy, but he had like a servant named Gunther. It was like a dinosaur. And the servant ends up putting on the crown. And I'm like, okay. So
It's true what you said.
that's gotta be interesting, but yeah. We'll have to talk more about that show once I complete it, but
And also once you get to stuff that I remember more, because I don't even remember if I rewatched season 6.
fair enough. But yeah, I'm in season 5 or season 6.
Byakuya is an asshole.
So the reason I've decided to stay isn't because someone forced me to. It's a choice I made myself. But I know that
So I just admitted to the Future Foundation why the Future Foundation shouldn't be involved in the situation that I'm now talking about.
I mean, I don't think all of that detail from that conversation is in this recording message. And at the very least, she's not telling the Future Foundation, she's telling Makoto. Who's eventually gonna go against the Future Foundation's wishes anyway, so like...
She's really trusting in her brother. A lot.
That's assuming she told her brother. I don't know if she told her brother everything there, but she might have.
I'm also gonna wear this shirt for the rest of my time here. I don't have another change of clothes.
You don't have to rush or anything. I'll wait until the day you come to pick me up. I have the gun Mr. Byakuya gave me. And
So, at some point in the future, Makoto's just gonna drive over there.
I didn't find anything. I went to the torture room later.
Okay, so she was never able to, like, prove that the thing was real or not.
Yeah, so she says either it was recorded much earlier and the bodies are missing, or it was fake, so there is a small chance.
I doubt it. But hey, whatever you need to tell yourself.
Okay, sorry, this video's getting...
It's been like 40 seconds, Komaru.
Wrap it up. The next time you see me, I might be so grown up you don't even recognize me. Just like how surprised I was when I saw you. See you later.
It's almost like I've matured 4 years ever since I had that conversation with Monaca. And I gained confidence to mature myself.
Seriously.
You can't even give her any credit, Byakuya. She saved your ass from a shipping closet.
You know what we have to do, right? We have to stop this idiotic war and return here to retrieve them. We wouldn't want to betray their expectations.
Yeah, you're right. I've made up my mind, Byakuya. If a situation like this ever happens again, no matter how dangerous the
I'm going in
shall be
there.
right in, so I can end it properly. With my own 2 hands.
Which they do, by the way, with the Remnants of Despair. Because remember, the Remnants of Despair let themselves get captured.
I don't remember that.
Reminds me of what you said.
Yeah,
Why would
which
the
is-
Remnants
which
of
is-
Despair want to be captured?
Well, because of the whole use the computer program to fucking Monaca, or not Monaca.
Oh, resurrect
Junko.
Junko.
Yeah, which is what Servant was implying when he's like, if my schedule allows it, I have somewhere I need to be. Like, remember he like said something like that?
Yeah,
with
I can
Carrie
remember
and
the thing
Monica?
that happened literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, that's what he's referring to. He's going to be part of that.
I still can't believe they fully animated that stuff, but didn't think ahead enough to be like, yeah, we probably should add subtitles to our animation.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know.
very
It was-
bizarre.
My only thought is like maybe the PSP or PS Vita, whatever this was on, couldn't do. This would be a Vita game, right? I don't know that because this was, yeah, 2014 Vita.
If it was on the
2014 had
PSP, I
Vita.
would pretty doubt that they couldn't do subtitles. I mean, it's text. It's just text.
Yeah, I guess I don't fucking know. I just no idea. It does bother me that I can't get subtitles on the thing. Oh, it's this now. Oh, this is just
cool.
the end credits now.
Ayuchida, huh? I mean, I think that Chunsoft really tried to go above and beyond for this game. I think they tried to do something pretty outside their wheelhouse. And while I can appreciate that, I don't think they're that good at it. It's not a lot of challenge. It definitely seems inside their own, like, you know, we want you to finish the game pretty smoothly sort of thing, so... There's not a lot of obstacles to finishing this.
Yeah, I have another thought with this game. I think this game might have been a bit more of a budget game to help flesh out story.
Oh, definitely. But then again, they
because this game came after 2. This game came after 2. And remember, V3, the only other game, doesn't tie into this at all.
No, this is this is that TV show, basically all we're getting.
Yeah, so we got this, and then we have the Danganronpa 3 anime, which we'll have to watch. And the Danganronpa 3 anime fills in events after 2 and before 1.
So
because every other episode is in the past or the future.
So, but what I will say is that even what they keep saddling her with, like, I would never have expected going into this how great of a character Komaru was.
Yeah.
Like, I really appreciate her combination of being very feeble while also being very sassy, and
yeah, moments of strength, right?
She seems to be for what she needs to be. She's definitely a lot more fleshed out of a character than probably everybody else put together. Well, not put together, but in comparison.
Yeah, and part of that helps is she had a whole game where she's like literally one of 2 characters.
Yes, we got to see her do a lot of stuff.
Well, I don't know if it did enough for you. I do think this game redeems Toko a good amount.
Yeah, I don't think they gave Toko enough to really redeem her from the original game and put her on the top spot. I think it probably.
I'm not saying top spot. I'm not saying top spot.
Well, near the top, but I'd probably make more of an argument for, maybe putting her more in the middle of the pack now. But I will.
I think it redeemed her as a person. I don't think it made her like the best character. Like, she's still not my favorite character, but I do appreciate her more now.
I can kind of.
She's not just the annoying, fucking awful character she is in the first game anymore.
I can kind of. I know when they were trying to do the turn, I was kind of skeptical. Now that it's kind of over, I can kind of buy it more. I'm not gonna say I believe it 100%, but I can see what Komaru kind of sees in her now.
Yeah.
Because like, while they're showing us right now, she did say that like a couple of times that she was gonna try and kill us, and I think they got over that relatively well. And kind of got it back on track. I think that the game probably didn't need to be as edgy as it tried to be. It probably could have let it up a little bit, but I can always appreciate a game that's willing to go to fully commit to it.
Yeah.
And while it's uncomfortable to read, I do have to respect the fact that they tried.
That's an older picture. I was like walking around my room, and I just came back to my desk, and there was a picture that looked older of Monaca.
But
and I don't remember what Monaca looks like in the anime. She does show up in the anime, so.
But while I will say that Komaru is one of my favorite characters.
Hold on, there's an end credits thing here. What's this?
Is she gonna do like her morning constitutional around the fucked up city?
Okay, so that's the hotel from the beginning. So presumably that's where they're staying, is at the hotel. That's where they made their base.
Considering society collapsed, they can.
Don't shout so early in the morning.
I haven't had my coffee yet.
You're not really a morning person, are you? Are you secretly staying up late without me?
Thanks to your Jimmy legs and snoring.
What, are you guys sleeping in the same bed?
Apparently they're still sleeping in the same bed.
Why? You're in a hotel. Is every other bed broken? You guys have like 20 rooms to pick from. If all the other doors are locked, Genocide Jack could just break it open. This doesn't even make sense. Okay.
Like always, when we start saying something, the game eventually addresses it.
We're in a hotel. There's plenty of other rooms.
Don't be an idiot.
Are you serious? What? Are you goddamn kidding me?
You really did get possessed, right?
We never established that that's what happened.
No, and also Toko didn't believe that shit at all, period, end of story. So, like, Toko's making excuses. For some reason or another, Toko just wants to be in the same bed.
Oh my god. And seriously, Komaru, you're gonna wear this shirt for the rest of the month? Like, come on. You guys can find clothes. Aren't they gonna, like, try and start rebuilding some sort of society or organize? I mean, if the children aren't, like, if the robots are deactivated and the children aren't really doing anything...
Aw, come on, Toki!
Toki?
That was that nickname, remember, in the tunnels? That nickname?
Toki. Here's our adventures in fucked up town.
Oh, it says Finn on the side of the wall, and that's
Hey.
That's Monami. on his face.
But what I was getting at is, while Komaru is one of my favorites, I'm not going to put her on the top of the heap. I'd probably say she's probably number 325 if I had to consolidate everybody.
You
So
now
there's
read the spin-off novel Ultra Despair Hakakura. You can also make use of the bonus mode where you can view CGs and listen to BMGs by loading the cleared save data.
How big is this book thing?
I'm also kind of curious how big this book thing is.
If it's like a full book, probably not.
Hold on.
Yeah, we might have to Google this, because if they're going to make us watch the whole intro again...
According to what I've heard, the world is round.
Is this what the beginning intro was?
I don't remember.
Earth might have the shape of rock.
No, yeah, this is how it begins.
Yeah, I
remember.
think it was. I thought you would
Okay,
have
hold
accessed
on.
it from, like, the menu.
I also thought I can access it from the menu.
No, just slide it around. There's extras.
Oh, extra. It says
Yeah,
extra
there.
now. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
there's a novel right there. Of another man who was feeling
Let's quickly look into extra. Oh, it costs coins? Boo.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Wait, we have to pay coins to get fucking screenshots and movies?
Okay, hold on. Do I have enough coins for these afterwards?
Eh.
Okay, so it's just this. So this is to show what went on afterwards. He went to lead the like essentially the evil adults.
The children.
These four apparently lived.
And are they fighting the? They're fighting the children because that guy's got a hammer.
They might be trying to survive.
They should just go work with And Monica's
And she's doing robotic stuff.
Yeah, because she didn't die for the
And
dumbest
she made
reasons.
her hair.
Okay, let's get to this novel and see how big it is. Okay, it's 5 chapters.
Oh, it's about Hiro, because Hiro's last name is Agakure.
Oh god.
Or it's about his mother. No, Yasuhiro Hagakure.
Children's Evolution.
So several hours before the events of this game happen.
And he was in the helicopter that obviously got shot down. What the fuck are you talking about? Warp holes? No, you are the definition of an asshole. Oh, God. I thought there'd be, like, you know, images or something. Like, this wouldn't literally be a black book.
There we go. Now there's images.
Hiro is just a dick. Are you serious? Oh my god. Really? You're not gonna fence it to a person, you're gonna fence it to a fucking pawn shop. Because that's gonna make you tons of bucks. Yeah, I do not give a shit anymore. This guy is just a complete dick. It's a good thing that Hiro doesn't even know what the hell he's looking for. Okay. Well, I mean, Hero does deserve to die for this. So Monokuma's just moving very slowly. What happened to his comrades? Did he just, like, jump off the building?
Well, I assume he slipped away from his comrades to go steal shit. Okay, so apparently we happened to save at some point during the game. We happened early on in the game, like probably in the first run, we happened to save her. Wait.
I don't know who he's talking
Chestnut
about.
hair and a big bob. Big and round eyes, super cute, but minus points for having the fashioned thick makeup look.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really think Komaru has a thick makeup look, but
I don't even know.
Maybe.
I don't even know if that's what he's talking about.
Well, chestnut hair and a bob makes sense.
Yeah.
High school girl in a uniform and blazer.
I mean, it kind of has to be
happening.
because I don't think anyone else had that gun. Yeah, it has to be. It's Komaru's evil twin. And yet somehow you'll fit in there. Is he talking about his mom?
No, I don't think so.
Now, let's start with me. Name's Yasuhiro Hagakure. I'm a sexy 20-something guy.
It's not that complicated of a timeline. You could just say a number. I'm totally not an asshole. I can badly future sight. What? Yeah, you know, in all the romance stories, you get all that violence and karate.
No, you do. So in a lot of romance anime with a tsundere character, the tsundere character will do a 360 roundhouse kick when like they're forced to like feel emotion, like as a joke, and they'll like hit the guy upside the head. There's a thing that happens, and I've seen it happen.
Well, apparently the story agrees with you. God, this really is a book.
Right?
Why does Canon sound familiar? Anna Germay? Anna Germay.
So she's not. It's not our character.
Anadrome. What? Okay.
Manager. Is this the sports manager girl whose ticket we found?
Yeah, Kanan sounds familiar. Well, it's a TV show at least.
Oh yeah, I know Kanon is a TV show, but
A one-season TV show. So apparently no one liked it.
wasn't it an anime? A lot of anime only gets one season.
Well, apparently the internet doesn't agree with me because I'm not getting any results that aren't a part of this TV show. And there's a lot of them, so apparently this means something to somebody.
Well, if I can get through this, because I don't know how long this is gonna be.
Oh, it feels like it's gonna be a long story for some reason. Oop, arts.
I'm just reading it quickly, and eventually I figure we'll end the chapter.
Nope, we'll just go to another
Okay.
scene.
Okay, I can just do this. Okay. Insert bookmark. Yeah, okay.
Jeez, that took a while.
Oh, that I was just hitting buttons until I found a button that let me leave, because then I can do.
What are we doing?
I can go load game, and instead of loading the ones that have the star, I can do this. And the one right before the final boss.
We're going back to the final boss room.
Well, because I can do this, and we can look. It's this girl.
Oh.
Because I was like, what I can do is I can pull up the cards and find one with a girl named Kane on.
She does baseball.
Yeah, so she's connected to Leon. And she is the girl from the thing. Anyway, then the actual thing I wanted to do, and another reason why I loaded this save.
What are we doing?
I want to...
You wanna see her terrible face again. Oh, and also you want to talk to Kurakuma.
Are you sure? If you solve this quiz, you won't get to hear all the bitchin' lines I worked on.
I want to see what happens when we pick the wrong door.
Victory! And that's the end of the third arc.
Okay.
The third arc? How would lower difficulty help us there?
So if you pick the... So it's just Joe explosion and then...
Oh, now it's just literally just telling you the right answer because it's like, hey, you remember that ladder?
Right.
Gabe, I literally gave you the answer. What are you doing?
Get these copyrighted songs out of my head.
Okay, does this one just blow up or is this a different death? Okay, this one's a different death.
Well, a giant beast one.
And that's the end of the
They didn't even show us getting eaten.
And...
Boo. I don't think running would have helped there. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know is what happened. Alright, so that's this game. We're not going to go through the entire book. I might go through it myself, but you're going to just hate that it's about who it is, and that's fair. And
it's also
I might go through it.
I mean, it also started with a bad premise. Because it's like, hey, I'm going into this town to steal shit. And because I'm doing it undercover, because I'm a complete dick. And it's like, I seriously don't give a shit then. Because you're just a complete asshole.
But yeah, so here's the interesting thing. Now, again, I don't remember everything about the anime, but we'll get together and we'll watch it. But I do not recall the older brother showing up. I forget his name already. The guy with the cast on his arm, the leader of the adults.
Haiji.
I don't remember him showing up in the anime. So this is like the end of him as far as the lore is concerned. Like,
I'm perfectly fine with that.
But
because fuck that guy.
I know Monaca shows up again. I know Monaca shows up again. And I know we also get a look at the what Toko and Komaru are up to. I don't quite remember if anybody else shows up. I don't remember if the other kids show up or not. I don't quite recall everything from the anime, but I know they show up. There's kind of some interesting stuff with the end of this game that, like, I guess they never decided to continue those plot lines because, like, I don't think anything becomes like, there's we only have the anime, and I know the anime doesn't have Monaca isn't like the big villain of the anime. Like, that's like, and you'll figure that out pretty quickly that Monaca's not the big bad guy. At least I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't remember ever thinking that, like, oh, that girl, when we saw her in that moment, she was the bad guy, right?
I mean, it's probably just going to be another aspect of Junko in some form. Because it seems like it's just all adding up to her. Bits and pieces of her.
But yeah, and then the what the anime does mostly is it fleshes out like what happened to the characters from everything in the after story, because it's two parts. The before story tells the story of how the world ended. The after story just kind of tells you what everybody's doing. Like what all the characters are doing from the from the 3 games, as well as characters from the manga. Which, to my knowledge, you don't need to know the manga. What the manga is, and I don't fully know the exact details of it, it's another killing game. So just like the first game and the second game being like a story of a killing game where they're locked in a thing and they have to like kill for Monokuma, blah 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 blah. I
mean, technically they are all killing games.
Yeah. But my point is, it's another like where the goal of the game is kill someone, get away with it in court, right? It's that killing game.
Yeah, ones that have trials.
Yeah. Where like you're in, like the characters are in a game that, you know, they're forced to play a game where they have to kill. Like that's the killing game, right? So this one's not quite a killing game. You could argue at the very end there's like a killing aspect, but this game isn't the story of a killing game, because the characters in this game aren't playing a game to kill. I guess the kids are playing a weird game, but whatever. Anyway, just basically the survivors of that game show up, and some of them, if not all of them, show up in that. And I don't remember who the bad guy was of that, and I don't think it matters. And I think the anime does a good job at like introducing those characters to someone who never read the anime, so you're not expected to know them like you are supposed to expect the characters from the actual games. Like the game doesn't, the anime doesn't, you know, explain to you who, like fucking, like it expects you to know who like Hajime is, and it expects you to know who like Makoto is, and it expects you to know who Komaru is, and so like that's where the biggest one for me was, is like it kind of expects you to know who Komaru and Monaca are, and those were the characters I didn't know. Well, so I was just like, okay, these are the characters from Ultra Despair Girls.
Well, to be fair, like the protagonists of these games, like Monaca, sure, that's kind of, if you're not gonna flesh her out, that's kind of a dick move. But like, you don't need much to get a handle on the protagonists. They just did the right thing because it was the right thing to do.
Well, so what I mean by when they don't tell you who they are, it's like suddenly this character is on screen and they're doing stuff, and like the show's not taking the time for you to like know who this person is before they're doing stuff. So like all of a sudden Monika's doing stuff and you're like, who the fuck is this? I don't even know who this is.
It's
like why is this
now
character
we'll get
suddenly
to know
here
person.
doing stuff? And it's like, if you saw the show, you instantly go, oh, that's Monaca. I know what Monica's about. I can take a guess at what she's doing or why she's doing it. But you're just like suddenly like, why is this girl doing like despair stuff? Like, who the fuck's this one? Like, I don't know this character.
She's the 10-year-old character. Now get to know her.
Right.
Let's go. We got a story to do.
So
since
we'll have to get together and watch that though.
Yeah, since we're kind of at the end of the story, we didn't have a good opportunity. Do you just want to post ramble through our last couple of topics and then segue out of here since we kind of have the time?
Sure.
Because the other topic I didn't get around to was that, do you remember back in the day, Unforgotten Realms?
Yes.
Does that ring a bell?
Yep, I remember Unforgotten Realms. I was the one that showed you it.
God, that must have been ages ago because I do not remember that.
Yeah, because Ian showed it to me, and then I showed it to you.
Because I remember, like, this was so long ago that this was, like, when we were still hanging around with Jay before he went to Florida.
Well, before he went to Alexandria and then went to Florida.
Yeah. You know, kind of a shame that. But, the reason why I want to talk about this, and it's the most random thing, because, like, this happened because, for whatever reason, I decided to check, like, the social tab on my Gmail, just out of the blue. Okay. And, again, I don't know why this happened, but for the first time in forever, I decided to click on an email that you get when someone comments, like, reply comments to on one of your YouTube comments for, I don't know why, but I just clicked on it, and... This is just a weird confluence of events. It was a comment from somebody way back when I commented on an Unforgotten Realms video, and they said something about, hey, there's new shit up. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I googled it, and this was the topic. It's like, Rob, the guy, released 4 new episodes of Unforgotten Realms. He actually went back to reboot it. And this is, for anyone who doesn't know, this is pretty old stuff. Like, Unforgotten Realms was created back in 2009.
I'm pretty sure we were in middle school when we watched it.
So this is pretty old stuff. And to kind of give you a gist about it, like, at the time when it was coming out, I was a pretty big fan. Like, when the new episodes would come out, I would actually watch them on the premiere day. Like, back in the day, around, like, 2011, 2012. I think it was around then. The original run was pretty good. It got picked up by Escapist for, I think, season 2 and 3. They dropped it after episode 46, I believe, and and on his own he produced an additional 4 episodes, and then he just dropped the series entirely for various reasons. I honestly think he was burned out on it, which is kind of bizarre, because during that time he would take like 6-month breaks in between the last episodes. So I don't know why he would be burned out if he was taking large breaks, but whatever. He dropped the series. So all these years later, he comes out, and it's called Unforgotten Realms Z. And to be honest, I think it's good stuff, but I don't think it's anywhere close to the original run, because the main sticking point for me is that for whatever reason he's trying to make it a more serious show. And I don't think it works out too well, because I think he's trying to equally balance being a comedy and being serious.
Gotcha.
And the other issue is that it has, like, he's always kind of had nostalgia about season 1. Like, he's made callbacks before, and he's made plot connections to it before. But I think there's a bit too much of that in the new stuff. Like, he's doing a lot of callbacks, he's doing a lot of reskinning old content, and I don't think it works all that well. I would say it's worthwhile to check out, because all of it together won't even take you an hour to watch, so it's not all that long. But
gotcha.
Rob is still a talented voice actor. I think he's still doing everything himself, and while it's definitely not aged all that well, I think he still makes it work. Roman, I would say, is probably the one who is the worst off, because it doesn't seem like he can do that voice all that well as before. It just doesn't seem to have the comic timing and the really great comedy that the original run did, because after I watched all 4 episodes, I spent about 3 days watching the entire original series. And
gotcha.
Season 1 is still freaking fantastic. It's absolutely great stuff. And there's still a lot of good stuff, a lot of good jokes that come out, even during the Escapist stuff when the episodes were cut in half, and he was just generally kind of doing less. But, I had a good time. I wanted to put that on the topic list because, like, I don't think anyone's heard that it's actually been rebooted and it's actually out there. Like I said, I only heard about this because just some random jackass put a comment on, like, a 7-year-old comment telling me that new episodes had come out. Like, I'd never heard about this or even thought about it in years. So, it's out there. I would say it's definitely worth catching up on. So, like I said, it was a huge blast from my past. It was still funny. I just haven't thought about that show in forever.
Yeah, I don't remember if I ever went back to rewatch it ever. And I don't think I ever got to the end of, like, the original release stuff, because I know, like, towards the end, to me it was just lackluster. And it lost its charm. I like the first like season stuff is really good. I've always had a thought with it. I don't know if it would age well, like, because I watched it in middle school, so I had a middle schooler's sense of humor and a middle schooler's like mindset. So I've always wondered if it would still hold up or not. So like maybe I'll go and rewatch it and we'll see if it holds up for me or not.
Well, here's the
some of the jokes I know from memory would are still pretty funny, like the whole when they find the broken down carriage and he like doesn't know what a carriage is.
Yes.
Like that's still a good one. But like I feel like some of the other jokes I don't know if they'd be as good.
Well, this is kind of the thing, because this was actually pointed out in like the playlist description, or like a lot of the video descriptions of the stuff that's up on his old channel, is that you kind of have to go into this knowing that it was written around 2009, 2011, because it has a lot of that, like the comedy of the times, because he points it out himself. There's not a lot, and to be honest, it's not super offensive. It's just kind of the jokes that you would like tell with your buddy, and like the insults you would throw at them at the time. They do call each other fags, and there's a few gay jokes, but I don't think they're offensive. I think it's more just like, hey, you call your buddy a fag when he's doing something dumb.
I don't know. That's not what I was referring to with like whether or not the humor would land, because like sure that's like a whole other thing entirely in my mind. From what I was talking about, like there's certain kinds of humor that work well with 12-year-olds that a 12-year-old's gonna laugh at, but not an adult, or like your tastes are gonna change in like the kind of humor you like, right? So like for example, like fart jokes. Like I don't really laugh at fart jokes anymore. Like
yeah.
Sorry, I just don't. But like, when I was 5 years old, hell, that shit was funny as hell. Like so there's things like that. So like, if you remember a show this is a big when you think of like shows you watched as a kid, and then like you go back and you rewatch it and you're like, wow, this show's bad. Like a lot of that's because like you aged out of like the intended audience, or like the style of humor just doesn't land with you anymore for one reason or another. And so like, I always thought that Forgotten Realms or Unforgotten Realms was going to be one of those things where like it probably has those kind of jokes where like certain jokes aren't going to land anymore, because I feel like, and this is from memory, but I feel like a lot of its humor comes from that lull, that's so random style of humor. And that shit doesn't land with me like it did when I was in middle school.
Well, what I was getting at, because I thought what you were leading into was that, and basically what I was saying is what I said, is that it's comedy of the times, and it is, like, it does feel a little dated, but I can't, obviously, I don't know your perspective, but from my rewatch, like, I definitely still had a couple of the real good laughs that I remember from back in the day. Like, a lot of the, I would say quite a few of the jokes still land,
okay.
And that's kind of the good thing that Rob had at the time, was that he was pretty good at writing comedy and writing jokes. Like, one of the ones that I remember that I always loved was around like season 1, I will definitely say is probably the top of the heap. Like, he was at his prime grade, but season 2 and 3 still had a lot of good in it. But a really good joke was Roman like buying swords, and it was like, we need a short sword, we need a long sword, we need a great sword, we need a not so great sword, we need a gold sword that is such a slight upgrade from the great sword that no one bothers upgrading because it's such a ridiculously expensive thing. And then I think he ends it by saying we need an M102 rocket launcher.
Yeah. I vaguely remember that.
But yeah, I would definitely say there are jokes in it that are relying on the random lol thing, but I still think they're written all that well. Because in a later season, when they're describing what their version of a dragon is, they describe it because they're saying their dragons are shapeshifters. Okay. So what they do is that they say, oh, you don't know what a dragon is. They could be your best friend. They could be your father. They could be your grocery man. They could be your blacksmith. They can be your fisherman. They could... basically, they go through this list of people, and then they say they could be your mailboxes.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's a random lol joke, but it's written well enough to still be funny.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, I mean, as I said, I might have to give it a shot and rewatch it.
I would say at least rewatch it for season 1 because that's like the grade A stuff. And if it starts falling off after that, then yeah, fine, because honestly, you could fall off with this series any way you want because the series doesn't end. So yeah. If it's not landing for you, then you don't lose anything by dropping out early.
Right. Yeah, and that is what happened to me back then too. Like, I don't even think, as I said, I'm not sure if I finished it. I feel like it got to a point where I remember you were telling me about new stuff from it in school, and like, you know, I'd listen, but like I wasn't gonna go watch it, kind of deal.
Aww.
But I feel like I remember there was a point where like I had stopped watching it, and then you'd like tell me about it, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, I guess that's neat, but like I don't know if I'll go back to it. Kind of deal.
So with that in mind, that's kind of all I really had to say about that. So we can actually go into the usual last topic we had, which is our Fire Emblem updates. Like I said, I got into Endgame of Act 3 because I unfortunately thought I could blast through the rest of the game, and that was a bit too high of expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was because like every map was taking me around an hour to do. So
gotcha.
doing like 5 or 8 maps just took up way too much time. And I did want to say a couple of things that I kept forgetting to say for whatever reason. One of the characters you pick up pretty early in Act 1 that I completely forgot to mention. I don't know which, because obviously being a side character, she doesn't say all that much. But I would say that she's either a really flamboyant character, or she's bisexual or a lesbian, because the one thing she does say is that she tells Nephany, who I think I might have recruited with her, she's the only one that can be recruited by, she does point out that she thinks that Nephany is either a tomboy or she thinks she's kind of cute. So she's definitely eyeing her up that way, but I don't know if she's actually interested, because again, it doesn't really go anywhere. Or she's just kind of like that flirty type of personality who's just throws people off that way.
Okay, so the character is queer-coded.
Yeah, essentially, because they don't confirm it either way. But I thought it was worth mentioning just because I thought that was kind of interesting.
There's a argument to be made that Ike is queer-coded, because I know a lot of the fans of the series, my friend included, kind of just accepts the fact that based on how Ike acts around women versus how he acts around men, that like Ike's literally not interested in women whatsoever.
Oh, definitely.
And so like I know my friend jokes that Soren and Ike are a pair.
Oh god. What? Oh, I could not see that. But then again, yeah, I would agree. Ike seems to be one of those characters that's like so stoic and so focused on the work that it's like everything else just goes above his head. And probably very deliberately so. He just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, and from what Ike's in voice lines and stuff in his dialogue and what the fuck, in Engage, his voice lines and stuff in Engage, he's kind of queer-coded there too.
Oh, did they actually give him a better voice than Path did? Because like I couldn't take that seriously. That's kind of another thing I wanted to mention.
I guess I don't know, because I don't know if it's the same voice actor or not.
Because you know
it's fine. Like nothing about it struck me as good or bad. So
the weird thing is that these games that are so text heavy that you just kind of pick a voice for these characters without actually knowing anything about them, because you just kind of generate one just out of necessity. When they actually finally get to the rare times where they give these characters voice acting, it's so fucking jarring. Because you're comparing them to the thing that you thought they would sound like, and it's, like, completely different. Like, a lot of these characters honestly sounded like mid-2000s Omega Team sort of stuff, or Omega Force. Because they honestly just sound like Dynasty Warriors actors. They just sound like generic Japanese man yelling at each other. Part of that might be now that, like, because where you are in the series, maybe that's when they started putting more voice acting stuff into the games. I don't know. Yeah, still not a lot happening, which is...
Because you're playing the one that was on the Wii, so, like... I don't know based on the release order, but like I know because if I remember right, Engage might be fully voice acted, or for the most part fully voice acted. Same with Three Houses, and then I don't actually remember for Awakening and stuff, but there is voice acting in Awakening and stuff. But in Three Houses, there's like, and in Engage, there's like little hub worlds you can walk around, and in the hub worlds you can talk to the people, and they have lines and stuff they'll talk about, and like none of that shit's voice lined, even though it is unique dialogue that like won't necessarily repeat. But like every support conversation is fully voice lined. Every like mission conversation that happens during a mission is fully voice line, like voice acted. So like in the later games, I feel like you won't have the game won't give you enough time to like form in your head like what this character will sound like, because like right away when you meet them, they will talk. So,
Yeah,
like,
because
there won't be like you reading their lines and then in your head having a voice that won't line up, because the first time they speak, you will hear their voice.
Yeah, because Valentia did that. It was fully voiced.
Okay, then Awakening might be fully voiced for all the important scenes and stuff.
But the other thing I wanted to mention, and I honestly can't believe this because it was another point of like Radiant. I don't know if I'd describe it as edgy or like they commit themselves to the dark a little bit more than usual, because at the end of Act 2, they tried to do a full hanging, and obviously not a full hanging, but they like at the end of Act 2. Alencia manages to defeat the civil war that's breaking out in Crimea, but the last vestiges of the army managed to capture her second in command. And
Gotcha.
They basically said, Alencia, stand down, or we are going to execute this lady. And Alencia doesn't stand down. Like, she's like, the country is too important. And so it's like, are they actually gonna hang her? Are they actually going to do this? Because they got the gallows set up, and the noose is literally right there. And in kind of a dick move, the Grail mercenaries show up at that instant to save her, because obviously they weren't going to actually execute her. But I do give them props for, like, going the full mile and having the gallows right there, ready to go. Because they are going for it. Like, that wasn't even the only time that happened. There was almost
the beginning scene.
There was almost a literal false execution later on in Act 3, because Zelgius, who is the general for the Benyon army, who has been kind of the antagonistic force of Act 3, decides to betray one of the senators who became the commander-in-chief, because the senator is your typical brand of insane villain who's just like, I'm gonna do the evil thing because fuck them. Zelgius is the antagonist, but he has some honor behind him, so he's grinding gears with his superior, and he's being set up to be executed because he refused to... I can't remember if it was send his own men to die or kill innocent people, because I think that was after the volcano battle, so I'm thinking it was more he didn't want to send his platoon to die for no reason.
Gotcha.
So what they did was like, okay, they set him up for the classic thing where it's like, it was kind of the Game of Thrones thing. It's like, your head's on the block, I'm gonna chop it off with my sword. But they didn't do it because somebody stepped in to stop it. And I think it was actually the Apostle reappearing, because she's been gone for almost the entire story. Because the Senate managed to do a runaround on her. And they usurped her power for themselves. You just reliving the game?
Yeah. I'm like looking at how many of them were like the 3D animated versus like the anime art versus like the 2D art.
Well, clearly the 3D animated ones are going to be the ones that cost double. You gotta pay out for that sort of stuff.
See, my mind says the anime ones should be the ones that cost double, because like The 3D ones are kind of like in-engine cutscenes, so like they don't look as visually cool as like the fully anime like art style ones.
Oh yeah, it's that guy who died for no reason.
Because like here, this one's like actual anime, right? It's 200.
200 coins. You could almost buy the full suite with probably just the coins you get in like half a run or 2 chapters. They're not that expensive.
No, they're not that expensive, no. Especially when several of them I had like at the end I had like 2,000, if not over 2,000 when I came up to the shop.
So the actual story of what happens in Act 3 is it does get kind of crazy because it doesn't stick with a protagonist. And at that point, it's kind of more like everyone's showing. Wow, they switched over to the ending really fast. The interesting thing that's happening is still Micaiah. And Micaiah, above and beyond, just has an infinitely better story than everybody else. Which is kind of ironic because Micaiah's chapters are always fucking awful. Because as I said last time, they did not scale her group in any degree to what they needed to match up to the stuff that they're forcing her to do. Like they're going like 5 chapters, 10 chapters at a time, not giving her any chance to level up. So it's kind of a shame. But the thing that's happening with Micaiah is the interesting part because at some point they, like I said before, they allied themselves with Benyon for a reason that didn't really make sense. So they ended up at a point where they were fighting against Ike's group, where both the protagonists are putting against each other. And after that last time, I thought that was going to be a one-shot thing and done, where they were going to be like, okay, here's the pointless scene where we put the 2 protagonists against each other, and now we're just going to drop this. And they didn't drop it. Like, later on, they are not only more directly fighting against each other, you're still not at a point where the actual characters are fighting against each other, and I'm pretty sure that's probably never going to happen from the way that things are looking for pretty obvious reasons. I could be wrong, because the end game is also both armies fighting against each other, and it is a route enemy mission. So, I'm not sure how that's going to work, but it is a full army deal. The reason behind this, as it turns out, was that, Peleus the king, and he's honestly not a great king, he managed to get tricked by Benyon into something kind of stupid. I'm not really sure how it worked out, because it seems like there's no way he could have seen it coming. Because what ended up happening is that the treaty he signed with Benyon to end the occupational force war that they just dealt with, apparently was a magical item called the Blood Pact. And I'm not really sure how that works, because the only way I could see it realistically working is that the Blood Pact has nothing to do with what's actually written on it. Because if that was true, then I don't know why Peleus would have signed a treaty that would have bound his empire so in debt to Benyon, because, I mean, they've defeated Benyon, so it's not like they really had a position of power over Dane at that point, because they could have kept on fighting. So I don't know why Peleus would have signed a disadvantageous treaty. But basically what ended up happening is that it bound Dane into Benyon's service, regardless of anything they wanted. And the stick to this agreement was that if they disobey, Benyon will activate this curse from the Blood Pact, which, for whatever magical reason, is bound to the entire country. So basically what ends up happening is that exponentially every day, citizens, random people from the country will start dropping dead until it reaches, like, the thousands and the tens of thousands. Like, just, it just keeps going every day. And apparently it also can't be stopped once it starts getting going. And also the Blood Pact is unbreakable, so Dane has to continue fighting against the Laguz Alliance and Crimea, because they're fucked either way, to be honest. So, at that point, they do something kind of interesting later on in another cutscene, because after the other false execution, what they end up doing is that Ike manages to catch up to the Dawn mercenaries on top of a cliff, because they were setting up an ambush. And one of the Hawk tribe, I think it might have been the Hawk King, manages to get the drop on one of the Dawn mercenaries, and he holds him above a cliff. Well, not above the cliff, over the cliff, because he can fly. And basically he's like, okay, you better stop what you're doing or I'm gonna kill this fucker, because I am tired of your guys' shit. What you're doing is not making any sense. And they're not accepting the peace envoys that they're sending over. They're not talking at all, so they don't even know what the hell's going on. Because the Dawn mercenaries fighting for Benyon, who was the people who sent over the occupying force in the first place, doesn't make any sense. And no one's talking to the other people, because Benyon has told them that they have spies all over the place. So they can't let anybody know, because they can't take the chance that, if the word gets out, they're fucked. So they can't tell anybody, they just have to keep going with this. And, they actually do drop this guy off the cliff, because Micaiah said, no, we have to continue fighting. And it turns out to be yet another false execution, because at the bottom, another of the Hawk tribe was there to catch him. So,
Gotcha.
So it was like, hey, you better not do this again, or we're actually gonna stove his head in. Okay, you don't got any other chances here. Trying to think of other things that happened, because it's like, it's not a stable story. Through Act 3, there was, just new shit being thrown at the wall, just new twists coming. This is why I said it was like the Metal Gear Acid of Fire Emblem games, because it's it doesn't stand still. It's every 1 or 2 chapters, there's something new being thrown in, and there's something new they're doing. There's something new that someone's trying to pull. Because that's exactly why I love Metal Gear Acid, is all this random stuff that doesn't make any sense was being thrown at the wall all the time. And that's why it was so fun, because it was well, what the hell is going on here? We got the protagonist who thinks he's been brainwashed into being the villain. We got this magical tower where the soldiers are being brainwashed to kill each other because they're wearing these colors. It's if you were... We had the fucking, we had the fucking puppets that managed to take a plane hostage with explosives. It's freaking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But the most nuts thing that happened didn't actually happen until later on. Because at some point, they actually did manage to come up with a plan when Micaiah returned to the capital and talked with the king. Because the king finally told the Dawn mercenaries what was actually going on. They actually told them about the Blood Pact. Because even the king wasn't letting them know the reason why they were allying themselves with the people that used to hate them. And it wasn't until, her second in command, because she was bedridden at that point, told him straight up that, no, we are done with this bullshit until you tell us what's going on. We're just fucking out of here. And he can't afford to let her go at all, because she's the Maiden of Dawn, I think? So she's the icon.
The Maiden Dawn.
So she's the icon of the whole liberation movement. If he loses her, then morale completely falls apart, and honestly his army might completely disband itself. She's that important to everything going on for the whole country.
Gotcha.
So he finally does let her know after the threat of that, and he took it on Benyon's he took Benyon's word on it, and he believed that it was unbreakable because they told him it was. And she was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. We better look into this and try to figure out a loophole. So you do another mission as them, which is ridiculous because it's another Laguz fighting mission where you have to fight 40 of them in a defensive maneuver. And the defensive location is terrible because there's lots of accessible ledges that they can climb up, and there's not a lot of bottlenecks. So it is it's not as harsh as the last one, but it's definitely still not. It is not an easy mission for that one, especially with the units they give you, and you don't have the Black Knight there to back your ass up. Like, wherever he's gone is just gone. Another minor detail is that...
Have you found out who the Black Knight is yet?
No, they still haven't told me.
Okay.
I don't know if they're actually going to get around to it, because, like, I don't know how much... It doesn't seem like they have a lot of story left to go, so it's like, do you even have time to flesh out this guy? Especially since he's been gone for, like, 7 chapters? Seems like he's just gone completely walkabout. But another minor detail is that, like, part ways through this act is Ike finally gets Ragnell back, because for whatever... Well, we actually do find out the reason, but it doesn't really make sense that throughout most of Radiant, he's sticking with another sword called Etard, which is a breakable sword, so it's not even legendary. But the reason why he didn't have Ragnell was that, for whatever reason, he gave it back to Benyon, I think? Because Benyon told him that it was an heirloom weapon to their country? Which didn't really make all that much sense to me, because why would the Black Knight be holding on to 2 twin legendary swords that belong to Benyon? Because he was a Dane enforcer. So that was just the weirdest thing. It's just like, he was told that it belonged to them, so he just let them have it back. And then I think the Holy Guard eventually showed up and said, "Hey, we got it back for you." And it is still it is now a super good weapon, and definitely one of the best weapons in the game. So I'm making Ike use it all the time, as what it should be. But getting back to the point that I was getting to is that they managed to get through that mission, and just... Actually, no, it wasn't the Lagoo's defense mission. I think that happened during closer to endgame. I think this was... No, this was a mission where they had to pretend to fight the Crimean army to the best of their ability. So they had to set up a rock cliff ambush with a force of them, and they had to kill 40 of the Crimean army soldiers so that they could buy time for Peleus the king to research what the hell he was looking for. So they killed a lot of the Crimean soldiers, to the point where on the cliffside around that battle, they also had an oil trap, and they were intending to burn... I don't know if it was the Pegasus Knights. I'm pretty sure it was actually the Apostle. They were trying to burn the Apostle alive on the bottom of the cliff. So they were going pretty fucking hardcore in that battle just to buy time for Peleus so that he could figure out how to save their country. Which, surprisingly, he did. But the other surprising thing was that the loophole he found wasn't actually very simple. Because when they revealed it to him, it was actually a lot simpler than what I thought. And honestly, something they probably should have considered before they left. Because the thing that he found was like, okay, we can break the blood pact by killing one of the people bound to it. So his suggestion is to have Micaiah execute him to save the country. And she does. You get a choice to have Micaiah kill Peleus to save Dane, and she does. She actually executes him without telling his mom. Nobody told her, and she was extremely pissed off about that. Like, she did not want to talk to anybody about that, even realize the reason why the king wanted that to happen. She was super all about her children. Or that one child, because I think that might have been the only kid she had. Since it's revealed later that I think that she's a party of the Goldoans, which are the Dragon Lagoos, who live for thousands of years.
Gotcha.
At that point, the prince of the dragon tribe actually allies himself with Micaiah's group, so now Ike has to fight a dragon, which is gonna be kind of a pain in the ass.
Wouldn't be a Fire Emblem game if you knew how to fight a dragon.
Oh, a dragon man, at least. Ike might also have a dragon girl on his side of the field. I don't know if Ina's gonna be willing to stoop for his side. That's kind of the interesting thing too, is that in Act 3 you get to points where like the characters have so many character interactions with each other that because of some reasons they're like flipping sides between Ike and Micaiah depending on what's happening in the moment, because that happens a couple of times. And I think that's kind of the most interesting things that I've seen, because at this point they're still worried about the Fire Emblem kind of hanging around, because the Fire Emblem is powered, its seal is weakening because of all the war again, because apparently no one's like told everybody, hey, there's this dark god in the Fire Emblem that's gonna be probably a problem if we let this continue. Oh, I forgot, the Apostle's reappearance actually struck civil war through Benyon, because the Senate, through usurping the power of the state, they had to discredit the Apostle for obvious reasons. So when the Apostle reappeared, because someone broke her out of the place they were holding her, they had to tell everyone, no, that's a fake Apostle. You shouldn't listen to her. She's obviously not the rightful ruler of everyone of this country. So I don't know why there's enough people who wanted to side with the Senate for that reason, but now there's a civil war going on throughout the country between the people who believe in the Apostle and the people who believe in the Senate. Because, like, none of the consequences of this war have really been happening within their borders, so the people don't really, I would assume, don't really know what's going on about this war, and probably don't see like any evil going on, so they'd probably just very easily side with the Senate anyway, but now they're going to war against each other.
Okay.
So that's kinda iffy.
Yeah.
I would say a couple of plot points to this game I'd say are kind of iffy on the reasoning, because it seems like they're more trying to do like plot spackle things, or like trying to hand wave some of the weirdness going on just because the story's kind of moving way too fast, or they don't want to stop for the details.
I mean, I guess you have to keep going and see.
So yeah, I mean, like I said before, this game is really flying off the rails and just going in a lot of directions that I didn't really think it would have. I didn't really think it would get to. I never expected a Fire Emblem game to move this fucking quickly. And to do multiple fake executions. Another important thing that happened is that Sephiroth eventually got freed from prison, who was the guy who was supposed to be heading up the inspection team to check on the occupation forces from the end of Act 1, but he was imprisoned by the Senate for being a political opponent. But the more important thing was that still, he was the guy after the events of Path who told, who after talking with Ike, said that Ike was going to be an important party to some sort of anguish that was going to happen in the future.
Gotcha.
So I was always thinking that Sephiroth was playing a backdoor deal, but I don't know how. I really don't know what his plan was, and being in prison for half of the game, I don't even know if he's going to have time to enact some sort of super duper plan. Honestly, there seems to be so little story in this game that I don't even know if the Laurent's medallion is going to come into play anymore. Because we still haven't dealt with the Senate, and we don't even know if the Dark God is going to be reawakened or not.
Oh, well, you'll have to keep playing and let me know.
But I mean, then again, I'm pretty sure the Act 3 endgame. I'm pretty sure one of the words in the subtitle of Endgame is awaken, so it might just be happening now. I'm not really sure why it would be happening now, because it doesn't seem like the entire world is embroiled in war. Because, like, Crimea is just completely neutral at this point, along with Goldoa.
Mm-hmm.
So it's... I mean, this... I would have to say this has to be top of the heap for Fire Emblem stories for me, because this has got to be, like, one of the most action-packed stories that one of these games has had. For being the realistic consequences of war, for being willing to show the darker sides of it. It's just something they really haven't done before. Because I'm more used to their more simplistic, single antagonist, happy-go-lucky character stuff. Where it's just like, it's one war, we gotta go fight it. We gotta go take that fort and that castle and defeat those bandits. I'm guessing that, you said you weren't playing it much this week, so I'm guessing there's not much more to add.
Not haven't been playing it much this week. Just kind of watching Adventure Time. Not really doing much else. I'm kind of in the middle of bouncing, the Kirby game that was on the Wii. They released that remaster of it. I've been bouncing back and forth between that and Dragon Quest XI.
Did they already release that Return to Dreamland?
Yes. Yep. They released. So it was announced in the Nintendo Direct in mid-February, and it was released at the end of February.
They're doing these games really quick turnarounds nowadays.
More just like they choose not to announce these remasters until they're right about to release the remaster. Because the only two games that like suddenly like got announced and dropped in February with Nintendo was they announced the Metroid Prime remake, and then that same day you could get it online, and then at the end of the month you could get a physical copy, albeit it's really hard to get physical copies because they did not make enough of them. And then at the end of the month, the Kirby game came out too, and that was announced. So I think that might be a good way to do remaster announcements. Like, there's nothing to really hype people up about remasters other than the fact that they're happening. So just announce them and then immediately get them out. Like, I think that's gonna be like your best to like sell the most copies. Is like announce it, and then when the hype happens in that moment, like you can sell it. Like, don't let the hype die. Like, don't give time for the hype to die. So,
well, I guess Nintendo knows what they're doing.
The Kirby one has like a post story epilogue thing, or after the story thing, where you get to play as the space alien guy, so Mandalore or whatever his name is.
I think you hit it on the head. I think it's either Mephalore or Mandalore. But I do remember Return to Dreamland probably being one of the best in the franchise.
So far it's been pretty good.
Because
there's some fun powers in it, so
that was one of the few games where they actually had like some sort of story implication. That was kind of interesting. Whereas like, hey, Mandalore is one of your usual happy-go-lucky, hey, I need help sort of guys, and then it just turns out that he's evil.
Spoiler, but alright.
Oh, I figured that enough people have played this game.
Yeah, I mean, well, I didn't know is what I'm saying, but like, it's whatever.
I thought you did.
Nope, did not.
Oh. Well,
because I've never played this one before, but it's whatever. I figured we'd end up like going into space with him and then fighting some space evils. What I thought was gonna happen after I like helped him rebuild the ship, but having him be evil is no surprise. There's a lot of Kirby games with that mentality in it, because like, I think Marx does that same thing in the game he's in, and I think there's a couple other like fake out bad guy stuff where like the thing Kirby's been trying to do all along is actually the thing that causes the bad guy. Because Nightmare in Dreamland, pretty sure like once you kick DDD out of the fountain and put the thing back on the fountain, it gets revealed that like DDD fucking with the fountain was actually supposed to help like keep this monster at bay, and then you have to fight that monster. I forget the name of that one. And then pretty sure Marx at the beginning is like nice, and then Marx ends up being the bad guy for Kirby Superstar. So like,
well, I suppose you can get your spoiler or revenge about halfway through. We're watching Danganronpa 3.
Or I could just tell you who the Black Knight is, but I'm not going to.
You
But I do
totally
know who the
are.
Black Knight is, so if I want to, I could always just drop the Black Knight's name. I'm not going to. You can find out who Black Knight is. So.
You know, it'd be really fucked up if it was like Ike's mom, because I
Yes.
figured it was gonna be a female character at least.
You're correct. It is just Ike. It's just Ike. Ignore the fact that they fight each other. Ike is the Black Knight.
That's so silly, but I have to know how that's possible if that's true. Because that would
It's
be
100% true. It is Ike. You know, there's time travel. They're gonna introduce time travel at the very end.
Oh, that would be so silly, but I would be
It's
so
Ike from the
interested to
future.
know how.
It's Ike from the future.
It's Ike from the future.
Yep.
I just want to know how, because that's pretty awesome. Although
I mean,
if that's true, he also did kill his own father.
Yep, it's Ike from the future. Please ignore everything that like would 100% argue it to the contrary. It's Ike from the future. But in reality, yes, I do actually know who the Black Knight is.
It's one of those interesting mysteries because it could be so many people. But I am still betting that he's going to be a female character, because I would imagine that you don't do like full mask, huge fucking dude sort of person without it being a female character, because it's the obvious thing. It's like, well, obviously he's the biggest dude ever, so it has to be one of the biggest dudes, and it's like, no, it's somehow a woman character.
See, I feel like nowadays that's definitely like a trope, but like I don't know back in the Wii era when this game came out if that was a thing that they would do.
So, yeah, that's kind of all I really... I'm sure, like, next week I'll probably think of, like, one or two things I probably forgot to mention. But I'm hoping by then I'll actually have finished this goddamn game and can finally give my final thoughts. Because,
Gotcha.
like I said, I think that this is probably going to be, like, that one weird time that Intelligent went balls to the wall with, like, some sort of, like, burst of creative passion. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to replicate it. Because it's just so far away from what I've seen as their usual stuff.
Gotcha. I liked Awakening, is what I'll say. Awakening was pretty fun.
I think I'm just going to like Awakening for... I'm pretty sure that's the game that introduced the modern rule set.
Kind of. I mean, so...
I'm getting really
because
goddamn tired
mechanically-
of battling against permadeath.
Oh yeah. So that introduces the option of casual. Yes, that is the game that introduces the option of casual, where you can play it where you don't your unit. You can choose whether units have permadeath or if when they die in a mission, they just die for the mission.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was called the casual mode or the modern mode.
No, it's called casual. And
I'm perfectly fine being a casual emblem-er.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so that'll be in that game, and it'll be in all the games that come after it. There's also, like, infinite grinding you can do. There's, like, you can grind your units if you want to in Awakening. Which you can do in, I think, all the ones I've played at, which are Awakening and Forward. I've played all the ones release date-wise, Awakening and Forward.
I mean, they did introduce that
mechanics.
a lot. They definitely introduced that earlier because Sacred Stones had optional grinding.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if other ones before that have optional.
I actually think
like,
that's probably the only one of the classic series that I've played.
I was gonna say, the optional grinding's a bit wonky in Three Houses just because of how Three Houses works, but like, it's there.
So to remind everybody who's made it this far, we're hopefully going to be back on our usual schedule. It's going to be Friday if everything pans out, and we're going to be moving back to the third birthday. I'm going to have a little bit of a surprise next week, but I will reveal that once we start our usual episode of The Balancing Act.
It was, you got cheats to work, and we don't have to fucking worry about the difficulty, like the fucking garbage difficulty weird curve of that game, where like, That's my hope, is that we got like infinite health cheats. We got like all the cheats working to the point where we don't have to worry about shit. And for those who might be, you know, skipping the third birthday because it sucks. And
I'm hoping that somehow, some way, I'm still holding out some hope that there's going to be a payoff to this.
Okay, but for those who are skipping the third birthday because it sucks,
oh yeah, we finished this game.
We've just finished this game, and the game we're going to be going to next, we're actually going to take a breath from Danganronpa. We will return for V3, but hopefully by the time we return for V3, Jeff will have watched the Danganronpa 3 anime with me, and maybe we'll talk about that while we played V3, or maybe we'll just talk about it randomly on when we're playing other games. But the next game we will be playing is actually, I will be taking Jeff to have him witness the fan-made spiritual successor to the original Paper Mario games in the form of Bug Fables. So we will be playing Bug Fables. We'll be seeing how Jeff likes Bug Fables. I myself have only gotten so far into Bug Fables before I stopped playing it, because then I wanted to play it on the stream. So we'll eventually reach a point in Bug Fables where I won't know. Like, I won't know shit. Like, it'll be blind. It'll go from being like, I know what to do here, I know where we need to go, or I know how to beat this boss, to, oh shit, this is entirely blind. So, it'll be one of the rare times where I'm the guy playing the game that we're blind to. A lot of the times, when it's my week, we play games that I have played before. This game was a blind game, the one we just finished here, Danganronpa Legends Figures, I had yet to play.
Yeah,
I guess this game was a blind game, and then Bug Fables will be mostly blind, and then after Bug Fables, depending on how we're feeling, we might go immediately to V3, otherwise we might take a breath or go back in, if, you know, those who might have been waiting forever for us to go back to Ace Attorney after we played the first Ace Attorney, we might go and play Ace Attorney 2.
God, that must have been freaking like 9-10 months at this point.
Yes, because what happened was Ace Attorney 2 made me want to show you the Danganronpa games because I had played those. And so what happened was, after we finished Ace Attorney 1,
I think we took a break. Dose, and Girls.
Well, so I think after we did Ace Attorney 1, I actually think we did New Pokemon Snap, and then after New Pokemon Snap, I think we started on Danganronpa 1, 2, and then Ultra Despair Girls back to back to back. And now we're taking a breath from this to go play Bug Fables, and then after Bug Fables, we'll either go to Ace Attorney 2, or I'll pick another game that I think is gonna take less time than these games. Now, Ultra Despair Girls wasn't that long. I think at the end of the day, our gameplay time in this is 25 hours. So, you know.
Okay, so about I mean, I think this is probably. It's either part 7 or part 8, so it's
7 or 8.
I mean, that's 4 months.
We had a lot of sort sessions. We had a lot of sort sessions with this game.
Yeah, we had. I mean, it was kind of just one of those times,
right?
But I'm kind of hoping. I know that think we have like 5 episodes left, but I'm still kind of. I'm hoping that we can get Third Birthday done in 2 shots. But I'll have to see, because I don't know if having infinite bullets is gonna make that big of a difference. But like I said, I got something prepared. I'm gonna try and make this work, because yes, I'm not having a good time, but as per the difference that we've discussed before, I am willing to push through it. Because I'm hoping that something will be justifiable about this. There's still a pretty great chance that there won't be, but fuck it, I have dug this deep. I have tried and failed to save the most badass NPC that we had up at Chapter 1, and I will go on for his sake fighting the space worms.
So, Bug Fables actually might take us slightly longer than this game, because Bug Fables, according to HowLongToBeat.com, Bug Fables' main story is 25.5 hours. Main story plus sides, which is likely what we'll do, is 36.5 hours, and a completionist run is 50 hours.
That is quite some side questing. But yeah, when we started out the balancing act, I I did do games that I knew, but the problem is that the games that I thought would fit this format, I didn't have a lot of them to really work with. So it was like, okay, we'll do Metal Gear Acid, we'll do that Kingdom Hearts game, we'll do Super Paper Mario, and then I started running out of ideas, and then I was like, okay, I'll find games that kind of sound interesting and I'll put them on a wheel. Actually, that's actually not true, because I still have games on my list that I have played before, but we just never got to them. It's kind of weird. We've been picking up all the random shit, but none of the actual stuff that I've verified works for this, which is kind of hilarious. I got a couple of ideas going, and the problem with Parasite Eve was that Parasite Eve was a complete random shot. Because the reason why I put Parasite Eve on the list was that it was one of those game series that, like, no one talked about. So I was always kind of interested, okay, is there anything here that's actually worthwhile? And the original game did. And then 2 kind of started with it, and then immediately fell apart. And then Third Birthday just started out bad.
Gotcha.
So, like, the problem with Parasite Eve was that Parasite Eve was a complete shot in the dark.
Right.
And it completely missed. It was kind of like when
Hey, the first one was really fun. I enjoyed our stream of the first one.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of like the Silent Hill thing, where I think people are kind of in love with the promise of the franchise, and then when you actually get into the games, kind of like Silent Hill, a lot of them suck because they don't realize the potential. But people still keep talking about, because that's kind of the weird thing about the Silent Hill series, is that a majority of the games of Silent Hill are either mediocre or they're bad. Like, that's kind of the big joke.
I was gonna say, I don't remember. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I guess we didn't play all of the Silent Hill games. We only played the main 4?
We played the quadrilogy, but after the quadrilogy, there was Origins, there was Homecoming, there was Downpour, there was technically Book of Memories, but that was more of a Diablo game that was more of a Silent Hill Diablo game.
So the fourth one was kind of bad, if I recall. The third one was kind of meh, but the first 2 were good, and I like the first one a lot.
The first one had a lot better ideas than I kind of gave it credit for at the time, because I realized that when you pointed out how it was super interesting that we got into the hospital, and then just randomly there's floor 4 that just spirals into existence.
Yeah. I was loving number 1. The first one was absolutely amazing. Like I know most people love 2, and 2 was okay, but I loved the concept and the story of stuff of the first one. The first one was really cool.
I know that you didn't hear anything about that, but I think in general for the larger gaming space, I think that the sequel has been ruined by in general, a lot of people like the twist ending, and so because so many people like the twist ending, they reported it through their gaming channels all over the place, so it just generally people know the twist. I think that you surprisingly didn't, and I think that you...
Yeah, I didn't.
I think that you didn't I don't think it connected to you super much.
Not as much, no.
Because the twist is that before the game happened, at some point James killed his wife.
Yeah, something like that.
And there are definitely different endings, because the problem is that the easiest ending to get, because I got it my first time through, is the ending where his wife kind of spectrally like forgives the fact that he killed her, so it kind of contextualized into an act of mercy. And then the other couple of endings are where he did it for more selfish reasons. And I think one of the more selfish-er ones was the one where I don't know if they directly show it, but it's heavily implied that he took the corpse of his wife and put it in the trunk of his car, and then drove his car into a lake.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't remember the details of what it all was, but yeah, I remember that essentially everybody we bumped into in the Silent Hill in that game was like dead, and essentially Silent Hill was acting as like a purgatory, with like the Pyramid Head as like the Punisher of the purgatory or something.
It was the Punisher for It was the Punisher for James, because the thing about that is that the other characters are basically doing what James is, but Silent Hill is reflecting things that are from James himself for James. They're basically doing the same thing for the other characters, which is why when you meet, I don't remember her name, but the girl character who it's implied was at some point raped by her father.
Gotcha.
She comes into Silent Hill, and her Silent Hill is constantly on fire.
Yes, yep, I remember that.
Which is why James, at some point, I don't remember the comment that James made, but her answer is, well, what are you talking about? Like, for me, this world is always on fire.
Yeah.
So it's doing that for the girl and also the fat guy.
Right. But yeah, and yeah, because in the second one, yeah, Silent Hill was kind of a purgatory, and then the first one though, it's all about the ghost girl. Like there's that girl, and she's the ghost, and it's everything's connected to her. And I don't know, that story was more interesting to me than like, hey, we're in purgatory.
You must answer for your sins, James, you asshole.
Right.
But that's why I recommended to you this like earlier, or I don't know if it was at the time, but I would definitely recommend the Josh Strife review of Silent Hill, because I think it goes pretty in depth, and I think it shows off some of the things that you might not have noticed at the time that are kind of interesting details.
Is this the first one or the second one or the series as a whole? What is this?
It is the one for just Silent Hill.
Okay, so for the first one.
So yeah, thanks for joining us here for another stream. I think we kind of raked this one over the coals. It's definitely been a long-running adventure with Komaru. We got to see all the abuse, we got to see all the characters in action, and finally unravel what the hell Monica's plan actually was.
Mm-hmm.
So see you next time for the embarrassing adventures of Aya Brea.
And then after that, Bug Fables.
And after that, possibly